we were able to, on the asphalt works, we were able to successfully complete in excess of 20 roads, various parishes, including Carriacou, St. George's, St. Patrick's. We continue to do those work. Our team has been doing an excellent job. We know that it has been difficult for road users because of the condition of the roads, but we are moving towards having those remedied as soon as possible. So, Deputy President, we also continue to do concrete works, number of roads, bridges. We continue to have those repaired, and we were successful in doing that for 2020 as well. The reconstruction of the Guav Healthcare Center, as you know, health has been a frontal topic as well because we are in a pandemic. We commenced work on that project in January at a projected cost of $7 million, Mr. Deputy President, and that destruction of that facility was since Ivan, and so we are now getting to have that repaired. We are getting support for this under the 11th European Development Fund for the renovation or restoration of the health facility in Guav. Mr. Deputy President, the Carriacou Police Station, I had an opportunity to tour that facility as well. It's been renovated, extra wing has been added, and there's going to be some reconfiguration to facilitate the operations of the magistrate's court as best as possible. So those works are ongoing to the tune of 500,000 EC dollars. The Moncton Child Development Center, this project it's ongoing. It's estimated to be $600,000, Mr. President. This project supposed to be completed by now. I think this project was completed, and so it's a very important facility within the Moncton community. So we want to congratulate the community for working with us to ensure that we bring such facilities to them in this regard. The St. George's Market Square, that has been a topic of great discussion and importance for a number of reasons. We do have construction ongoing there currently. We want to, at this time, empathize with the vendors who are displaced because of the construction work, and also because of adhering to the protocols. Some of them are also displaced because of that. And for the safety, of course, and those who are over at the athletic stadium, we want to also thank them for cooperating with us and working with us as we try to bring relief in the best way possible to help them. Mr. Deputy President, we have been doing some work with the vendors there. We have worked with the corporate citizens to help us to pay for a shuttle every Friday and Saturday to bring people to and from the market at the athletic stadium. That has been a very good initiative. We want to thank our corporate citizens too. I know your corporate entity also would have sponsored in that regard, and we are very heartened by that, Mr. Deputy President. Bishop's College, Mr. Deputy President, is a long-standing project. The project is ongoing currently. We had to make some changes and as well when we get on the ground. The primary school, the first building, the initial building, the old Bishop's College building, the initial plan was to have it repaired, renovated. After further investigation, it has been deemed some part of it unsafe and very bad, even down to the foundation part. We had a number of investigation. People from different institutions came and assessed and found it okay to repair. But as work started, we realized that is not the case. And so that we have received support from CDB to vary that request, and so the entire structure will now come down and a new structure will go up. So this is good news for Bishop's College and the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique, Mr. Deputy President. The St. George's General Hospital Phase 2, this is a very important project. Mr. Deputy President, right now, that is where all COVID testing is taking place at that facility, at the new lab, at the phase 2 General Hospital, while we still have some finishing touches going on there. Our lab is there. Also, the new facility for persons who have that challenge with the renal condition, Mr. Deputy President. We know the challenge that persons have in getting dialysis in this country, and so we are working with our private partner to have this facility up and running. This is going to be good for us. Government has continued to subsidize for the payment of that services. This is something that the Prime Minister himself is very passionate about, and so I know that we are working hard to have this issue resolved. It's becoming a challenge. There are a number of issues with persons in our community with that renal failure, and so dialysis is becoming high demand right now, and so that dialysis unit will be at that facility as well. So this is very timely and very important for us, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, my colleague, Leader of Government, would have spoke about affordable income project that is grant funding by the People's Republic of China throughout a couple of our parishes. St. Patrick's have already opened their project. There was an official opening for the St. Patrick's component. Carriacou is closely followed behind, and I believe St. David's and Bosseju to come thereafter. So, Deputy President, this is a significant project for Grenada. That is one of the things that we found, that when you listen, the requests come, most of it come for housing, and in every strata, not only at the rural level, but also at the middle income level. Some of our public servants, they too require a housing too as well. So it's one of the biggest tasks of this government, and we are working with our strategic partners best to find a way to resolve this matter and to provide some comfort. I know that there are some utterances regarding the housing and what takes place there and what can take place there. I just want this Honorable House to know, Mr. Deputy President, that government, house and housing is two different things. And government, we are working with our partners to ensure that all the necessary infrastructures will be present, be it water, be it electricity, some place to recreate. All that is integrated within that facility. As such, we want to make sure that the public knows that. I think there was something about it, but maybe I can't exactly remember clearly, Mr. Deputy President, but when you look at those facilities, they look quite lovely. And I don't think that there is anything derogatory about those, and they work very well, Mr. Deputy President. So we want to thank the People's Republic of China for the generous donation to the people of Grenada. Mr. Deputy President, our PSIP projects for 2021, Mr. Deputy President, this is significant. This is very significant if our country is to recover. We must invest, and I think I need to explain this here at this time. It is important that we invest on the capital side, and that will generate revenues throughout all the sectors. And when those revenues are raised, then government will have to spend on the recurring side. Mr. Deputy President, you may be able to have a clear understanding that if you do the other way around, you are going to end up in trouble. You are going to end up in trouble. You have to invest in the sectors that are going to be productive, that are going to generate. And my brother and colleague from representing the farmers indicate that jobs in construction is just limited. I beg to differ. When you invest in construction, you have products and services that are generated from materials, materials coming in, wholesale selling, electrical stuff selling, the people who have their food and stuff selling out of the van, they go on all different construction sites. So that is the impact that construction have on the sector. It has a wider tentacle in terms of impact in creating local economic activity. That is the reason why we invest in the infrastructure sector. It affords for a quicker turnaround. It helps us to recover quicker than any of the other sectors. It doesn't mean that agriculture is not important. It doesn't mean that we're not investing in it, and as you will see going forward, I will show how much we are investing in agriculture and what we are doing, and some of the same things that my colleague representing the farmers alluded to. I will correct those as we go forward in my presentation to show that we are basically investing in agriculture, and we are investing in the right areas. So we'll discuss that going forward. So, Deputy President, my colleague would have mentioned a couple of those projects. I just want to mention a very important one, and the largest one, which is the MBI upgrade project. This is an important project. This is a significant project. And I think the genesis and the benefit of this project have been lost in another conversation, have been distorted. And I think we need to correct this. Persons have concerns. We welcome concerns. We welcome concerns. But at the same time, do not drag those concerns way out without having all the understanding of the facts, how things operate and why we do things. And so I think that in itself lends itself to a number of misinformation. And so we want to clear the air on this, that there is two significant investment that is taking place with this upgrade project. 60-something million from the Exim Bank and 17 million from the World Bank. So it's not just the Exim Bank loan that is at stake. You have a $17 million loan from the World Bank that is also attached to this upgrade project. So we want persons to understand that if we're partners, and China is part of the World Bank as well. So I think there is some misinformation. While there is need for clarity, we welcome that. If persons are concerned, fear, that is fine. But we believe that at this time, this is a worthwhile investment. It is timely because we have a slow period now because of the pandemic. It gives us an opportunity to work quickly and to get up to mark so that when things pick up, we are where we're supposed to be. And so this upgrade project will treat with the runway infrastructure. Mr. Deputy President, I think this is something that we need to move quickly with in terms of having the work done. Currently, work has started, the geotechnical work, doing all the investigations, doing all the designs to make sure that everything is where it's supposed to be. And within the next 6 months, we should actually start to see infrastructure work on the ground. That is the timeline, based on the implementation schedule that we have before us. So, Mr. Deputy President, we are very excited about this. We are even more excited about the World Bank component because there's a significant investment for the agriculture and the import-export sector with the construction of that warehouse that will help to facilitate our trade. And we speak so much yesterday about exportation and how important it is for us going forward. So I just want to speak a little bit on that project in that regard. But we welcome personal suggestions. We are always open, and here's the reason we have been doing that through our town hall meetings, affording an opportunity for persons to interact and to give feedback. And those engagements have been very beneficial for us throughout the past couple of weeks, Mr. Deputy President. So, Deputy President, the Grenville Commercial Complex. And I am happy that my colleague and brother, Senator Garraway, did give some explanation yesterday, some clarity. I want to say that this project is significant for the parish of St. Andrews, and I'm happy that the contents of how the structure will be utilized is welcome by our dear colleague, Senator on the other side, Senator Sincere. However, I wish to inform this Honorable House that we have, within the last week, issued a tender. 5 companies have expressed interest for a flood mitigation study that will include the town of Grenville, the town of St. George's, particularly Tantin area, and the Granance area. We are hoping to have that study done within 1 year's time, and that will allow us for all 3 sites So we know that we have infrastructure to go down in St. Andrews, so priority is going to be given to that site so we can have feedback as to what are the challenges, where the bottlenecks are, what is causing this flooding, and that will inform how we go forward in terms of addressing the flooding in terms of Grenada. So we are working. We receive a $1 million grant to treat with that flooding mitigation study. So I just wanted to raise that and to indicate, to show that we are definitely aware of what are the key issues. As I say, we're going to see how we can quickly address this problem going forward. Mr. Deputy President, you see I'm standing here so quietly, but based on everything that I'm here, we see like the task lays squarely on my ministry. And so if when we come back here sometime later in the year and you see I have several more gray here, you know what is the reason for that. But nonetheless, I understand that there is some wonderful dye around, so maybe I can even get a haircut like my leader of government business, and that should be fine. So, Mr. Deputy President, I thank you in advance for your empathy. Yeah. So, we're moving on, Mr. Deputy President. St. John's River Flood Mitigation Project. This is a significant project for the river area. That's been a chronic problem. We are moving with this project, and the intention is not to stop. We had several starts and stops in the past, and we are trying to resolve it now. We had some challenges over the past couple of months, which delayed the delivery of the design, and that had to do with rainfall data. The engineers working on the design, they were trying to get as much as 30 years rainfall data, so to help inform what is taking place. And so we are trying to get some from CMHI in Barbados. We are also reaching out to St. Vincent, who is in close proximity with us, Trinidad, who also in close proximity with us, and we're working with the Met Office here to capture as much data as we can to help inform the appropriate design. This is a $10 million project, Mr. Deputy President. The St. Patrick's Road Rehabilitation Upgrade Project, it's ongoing right now. I think they'll be completed within the next 80 days or so. There's some remedial work. What is happening here, Mr. Deputy President, which is significant, we are working closely with the utility, in this case NASA. So what is happening while we are doing the roads, NASA basically uprooting all the old pipes one time. So we're not double working. We are working in synergy with NASA. NASA laying new pipes that may last another 5 to 10 decades, which you and I probably would not be around. But they're actually doing that now, putting in new infrastructure so that we do not have a problem. And after you lay a new road, bam, a pipe bust, and then you have to go and dig up and lay a local cost. So that is happening now. We just want to thank both parties for the work. The CCC is doing that St. Patrick's Road, and we hope to continue with phase 2 in 2021, Mr. Deputy President. The Guav Extreme Rainfall Project, Mr. Deputy President, is a significant project as well. It deals with a number of bridges in Guav that we believe that we can have done. And once the community work with us, we have done and look at it, because every project that we do, the social side is critical. We realize a person will have inconveniences, but we need to work with them closely to ensure that whatever project that we implement, that it do not create any problems for the community. So this is a significant project for the Guav area. This project to a tune of 1.1 million EC dollars. The BNTF 9 cycle, Mr. President, you know BNTF is a revolving development project that attacks the rural communities to ensure that it creates sustainability for communities that need critical services, be it community centers, be it schools, be it washroom facilities. So BNTF will continue to do their work. The GEEP project, Greater Education Enhancement Project, we look into to the tune of a cost of $40 million. It's a project. A number of schools have been renovated under this project, and there is a number of schools listed for next year. I think about 75 or so schools for 2021 to be renovated under this project. The Western Main Road Corridor Upgrade Project. Mr. Deputy President, I want to say that because of the magnitude of work that we have, what we have promised especially for our colleagues on the other side. Whenever we meet, we'll make every opportunity to keep the House updated on the progress of those projects, and as a way of keeping accountable, being accountable to see what we're going to do, that we're going to do it, Mr. Deputy President. The Western Main Road corridor, we know what is happening there, the Molyneux area, which is very, very, very bad, Mr. Deputy President. I had a meeting with the High Commissioner for UK resident here, and they are a significant contributor to that project. So we have been having some discussions, and we are keeping them abreast where we are with this project. Currently, company has the contract, and they are actually doing the geotechnical work. They are on the ground doing the necessary to come up with a final design to tell us how much it's going to cost, whether or not we can go back on that same western route, whether or not we have to do an alternative route. That is what is happening. Mr. Deputy President, this development has significantly impacted transportation from the north of the island into central and even to the south. The Mount Morris Road is taking a serious beating. We have to repair that road as well. We may have to do it during the night. We start looking at it, start planning to see how we're going to do it. The Jones Road as well is significantly battered. We are looking to see how we can have that done. And now, because of that, we are looking at the Mount Kuma Road. And by having that done quickly, as much as possible, we can get that done. Then we will have to do work now on the Mount Morris area after we have the Mount Kuma Road done. So it's a lot of maneuvering while we wait on that Western Main Road, because it requires a lot of study for us to know basically what is taking place there. I mean, I had a first-hand, it's really devastating to see those significant investments, the life savings go into the house and just look at it wash down the hill. Fortunately, no one lost their life or no injury. I think that is what is most important. We can replace structures, but life is something that we cannot replace, Mr. Deputy President. So I just want to indicate to this Honorable House that we have started and we are going to get this done. This is a very important project for all involved. So the Mount Kuma Road, we are looking to spend $5 million next year on the Mount Kuma Road to have it. That road terminates in Grenville Vale, and so that will help us with the traffic. I think it starts from going up the Beaulieu area and then go over into Grenville Vale, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, also the Grenada Water Supply Expansion Project. NAWASA is going through a number of upgrades, and this is one of the projects. Is a $34.8 million project, a grant from UKCIF. This is very significant, and the goal of the project is to contribute to the strengthening of the water sector in Grenada to reduce water sector risk. You know that we have a lot of leakages now, and it takes some time. It's a significant infrastructure that NAWASA has in terms of the pipe network, and it's going to take some time and money to have those old pipes repaired and replaced. And so this project is due to start in the third quarter of 2021. Moving on to government buildings. This is it's a priority project for us in terms of repairing government buildings. There are a number of government buildings throughout the country, and some persons don't even know that some of those buildings belong to government. And so we have a number of dilapidated buildings, and we are renting somewhere else. So Cabinet has given a directive to have all those buildings repaired, so that government would not have to be paying all this rent for offices all around the place, but to have those buildings repaired. And so we're looking to spend, there's an allocation of $9 million to have those buildings renovated as quickly as possible. We are looking to see how we could have squeezed it in before the end of the year to start do some work, but we had some other pressing matters, so we couldn't get it done. Mr. Deputy President, we're going to continue with our concrete and asphalt works in 2021. We budgeted $14 million to address that, Mr. Deputy President. We had some discussion on the Seamoon Cultural Center. Mr. Deputy President, we have done significant work in terms of where we are now. We have done a geotechnical study for the area. We have done a survey for the area. We have fenced, we have demolished. We have done a concept design, and now we have a drawings ready to go out to tender. So work can start in 2021. I know that there's a discussion regarding mention of the swimming pool. The swimming pool is a concept that was inserted not to be done right away, but going forward because it's an additional cost that is not directly incorporated with the cultural facility, but is something that we have put in because of the need, while being in sports, the need for a lot of persons in the St. Andrews area to get an opportunity to participate in swimming. And so there was a concept to plan to put in a 25-meter pool. That is acceptable. It is not beyond or below. We have a 25-meter pool put in, and what we have of Good Hope, I think, is probably is somewhere in the feet, maybe 50 feet or something like that. So that we try to correct. Now, the St. George's project through GASA is that they have received grant support from FINA for a 25-meter pool as well. But what they are seeking to do is to raise extra funds to move that from 25 to 50 meter. So I think if that is done, Grenada will be probably one or two or three, or maybe the first country in the OECS to have a 50-meter pool. Because I think St. Lucia is 25 meters. St. Vincent, I know, is 25 meter as well. Pools are very expensive, Mr. Deputy President. Very, very expensive. Just the infrastructure alone, just a pool without no amenities, is somewhere about $2 million US. So it is not cheap. And the maintenance is expensive. Government would have given commitment to GASA to help assist with the maintenance to the tune of $15,000 every year going forward. So I just wanted to raise that. So it's not about moving one pool to another area, but it's to have a pool in both areas so that our kids can benefit as much as possible. And we have been doing excellent in that area, outstanding for a number of years. Mr. Deputy President, the agricultural feeder roads, and as the name indicates, it's an investment in our agriculture sector. The whole cry for access, being able not to get access to the farms, the roads are not good. This is a significant investment, $46.8 million. And in Carriacou, you have the Cherry Hill Road with about 3.1 million EC dollars that will be used to implement that feeder road in Carriacou. This is significant. The number of bridges, number of work, significant work throughout. Almost every parish would be touched through this project. So I think this is something that we welcome, and we look forward to having the agricultural feeder roads implemented so that our farmers can get to and from the farms safely and conveniently without any issue. Also, this is significant, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, it seems like this has been the next major work, the retrofitting of our traffic lights. I've gotten a lot of attention. I didn't realize I know the traffic light is colorful, but I realized that there is been a lot of talk around the traffic lights. You know, sometimes it's amazing me how one day there can be a cry for a need for a bottle, and then the other day we don't seem like we need it, and then when something goes wrong again, then there is a cry for it. But Mr. Deputy President, this is significant, and our wardens, our traffic wardens, are in no way are going to be diminished if we have functioning traffic lights. Mr. Deputy President, you go all over the world and there are traffic wardens. The major work that traffic wardens do on a daily basis is to ensure that our road users use the roadway properly, that they park where they're supposed to or not park where they're not supposed to, especially our bus operators, because you know that they are very active and they can be very vigilant on the road and may find themselves picking up passengers where they're not supposed to. That is what our traffic wardens do most on most occasions. We saw when we had traffic lights, oftentimes when in peak traffic, we used to just shut them off for an hour or two, and we have our policemen facilitate, and then we put them on when things get back normal. But we believe that traffic light is very significant in terms of helping managing our traffic. Then and now, we probably have twice the amount of vehicles on the road. And with the frequency and the arrival of the car boat, it tells you that in the next 5 years, it can become an issue. And so we are invested in this. It's going to be more, it will have cameras. We will aid in persons breaking the traffic. The cameras will also help. So like if you get into a lane that you have to turn, the system will recognize that there is a vehicle there, and it will allow for somebody to turn off. And you know, think about it. We do not have, look at, for example, down at Pandy. We don't have a traffic warden there. We have nobody there in traffic there. And sometimes it's chaotic when you get to that point. Even down at Grenada, down at Food Fair, it's chaotic down there at times. We need traffic light. This is the right thing to do. This is the way to go. This is how it is done. When you have a traffic of that magnitude, there are infrastructure to deal with it. And that is what we are doing. What we are doing is no different. It's not anything. We're not reinventing the wheel. So I just say this to say that we're not going to diminish. A matter of fact, we have plans to hire more traffic wardens going forward, Mr. Deputy President, in 2021. And so you'll hear more about that. Although some traffic wardens called concerned that they are going to lose their job because of some action taken. But we'll have some further discussion on that at another time, Mr. Deputy President. So this is not the time for that. Going forward, Mr. Deputy President, we know that we have special projects where our communities are impacted on the local level. We intend to invest more going forward in the special projects going forward, and we have a $7 million allocated for 2021. Senator Steele, Mr. Deputy President, would speak about the DG4R project, Digital Governance Project. This project is very, very important for us going forward. There have a number of things that would have happened during the pandemic in terms of bringing a lot of inland revenue services online. And probably if it wasn't for COVID, it probably wouldn't have happened in the time frame that it happened. So that those were expedited. To my colleague, yes, there are a number of services that are coming on. The question is, are they coming on fast enough? Probably not. But we are bringing them online. As we build the infrastructure, if you notice what is happening through CASIP, that we have that fiber cable that was laid recently throughout all the islands, all the way up St. Vincent de Lucia and to Grenada. That infrastructure was necessary to provide the capacity for we to develop. We couldn't do, even if we built in the infrastructure, it wouldn't work as how we wanted it to because that fiber cable had us to be laid. So there's a number of things that has to take place in tandem for us to get where we are in terms of our technology and doing things from a digital standpoint. So that is a very significant project for us, and you'll hear more about it. So, Deputy President, I want to move on to transport. I know my time is moving quickly because I need to touch on agriculture, some critical things in agriculture. Transport, you know, we recently passed a bill, the act, establishing a new act for Transport Commission here in Grenada. And this is to improve how we do things. We recognize that there's a need for it, and we'll have more discussions on this as we go forward, as we make more amendments to the act to improve. The board, I believe, before the end of this week, may have the first meeting of the board, if not this week, next week, but it is an endeavor that they have a meeting before the end of the year, Mr. Deputy President. And so there are a number of things that we're looking to work with our stakeholders to help them to improve and train in terms of customer service. We know that we do have a significant population here who are elderly. And I was riding with a friend of mine who considers senior, and he said, you know, Minister, the music, sometimes I can't take it, you know. And they have the big speaker under the back seat, and you can't shove your legs, you cramp up, and you know. So it was a plethora of issues. while a young person may have no issue with that, but remember, you have persons of varying age moving in the public. And I do also hear the concern from the bossman as well, in particular, the issue of the zoning and how we deal with that. We'll have more discussion going forward. But something most important, Mr. Deputy President, we are working to establish a memorandum of understanding to have that stakeholder engagement committee who will be frontal to deal with all the issues that will be scaled up to the board for redress going forward. So I just wanted to raise that as we move forward, but I must also speak about the e-mobility project that we have just launched recently, that we'll be looking at how we can incorporate electric technology, sustainable technology, low emission technology in our transport sector going forward. That is a project that you will hear more about going forward. I must just really and truly recognize the RGPF in this process. I mean, they have been stalwart in the transport sector, working with us. We consult them almost on everything when we have issues with the vendors, and they work with us and they guide us. They're like a silent giant, if I might add, and I just want to thank them. With the National Bus Association, we want to thank them too as well, and the taxi and Port Authority also. As I mentioned, the Port Authority, we are also working to address the Grenville bus terminus. We have that in our sights to have that resolved in 2021 and to hand over to because I know the members from St. Andrews, they are concerned about the incomplete work there. We're going to have those remedies. They are not difficult to do, and we believe that we can have that sorted out, Mr. Deputy President, in soon time. On the implementation, Mr. Deputy President, that has been a subject of our rate of implementation, not only from the ministry standpoint, but from a whole of government. From our ministry, what we have been doing, because we are tasked with a greater significance of the work to be done, we are hiring more project managers, more civil engineers, architect, monitoring and evaluation specialists, roads engineer specialists. We are doing that on two fronts. We are hiring about 12 of our persons who just come back from university locally. So we are giving them an opportunity to engage them. We are doing that. And through the Caribbean Resilient Facility, we are getting a grant support of $200,000 to hire another further 11 consultants to help us with some of those significant projects. So that is one of the things that we are working on in terms of trying to see how we can improve. We are also having training done with the World Bank CDB to have more persons get the training, the export training in terms of the procurement. How we procure from the European Union and how we procure from the CDB is somewhat different. And you have to know what you're doing if you want to move those projects along. So that is one of the areas that we recognize that needs some extra work. So we are moving in that direction on the implementation side, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, just for a time check, I would love to know where I am so that I want to speak a little on agriculture now.
Senator, based on and the clerk will correct me, but I think you have just about 25 minutes left.
25 minutes.
Plus or minus a few minutes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Deputy President, I know that
29
as a presiding officer, I don't know what leeway that you may have, but if there are any savings in time projected, or those that have left any behind, if there is some way that it can be applied to me, I will be very much happy. You have the chair, so I urge you to look to see if that is within your powers.
Well, I will suggest that you have about half an hour left, so use it as best as can.
Thank you very much.
See how it will work.
Mr. Deputy President, agriculture. We are a country of farming. There is not a household who doesn't have something planted in their backyard or front yard on their porch? We are a country of farming. So this is something that we love to do. This is something that we live by. When you go out, sometimes you're driving along the roadway, you see somebody selling 2 or 3 things. Sometimes you have in your fridge, and you still stop and buy. So we understand the importance of agriculture to Grenada, to who we are. And so and there have been a lot of discussion. And for one reason or the other, persons may think that there might be some opportunity to level some debate around agriculture for political or otherwise. And that is fair. We don't have no qualms about that. But the fact still remains that we need to get the work done. And sometimes talking around things or using it, it doesn't go well for the stakeholders. So we have been doing our part. And there are some challenges. And the new Minister of Agriculture, he is very motivated. He's very passionate. And while he may be deemed a jacker, I believe that he has a number of strategic approaches, and he does have support from the cabinet, including myself, who has a significant wealth of background in agriculture. I did agriculture extension, both livestock and crop, for 15 years. So I understand. And it's an area that can, at times you can feel as if you're left behind or you're not looked after. But I believe that what we are doing and what we have planned going forward, we can see a better agriculture future in Grenada. But there are some chronic behavioral issues that we must address. And we cannot do it alone as government. But there must be a meeting of the minds on both sides for us to pass those hurdles. I will speak about those as we go forward. But I think, Mr. Deputy President, the greatest debate is between agriculture and tourism. And I can understand why there is a debate between agriculture and tourism when there is a clear indication that they both need each other. I don't know, I can't understand. They both rely heavily and even equally on each other for survival. The people who come to our shows, they need to eat. And rightly so, and it's organic fruit they want. They want the best. And we have it here. And of course, when farmers produce, they need an avenue to sell their produce. And so, by the private sector, with the support of government, investing more in the tourism sector, expanding the tourism sector, is only creating more demand. That is what is happening. It's creating more demand, more market opportunities. I am certain that the persons who have contracts with those hotels to supply on a weekly basis, now those hotels are down. Now you do not have a steady revenue stream. And Mr. Deputy President, this is a strategic approach that can leverage the financial institution by saying, look, I have a contract with this hotel facility who has guaranteed me to buy X amount of produce per week at X amount of money that will be generated, so you can show some certainty in your revenue. And that is what the challenge is, Persons working in agriculture, in the sector, cannot show certainty in terms of revenue generating to convince the financial institutions that they can pay every month, meet the installments. And so by having that strategic partnership with the sector brings that level of determination, brings that level of certainty. So if anything, tourism and agriculture need to have more conversation. They need to have more contracts, more MOUs. They need to have more discussion, plenty more. So I think that debate about one giving priority to the other, I don't think that there is a clear understanding of what is happening. By creating, expanding that sector, you're actually bringing, instead of having to export fruits to tourists outside, we're actually bringing them here, which will cost you cheaper to get it to the consumers. You don't have to pay shipping. You just drive to the hotel and you deliver. So I think there is a whole misconception on this approach. And I think no one should be demonizing either or the other, but there is a clear opportunity that this is a long-lost family who should come together and reconciliate and to see how they can benefit from each other, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, in terms of major focus going forward for 2021, and I really want to touch on some things. Investment in agriculture, we speak about the feeder roads already, and I wouldn't go back on that. Pretty larceny. Mr. Deputy President, the amendment that we made to the Pretty Larceny Act is significant. It's significant in terms of fine-tuning how persons treat with produce, as in particular source up. I think this is significant. And from what I understand, that the ministry is looking to see how they can extend that to CMOS. CMOS, right now, the cultivation of CMOS is growing, and the United States has the biggest demand for it. So there are significant opportunities there. So we are looking to see how now we can bring in CMOS into the Pretty Larceny Act to also protect it under this. So that is a measure that has been discussed right now, Mr. Deputy President. So I just want to mention that. In terms of the marketing board, we understand that the marketing board has significant challenges. But, Mr. Deputy President, it's not only the marketing board. Our commodity boards, GC and GCNA, have historically had challenges as well. But we'll talk about that more going forward, Mr. Deputy, as we look at the whole issue of transformation. So in terms of transformation, MNIB must be refocused. They must change how they are going forward. And the Minister for Agriculture have signaled that is the intention. The discussion of all stakeholders, including Farmers Association, we're going to find a way to refocus marketing board to focus on what it was initially intended for, to provide that conduit for farmers to get their produce to a market, a reliable market source. Mr. Deputy President, training. And yesterday, my colleague representing agriculture spoke about training and CVQ. But Mr. Deputy President, the National Training Agency together with SIAP trained 12 persons at level CVQ level in agro-processing, Mr. Deputy President. That was done. So I want my colleague to know that happened. A further 36 persons were trained in sweet potato flour production using solar technology, Mr. Deputy President. So I just want to correct some of the response that my colleague made yesterday in terms of the CVQ, to let him know that we are doing that. Training was also done in terms for the agro-processing, what type of equipment to use, production, the quality control, design, facility layout. So all that was done. Mr. Deputy President, also research and development is taking place in root crops and breadfruit flour production. Those research is taking place currently, Mr. Deputy President. I just wanted to highlight that as well. In terms of the issue of our import bill, it's somewhere in the range of $300 million. We believe that the investment that is taking place on both on the private side and on government side, we can get it done. We can get it done. And you see, Mr. Deputy President, this thing is strategic. You have to be strategic. I hear my colleague member for farmers on the other side indicate a number of suggestions. But, Mr. Deputy President, this goes further than suggestions. You need to have a plan. You need to have a plan. You need to know what is it that you are targeting, why we are doing this, what we expect to get when we do it that way. If you don't do that, you'll be shooting birds in the sky. Trust me. trust me when I tell you that, Mr. Deputy President, I've done this before. I know you have to be specific. You have to know what you're targeting. You have to look at everything, look at the market. And you have to get your farmers in line. They have to understand what is it that we're trying to achieve as well. So we believe that we can get this done. Significant work has been done by the Livestock Division to see how we can resuscitate. We have the abattoir. There's a significant upgrade, a grant support of $220,000 US for the upgrade of the abattoir in Maribor. And so we're hoping to, unfortunately, we couldn't have it done this year because of COVID, but we're seeking to have it done in 2021, Mr. Deputy President. Poultry, the two farms, the two new chick farms that are coming on stream. And yesterday when I hear the member speak about 35,000 birds consumed monthly, I was like, that's not a lot. I mean, from what I know, you know, you go by a farmer and he has about 5 or 6 tunnel ventilation pens, and each pen have 100,000 birds, and you have 2 or 3 guys managing that. You know, so Deputy President, it can be done. It can be done. We have persons who are investing on the private sector side, and we'll give them a necessary support to make sure that we get it done. Hey, you have a tunnel ventilation, fully automated pen. You're alone doing that. Water come on, the blinds go up, if the temperature go up to get too hot. You have your feed silo, it automatically runs the feed. I mean, it's easy. You could probably even operate it from your computer in your office. There's cameras inside, everything. So, Mr. Deputy President, we are moving in the right direction. These two facilities, if they're coming stream successfully, they can account for a further 20% in poultry meat production in Grenada. Currently, all other poultry production accounts for 10%. So we're looking at a 30% cut in poultry production. Well, adding to taking out that in terms of imports, Mr. Deputy President. So, Deputy President, the tractor service. And I really want to touch on this because this seems to be a challenging issue for our farmers. The Minister of Agriculture have recognized this as a significant issue. What happened, government, we've been having some significant challenges in terms of providing a reliable service. A number of it stem from an overworked machinery, poor handling of the equipment at times, unreliable service, and in some cases, pilfering of the maintenance parts. Sell it off to other persons. It happened, Mr. Deputy President. Those are some of the challenges that government had to deal with. So government took a decision and said, look, let's take that service away from us and commercialize, give farmers an opportunity, we give them concessions, let them bring in tractors and provide the service among themselves. For some reason, Mr. Deputy President, there seem to be some challenges for other farmers. I think the issues surround the cost of the service. So it affords us an opportunity to relook this. It's something that we are very, very concerned about, because if farmers can't afford to do the primary tillage, then obviously it will impede on their cultivation. So we need to look at that. And so we recognize that, and we give a commitment to address the issue of the tractor service. So, Mr. Deputy President, I would thank you very much for that. Youth in agriculture, Mr. Deputy President, we spoke a lot about that. And the Youth in Agriculture project, we're looking to get some support from the Carriacou Development Fund to the tune of $4.3 million to move this project forward. This project will provide support and training for persons in terms of marketing and also in terms of financial support for persons to understand how to manage business, prepare businesses, things like that, Mr. Deputy President. A number of support in terms of towards the development of agriculture in Grenada through the eyes of young people. Because while we may do things a particular way, our young folks, they see things differently, and they can find strategic ways of doing things differently. So whatever intervention that's going to be done through this is going to be through through the eyes of our youth based on where we are, Mr. Deputy President. Our government has allocated $300,000 next year to commence work on this Youth in Agriculture initiative. As I continue to say, this is not a government-alone initiative. We expect the Farmers Association to also make interventions, indicate to us where they see opportunities, where they see challenges. We expect those interventions, and we look forward to those feedback, Mr. Deputy President. So this is not a government-alone initiative. So I just want to mention that. There was a discussion about succession planning, Mr. Deputy President. I want to touch on that too, because the ministry have been planning and have been working on that. Currently, in training with the support from FAO, 20 new extension officers are currently in training, doing their associate degree 2 times CC. Mr. Deputy President, that will complete in 2021. So I just wanted to correct my colleague and let him know that we are working in this area. Also, the NTA to conduct a customer service training with the farmers, to meet the farmers' needs, to conduct that training for farmers in customer service. The Farm Labor Program. Mr. Deputy President, we have not outsourced the program. I just wanted to correct that. The program have not been outsourced. What had happened is that in terms of efficiency and effectiveness, the government engaged a former extension officer. They gave him a contract to coordinate the program, but the program have not been outsourced. So I just wanted to correct that, so my colleague to understand. All right. So the person who was contacted, the coordinator, he worked closely with the ministry in terms of ensuring that the Farm Labor Program was implemented successfully, and this saw in excess of 442 farmers receive service through this. Mr. President, I just want to make a clear note, and there is this talk about not investing in agriculture, and it seems like there is a diminishing interest. Now, this particular program, Mr. Deputy President, in 2019, we spent $300,000. In 2020, we spent $1.3 million, increased from $300,000 to $1.3 in 2020. And in 2021, we have budgeted 1.5, Mr. Deputy President. So you see, we are investing more in our farmers. I just wanted to make note of that. I think that is significant to revert that miscommunication in that regard. Mr. President, so much to say in so little time. Well, we're doing some work in bananas as well, as we have 9,000 bananas propagated. We're trying to see how we can resuscitate that sector, and we look forward to that project going forward in the new year. Mr. Deputy President, I want to speak a little bit on the whole issue of cannabis has been a topic, frontal topic as well, and government has given its position on that. Much more minutes?
You have 10 more minutes, Senator. 10
more minutes. Thank you very much. Have been frontal on that issue, and so I want to just say that we continue to work, and instruction has been given to legal affairs to consult with various countries and to come up with a draft to see how we, as Grenada, there have been a number of consultations going forward. There are going to be a lot of programs and discussions on this going forward, but we just want to signal to the public that it is coming. Those discussions are coming, and we are tending towards having this done, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, I want to move to fisheries because it's important. It's very important that I touch on these things, Mr. Deputy President, because my colleague representing the farmers and the fishermen, they need to hear what is taking place. And Mr. Deputy President, we know that fishing is our most successful export commodity, our fish product. I know that very well. I too, Mr. Deputy President, when I have spare time, I do go play around with the fishes as well. So I just want to signal that I enjoy fishing. I do. It's one of the good things. So, Deputy President, we have the the insurance facility. COAST is an insurance facility through that we're looking to provide support for that sector. If there were to be some challenge, natural disaster, that persons in the fishing sector can get benefit through our insurance facility. Government of Grenada have made paid their premium, and of course, you can say we are covered from an insurance standpoint for 2020 to 2022. And what happens thereafter, those discussions will continue. But for the next 2 years, we do have that facility to access if any of our fishing vessels fleet got damaged through natural disaster also, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, we have through the Japan International Cooperation, and I really want to touch on this because my friend spoke about the issue of the ice, and ice is an issue. And the Japan International Cooperation, we have, Mr. Deputy President, a project to the tune of $3.8 million to be implemented early in 2021. And I would like to speak to the scope of this project. And the first scope of this project, ice making machine for ice production to be installed in 8 fish markets throughout Grenada and Carriacou. So we have 8 fish markets will be equipped with new ice machine. And they'll be also getting some other stuff like pressure washers, refrigeration trucks, platform scales, light towers. The lighting towers, Mr. Deputy President, that lighting will be done, will be placed strategically in those fish markets, because you know when the boats pull up there, there's no pilfering with the engine and people gas and the fishing equipment and stuff. Does be still. So we believe that if you have light, it will be act as a deterrent so that persons wouldn't come and steal the fishermen gear. So that is part of the project. Also, VHF radios and other equipment will be part of that project, Mr. Deputy President. The second component of that project, Mr. Deputy President, will deal with the sargassum. Sargassum is a major issue for the St. Andrews area, and a number of equipment will be supplied through that project. Excavator, tractor, a boat, special boat, trawl nets for collecting the sargassum, beach cleaner, machinery for harvesting the sargassum on the sea surface, and dump truck. So this is a significant project to treat with the sargassum, and my colleague in the Ministry of the Environment must take some credit for the work that they are doing to secure this support, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, we are even going further, and there is a clear opportunity for the sargassum, processing the sargassum for sale in New Zealand. New Zealand has a high demand for sargassum seaweed, and so we plan to work with the coastal community to see how through the CRFM institution to see how we can get this project off so that Grenada can start exporting sargassum seaweed, processed sargassum seaweed to the New Zealand as a revenue generation and also eliminating a problem that we have here, Mr. President. The Nature Conservancy, Mr. Deputy President, they are working with the Subies community to establish a locker room facility for the fishermen there, equipment storage, and a jetty, a small jetty for that community. They will welcome that very much. You know, you'll see them selling the fish along the roadway to the tune of 900,000 EC dollars, that project to treat with that. I spoke about the CMOS already, Mr. Deputy President. So those are some of the things that I wanted to touch on quickly. I believe I might have about 7 more minutes, Mr. Deputy President, so I'm moving on. So, Deputy President, I wanted to touch a little on sports. Yeah, a little on sports. And just to say that we have been doing some significant work on refurbishing some of our playing fields, the Willis playing field, the Limes playing field, just to make sure that we have those ready. We have, but yes, and where we're looking to also do some lighting going forward in 2021, Mr. Deputy President. You'll hear more about that. Mr. President, we Progress Park, we construct nets there as well, play nets at Progress Park, Mr. Deputy President. the Cricket Association in St. Andrews had really welcomed that facility. They had asked a long time for that cricket practicing net there. And we know St. Andrews have cricketers on the West Indies team right now, and so that will be good for them for practicing, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, I want to touch a little on just a couple feedback from my colleague, Senator Sincere. I think it would be good to help update the House on, in terms of clarity and for a better understanding. I think that is what we're here for, and I think it's important that I do that. And in terms of the resident for the head of state, this is a priority project for the government of Grenada. This project is going to be done through a BOLT initiative. Currently, the designs for the restoration of the residence is on the way. Just recently, as a couple of days ago, we have in discussion with the prospective BOLT providers in terms of having that facility done as quickly as possible. So that is ongoing, as well as the House of Justice. Discussions are going at the drawings. They are under consultation with stakeholders now to look to see that we have the right number of courts and things like that, and where the courts are placed. So that is taking place as well. There's a discussion around the fire station, Mr. Deputy President. I'm very happy for those feedback, because I recall when I was at a town hall meeting in the South, I did spoke about the fire station, but I spoke basically to what was coming in the South and didn't give a full disclosure on the entire project. The project involves a new police headquarters and a fire station. Because the fire station is going where the police headquarters is going where the fire station site is currently, so we have to relocate the fire station. But a fire substation will retain in St. George's. A minimum of 2 fire engines will be at the police headquarters to service the town. So there will be no vacuum of fire response in the town. A matter of fact, we are currently right now working to have a fire substation at the St. David's police station. There's a building that we have done for renovation for the fire substation, and a new fire truck for St. David's is on its way. So we are not minimizing that. The objective, what we are trying to do, is to ensure that we have fire response in every parish. That is what is going on, Mr. Deputy President. So I take responsibility for not giving the full disclosure, because the reason for that is that the discussions regarding the police headquarters are still ongoing as to what the final configuration will be like, whether it'll be a 3 or 4 story building, whatever the case may be. So there are some discussions going on there, but we'll hear more with that as we move forward, Mr. Deputy President. So I just want to speak to those developments, just for clarity. All right. So, Deputy President, I think I may have exhausted my time. That bell sung like a final bell. That's how it sung, Mr. Deputy President. So I just want to thank this honorable House for an opportunity to present on my ministry and these portfolios, Mr. Deputy President. My only regret is that I could probably do it another 20 minutes, just in the interest of the nation and the House for more clarity, because I know I would have liked an opportunity to speak on some labor matters as well, and to highlight the work that workers are doing in this pandemic as well. So maybe a little later on I'll get an opportunity to speak on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. And before I invite the next senator to speak, I just wanted to say to the members that the President apologizes for his absence because he's caught up in some other work issues that certainly demands his time. So hence my ascending to this chair for this morning's session. But he is expected to be here sometime this morning to take over his rightful place. Also, to remind members that when you're doing the debate, if there are certain parts of your ministries that you haven't covered, you can always ask another senator to cover for you if you run out of time. But so you get the opportunity to say what you have to say and to educate and inform the public therein as to the areas that is of concern. So I just wanted to remind members of that, and also to let them know that the time that was allotted by the President continues as is, and everybody will have their full share of time. Thank you. Senator Noel?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. I rise to respond to the 2021 estimates and revenues. But before I move along, I just want to take the time out to thank the President yesterday for extending some courtesies towards me to have to leave the little emergency and so on. Yes. So, Mr. President, I just want to begin. I'm guided by the Holy Scriptures, Proverbs chapter 11, verses 14, which reads, "For lack of guidance, a nation falls, but victory is won through many advisors." And as you know, that's from Solomon. I was thinking of Solomon, who wrote the Proverbs. And he himself was, despite we tend to think about his people as religious people and so on, and we have to remember in ancient time these people were rulers, kings and so on. So he himself would have understood politics as well as religion. Mr. President, let me start by saying that in terms of we as from the opposition side of things, talking about the documents and the way it was sent, I know the opposition leader made reference to it and so on. I too electronically was sent. That's how the documents were sent to me. And you know, with glasses and all that kind of thing is a problem. If we would have preferred having a written document, which would have been possibly one of those where we could actually read and make highlights, have notes, and so on, and that type of thing. I would have preferred that. And I would be able to peruse and so on, able to go through the document, make my little highlights and so on. And based on all the research that was done from our side, nowhere in the Caribbean, we found out that the budget document was sent electronically. Most of them were printed documents in all of the countries we looked at. Also, the actual budget speech, we ended up getting the speech probably about a day or two after the actual presentation. At least I got mine a day or two after. Let me just refer also to the Governor General's thrown speech. But before I do that, while I'm on the Governor General, some things were mentioned on the other side yesterday as though people were attacking the Governor General. This is not the case. Since this is a money motion, we were just discussing the budgetary aspect as it relates to the office, not the Governor General personally. So let me make that abundantly clear. We were just discussing the budgetary issues, financial issues, which concern the nation budget as it relates to the office. The residence, and not the office of the Governor General. So make it clear. Deputy President, I remember being here when the throne speech was presented, and we sat on this side, it was the Senate. The members from the Law House was on the other side, the opposition leader was on the other side there with the members of the House. And we sat, I remember moving a motion and all that, and so on, during the throne speech and all that stuff. But when I went home and I looked back at the audio and so on, or what was presented on the media, I thought it was a bit of a gross disrespect in terms of the opposition. Because the reason why I'm saying that was, well, from the side of the media side. Because the reason why I'm saying that, Mr. Deputy President, over the last 7 years, I think, we haven't had official opposition in this country, which is something of significance. And opposition is part and parcel of the process. Opposition is key in terms of the efficiencies in government, and is part of the governmentality, Your Majesty's opposition. As I listened not one instant that the media people spoke about the fact that there is an opposition, and there is an opposition leader, and there is opposition senators, and so on. Not once. Imagine 7 years without opposition, official opposition. And not once. They spent the whole entire ceremony, Mr. Deputy President, glorifying the other side and talking about things on the other side, and so on, and so on, and so on. And I thought that this should be mentioned, and it is important, because opposition is key in a democracy. And it is part of, which I already mentioned sometimes already, saying that it's part and parcel of checks and balances in government to bring efficiency in government, scrutinizing, preventing things like corruption and abuse of power and so on. It is relevant. And while I'm at that, I'm reminded of a great philosopher that I like very much. His name is Heraclitus, one of my favorite philosophers. One of his doctrine is that everything is in a state of flux.
Senator, I don't want to disturb your flight this morning, but I just want to remind members that the debate is on the budget, and I would like us to focus more on the budget. I will give you a little room, but I want you to bring your attention to the budget and the documents that were presented on the budget and debate that. So I just want to guide that we get focused on that and not stray. Yes, I'll give you a little latitude, but I just want to remind you to stay on focus. Right? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Deputy President. I was just finishing up there, and then move on to the just one. So I was just mentioning the Heraclitus, who mentioned things about everything is forever changing. One of his doctrines mentioned, which is mingling of opposites, and opposites is what really matter, and therefore strife and conflict and so on is important, which brings some level of harmony at some point in time. So hence the reason I'd like to mention Heraclitus here, as you look at opposites as key to everything. If you have weaknesses on one side, that is like a stabilizer. Things are not stabilized. So let me go into the substantive point in regards to the budget, Mr. Deputy President. I have noticed that in the 2021 budget, the 2021 budget is larger than the estimated budget of 2020. Mr. Deputy President, the estimated budget for 2020 was $1,146,010,705. The 2021 is $1,232,670,049, an increase of 7.6% in total revenue. If revenue is falling, Mr. Deputy President, then why are we finding more money to spend? That is the problem. Moreover, total revenue and grants in 2021 is $917 million. In 2020, it was estimated to collect over $1 billion. So in other words, Mr. Deputy President, 8.7% decline in revenue and grants. But we are spending more than we are collecting. And just wanted to put that on notice, that we have to be careful, very careful with this kind of behavior. We need to be more prudent in our spending, especially at a time where monies are very hard and difficult to come by. We have to be prudent and be very careful with our spending. We should be more prudent in our spending to prevent us from returning to the days when we were spending more than we were collecting. Because, as putting on notice, that it had happened before, and we need not go back to those sad days. We need to be reminded that before the 2013, the economy fiscally was overspending, which pushed the country into what we call the structural adjustment program. Remember back then, under the George Ignatius Brizan, we were on the structural adjustment program. When members of the other side at that time would not have been the exact same people, but the same political party then were chastising the government then for the structural adjustment. And here we are today, this very same government have to bring in the very same structural adjustment program to stabilize things. We do not want the government to use the COVID experience to lose his focus on the importance of fiscal sustainability and the importance of the remaining fiscal prudent. Because if we continue like this, Mr. President, we will end up in the same boat, which will mean all the years of sacrifices that we have had will be reduced to naught. And we always keep on hearing about sacrifice and sacrifices and sacrifices. And every time it's the poor, ordinary individual, poor man, ordinary man that have to feel the brunt of the pain where these sacrifices are concerned. The man who is with the big salary and so on, and the people on the higher echelons, doesn't necessarily affect them much. It's the ordinary poor individual that have to feel the pinch and knows the pain, as people are hurting today in this COVID situation. I understand that here there is a need to relax or suspend certain provisions of the fiscal responsibility law. I understand that well because of the situation that we are in. But we ought not to be reckless during this period in going out and look for loans which will be added to our national debt. We have to be very careful about it. However, Mr. Deputy President, we must not use this COVID period to incur debts that will not add value and overspend in areas where there is a high level of inefficiency. In other words, I'm talking about wasting funds. This is not a time to be wasting funds and monies around where monies are difficult to come by. We have to be careful with that. People are struggling and people are hurting. We need to spend money where it needs to be spent, as well as putting money in people's pocket so that they could live. We do not want the sacrifices made during the structural adjustment program to be reduced to naught. And want members on the other side to realize that. Because if we are not careful, this government can go on a spending spree, and we're hearing some members on the other side talking about this is not an election budget and so on, and people are saying it's an election budget. We don't know. But things are happening, and the possibility exists. We can't tell when there would be an election or not. The Prime Minister has the power to call election whenever he chooses. And at the same time, you know, when election come around, government and politicians tend to go on a spending spree. And spending spree to try to create jobs, extra jobs, where in order to get votes for people, for the political party. So we have to be mindful and be very careful of that, Mr. Deputy President. I know that traditionally politicians will spend excessively to win votes, and the Fiscal Responsibility Act was passed to prevent that from happening. So we have to be mindful of it. You know what? In other words, Grenada is supposed to be a fiscally prudent because Grenadians had made sacrifices. Mr. President, during our history, during the last 10 years, we have never spent more than $230 million in implementing capital programs. Even Hurricane Ivan, Mr. Deputy President, even during Hurricane Ivan, we haven't spent that much. Now the government is proposing to spend $305 million in capital projects, and we have never spent more than $230 million, even when things are good. So we have to be careful, Mr. Deputy President, in going forward of how we utilize these finances and so on, putting the other side on guard, that they need to be mindful of that, and the public need to be mindful of that also. And as far as I remember, Mr. Deputy President, in 2005, we spent $163 million. In 2006, we spent 271 million. Those 2 years, and understandably so, that those 2 years were to build back our building stock because the infrastructural damage and so on was significant after Hurricane Ivan. And what an important point here is that during that time, we had the assistance and so on, with the remittances were coming from the United States and other countries, Canada and England and so on. Remittances play a major role in the Grenada economy. And every time it seems as though the remittances and the Grenadians in the diaspora continue to bail us out and assist and play a significant role in this economy. This time around with COVID affect the world globally. The fact that COVID affect the world globally, the Grenadians in the diaspora are also affected. But yet still, we are seeing people by Western Union and so on and MoneyGram still being supported by family, whatever the little that they could do to support people in less fortunate in Grenada and so on, or just families in general. However, in 2020, we had no Ivan, but we are looking now to find $350 million to finance capital projects. That's a stretch, in my view. Do we have the ability to implement such project, Mr. Deputy President? Or are we trying to break a record in 2021? And if we want to break a record, are we prepared to break such record when we know our implementation rate has been below expectation and when our implementation rate has been unsatisfactory? It will be impossible for Grenada to implement 305 million worth in capital project, in my view, Mr. Deputy President. Let me just look to the side of revenue. And I would say any economy that is fiscally challenged, government is expected to be creative, proactive, and flexible in devising revenue measures. But on page 13 of the budget speech, the Minister of Finance said, and I quote, "There will be a strong drive to collect tax arrears." During this period when business, unquote, during this period when businesses are losing income, Mr. Deputy President, how are we going to collect these taxes? Businesses are struggling right now. People are losing jobs, and my view, I don't understand how difficult it is. It will be a difficult thing to collect taxes. Is it the intention to bully the private sector to pay back taxes on the individuals? Where will the money come from to pay those taxes, Mr. President? During this period where cash is minimal and business activity is low, the government is prepared to knock on doors to the private sector, individual and firms to find monies to pay taxes. Is this a case where our back taxes are huge? And if our back taxes are huge, what were the tax agencies doing all these years? It reminds me, I know we passed a bill, I remember, in Parliament, which is the tax bill. Is that what that is intended to do? It reminds me of the days of the Roman Empire, when I heard the tax collectors and so on, when they were using the big stick and beating people to pay the Roman government taxes. Actually, the Roman Empire, most of its wealth came from this exploitation, exploiting the other areas in the world to get rich. Is the government prepared to garnish the account of individuals and firms to seize the properties of individuals and firms? Are we talking about totalitarianism? Or maybe back to the days of the revolution where a man can pay, he just seize his property and lock up a man, this type of things. What will the strong drive to collect tax arrears, Mr. President, Mr. Deputy President? I was expecting to hear that the Minister of Finance talk about reduction in taxes rates, for both individuals and firm, which is necessary to stimulate the economy, because people will be given what you call talking about a high disposable income. And we often hear that all over the world, where when you have problems, economy is shrinking. You usually hear about stimulus package and so on. The more money you put into people's pocket, the more it generates, it actually injection into the economy, which would bring the economy back to some level of expediency. Let me look a bit on wages, Mr. President. And I'm asking the government to pay the public workers its 4% increase that is legally due to them. Mr. President, you are aware that the morals and the motivation, the morals and motivation level of our public officers are low, which means we're talking about low productivity as it stands now. We have to change that. The docking of the 2 years ago continue to affect the education system. Workers in key ministries were asked to withhold or postpone the 4% that is due to these workers, will create a greater worry within the public service. How will they take all this frustration? They will walk to rule, they would go slow, and they would frustrate the public sector. They would frustrate. So we need to look into that. I think that is important. When we look into infrastructural development, Mr. President, Deputy President, and infrastructure development was number one on the list in terms of the allocation of the budget, estimated budget, which is $133 million, 10% of total expenditure. Number one. And I'm appealing to the government that they need to fix the roads. I haven't seen any major project in terms of the infrastructure where roads have concern since this government has been installed. I'm in the Grenada area, looking from Grenville to St. George's. Nothing has been done. Not even the widening of one corner of the road were done. Just patching here and there, patching here and there. Not even the widening of our corner over Grenada. And again, on the western side, we still have this. Imagine since before I left Barbados to return to Grenada, this thing happened. With the diversion of the traffic going up inside. Can't remember the name of the village up inside. Florida. Imagine that. That's madness. They haven't fixed. You understand? And we're talking about major roads on the country. Major roads still undone. So we're talking about where infrastructure is concerned, Mr. Deputy President, these things need to, because the truth is, we have more vehicles in this country. And the truth of the matter is, which means if we have more vehicles, then more taxes have been paid. The fact that people bringing in vehicles and so on, then they're paying the tax revenue, more revenue. Driver's license, more drivers, they're paying the and vehicle inspection fee, and so on. All these things are considered. So the government is making enough money to fix this infrastructure. Again, the truckers, the truckers. And when we talk about petrol, we have one of the highest petrol tax in the country, in the Caribbean. So the mere fact that we have one of the highest petrol tax, it means therefore the government is collecting a handsome revenue in terms of taxes where petrol is concerned, with more vehicles being on the road. And again, I have to talk about the busmen where the busman is concerned, because this come up lately. The busman is contributing significantly to the development of this country. Significantly to the development of this country. And you will find a busman every day, or probably twice a day, collecting petrol at the gas station. So the taxes that he pays to the state in petrol is significant. And the bill that just passed with the commission and so on, imagine that we omit the busmen to having a representative on the commission when we change from the board to the commission. They should be considered because they pay a significant contribution to to the development of this country, Mr. Deputy President. I'll look at ICT as well, Mr. Deputy President. In allocation, it was about number 5 in terms of allocation of funds here. And then again, this ICT is shared among other areas, which is to do so, that is not, they wouldn't get the full amount, because you have the national security, public administration, and so on, youth development, disaster management, they all have to share from the same thing. I would also like to encourage the government to identify the initiatives and to modernize the public sector. We can't stay in the backward state. We need to modernize and become computerized and so on. And at least I would like to congratulate the government or the Minister of Finance for his proactive action there, where he's ensuring Grenadians that they can pay their fees through online, which is a good thing. Paying fees online. And this is also good in the situation that we find ourselves in now, because where COVID is concerned, and the long lines and so on, and we're talking about, we just had a spike. It is better to pay online than to get yourself infected by going in these long lines and so on, and people and so on have to try to avoid crowds and so on. So this is a good initiative here. Also, where gender is concerned, just want to say that there's a social issue there in my view, where gender, or what we could call probably gender equality, we have to be careful about that here, because we're looking to generate much of our income through the construction sector, and like we say, infrastructural development and so on. So we have to be mindful that the majority of construction workers and so on are usually men. Say 90% of construction workers are men, which will be involved in the construction industry. So we have to be careful and ensure that we have proper plan in terms of vulnerable females and so on. We have to look into that. That should have been should be considered. In the area of sports, number 10, which is right at the bottom. And sports, sometimes we take it lightly, and I know at this time, which is COVID, we tend not to focus too much on it. But sport is important in terms of mental health, again, is important for people to release their stress and so on. So we need to get back and we need to commit ourselves and get sports going. Depends on the type of sports, is another thing, cricket and so on. But I remember years gone by, I think I was overseas when that happened, listening the intercall games when a former Minister of Sports from Trinidad was here commentating. He came to Grenada. I think his name is Anil Roberts. I think he's a former Senate. Was a former Minister of Sports in Trinidad, but now opposition senator. And he was talking about if Grenada invests and the talent that we had here, or we have, that if we happen to have one Olympic champion, that the benefits that he would bring to Grenada. Because he was talking about the fact that we stressed on tourism, the free advertisement that we will get, and the free publicity would be significant for this country. And I happened to look into some research around the time of Kirani James and so on. I was about to write a little article on it, which I found out that the amount of people, actually watching the games, and Grenada name being mentioned so on the flag and so on is significant for publicity and so on, and advertisement. And then we're talking about the network, which is MSNBC, ESPN, and the others. And even more than that, where people tend to share these things around on WhatsApp and the social media and so on, the significance behind it. And that's why sometimes I say we miss the boat to a certain extent because of the fact we had Kirani James there. He gave us another medal, the Olympics after. And I say, why the government didn't invest seriously in some other athletes, even if they had to pay them, to ensure that we will have a 4x4 Olympic team. Kirani James being the superstar at the time by himself. Imagine Trinidad and so on, and all these other countries had 4x4 teams, and we didn't have 4x4 team. I think the Ministry of Sports should have seriously into it to ensure that we would have had a 4x4 team. So that is it for sports. But in terms of economics, let's not miss out the economic aspect. I think we should get back together. All the stakeholders involved should put all things aside and get back to the drawing board, because sports is important. And in terms of there is also an economic impact towards sports as well, because you have vendors and so on, and the village, in terms of the village sports, people will be able to sell and so on, and make their money. Some people, that's how they live. Their daily livelihood is based upon these things. So we have to be considered seriously. Let me look at agriculture, Mr. Deputy President. In agriculture is number 9, almost right at the bottom of the table, in terms of the allocation of expenditure, $18 million, which is just 1.5% of the total expenditure. When in my view, it's just a drop in the bucket for important industry as the agricultural industry. I noticed on the news, I've seen the Trinidad government is talking about $1.1 billion to agriculture. And on top of that, $500 million given on top of that. And then the economists, one of the economists in Trinidad and Tobago is saying that is still not enough, Mr. Deputy President, for agriculture. When I heard the reshuffle and so on, and I heard the Honorable Peter David was put into the ministry, and people come tell me, oh, that demotion and so on. I was saying, no, I didn't believe in that, foolishness. I thought that Honorable Peter David, they say he's a go-getter man. So I say he would be a man to able to drive this economy and so on. But when we see $18 million, I mean, how much you could work with that to really revamp the agriculture industry? It's like a speeding top in mud. Well, we are at the bottom. Right. So the government have defended at some point in time, or they put monies there and it's spent in other ministries and so on. And in my view, again, is it a disguise? Because we've seen other monies are allocated to other areas. It's like they're hiding it all over the place and then saying that it would actually it's still an agriculture project. Let's put everything in one. Let's identify all the agricultural areas that need development and put all the monies in the agriculture sector and give one budget for the agricultural sector rather than putting it all over the place. Mr. Deputy President, I remember in my maiden speech, I spoke about at length the importance of the agriculture sector. And in my view, I believe it should be one of the main pillars in going forward. All the exports that I'm reading up on during the COVID and after COVID and now are talking about for the Caribbean in terms of development. Agriculture is should be the main pillar going forward. I have been on what we call the television and radio and so on, talking significantly about agriculture. I myself is a farmer, involved in nutmeg, cocoa, cabbage, and tomato and so on. So I know where I'm coming from. The truth about it, Mr. Deputy President, the farmer is an economically independent individual. He feeds, in my view, he feeds the nation. He creates his own job and then creates employment. So he employs other people. He produces a commodity and sells it for a price. So in one sense, he's an entrepreneur. And in my view, that type of venture is even better than the businessman in Grenville or St. George's in a store. Because the farmer is producing a commodity from scratch and sells it he produces, whereas the businessman in the shop is engaged in buying and selling. So this is important. And that brings me back to, I saw the Senator Cox talking the other day about the international airport and so on. It's good to see that they're going in that direction. Talking about storeroom and so on for produce coming in and going out and so on. Apparently, seems as though the other side starting to get the message and the importance of agriculture as going forward. Because I did say in one of a speech here that sometimes we miss the point. Sometimes people tend to think that the international airport was only designed for tourism. And I made the point, I like to read it, and people might, sometimes I usually quote the former Prime Minister here on it, because the airport was not just designed just for tourism, for agriculture, tourism, among other things. That's why, let me just quote again the former Maurice Bishop, former Prime Minister, which was one of the biggest projects undertaken by the revolutionary government at this time. And he said, this international airport is an ancient dream of the people of our country. This international airport project, as we see it, is the gateway to our future. As we see it, is what alone can give us the potential for economic takeoff. As we see it, can help us to develop the tourist industry more, can help us to develop our agro-industries more, and can help us to export our fresh fruits and vegetables better. And I made the point in my maiden speech, the importance of the airport. And some people tend to be gone on a trajectory only focusing on tourism. And I heard a member on the other side made the point about, like, if we trying to make the point to say that we shouldn't have a tourist industry. I'm not talking about destroying the tourist industry. We're talking about the more the merrier. The more industries we have, the more pillars we have in building the economy, is better for the country. More revenues coming in, Mr. President. And I hold the point that the fact is agriculture, we're talking about food security, especially in this time. The food import bill, as just mentioned, over $400 million. 350, okay. $1 million, and so on, which is going to cut down on costs for the government, cut down on significantly, and monies could be used elsewhere, and people would be benefiting from projects and so on. I also made the point, I hear a lot about it now, making the point that agriculture is linked to the other sectors. I'm hearing my members on the other side talking significantly about that too. It is linked to health. It boosts the mere fact that you produce your own food. Eat what you grow what you eat. Remember those things. We'll have a healthier population. The fact that we have a healthier population means, therefore, that we have a higher productivity. It will boost production, Mr. Deputy President. And less burden on the health system, in my view. So the excess money that have to be spent in health, with people always visiting the health facilities and so on, would be reduced significantly. Tourism, and as I just said, I'm not talking about destroying the tourist industry. Tourism is needed. Almost every country have a tourism sector. But we cannot have a tourism, Mr. Deputy President, without having an agriculture industry. Where are the tourists going to get their food? From the United States, where they come from? Makes no sense that they're visiting us. The agriculture sector and the farmer also is linked to business, because in a sense he's a businessman, because he sells his produce to the supermarket and so on, to the vendors and so on, and to the marketing board. Well, we know the marketing board, as just mentioned, has issues there which need to be fixed significantly, because they cannot be competing with buying over to just sell and compete. They should be actually taking care of the farmers, pay proper prices for in terms of the produce that the farmers sell to them, as well as I'm advocating to the marketing board should set up a depot or one of the areas in the area of Grenville. The fact that Grenville is the agricultural belt. In the days of the revolution, I remember, I think we used to call it the PFU and so on. I think they should set up an area there where the farmers could sell their produce in Grenville rather than have to travel all the way to St. George's to sell their produce, and then have to go to the office in the middle of the town to collect their monies. Something should be done pertaining to that, and so on. Importantly, again, manufacture. This is the big one here. I thought more money should be allocated. We haven't seen anything much at all to be allocated in terms of manufacturing. Because this is the way we cannot continue to be selling our raw materials like in the old time days. This is the modern age. And we have to significantly invest in manufacturing and agro-processing. And we did it before. We did it before. So appealing to the other side to seriously invest in manufacturing where we could produce a final product rather than selling raw materials and getting little or no monies in return, which we're talking about value added. Also, Mr. Deputy President, I'd like to talk about a little bit of the cannabis industry. And I think the government should see into that. I know they jump on board now talking about it. Let me give the honorable leader of the opposition credit for that, because he's been talking a lot, even when he was on the other side, about the cannabis industry. I remember listening to him, and nobody, talking and nobody listening on the other side. And I remember the Prime Minister then talking about over his dead body. And I was saying, what kind of progressive thinkers is that, And I was seeing it myself. Now look, we are the last. Almost all the other countries in the Caribbean move in the direction of the cannabis industry. We are talking about Trinidad, decriminalization and legalization of marijuana. Antigua, Barbados and so on is going in that direction. It is a lucrative, St. Vincent, yeah? It is a lucrative industry, Mr. Deputy President. The cannabis industry can hit 130 billion based on my research, in the United States by 2020. Based on my research, that the amount of money could be made, in the United States, the total economic impact of legal cannabis sale increased from 38 billion to 46 billion in 2019 to 106 billion to 130 billion by 2024. And I just mentioned the fact that the opposition leader had significantly speak on these issues before. And we just imagine, I'm seeing in the budget just $10,000 in terms of research for the cannabis industry. In the salary for two people. In $10,000 in terms of cannabis research. And we're talking about a billion dollar industry, monies to be made from this significant thing. And again, I must make the point for the Rastafarians and so on, who is part and parcel of the fabric of our civilization and this country. I think it's an injustice to them. I remember Prince Nana or Ras Nang, appealing to the government, not even the audacity to even allow them to use the marijuana in their rituals and in their service and so on. Not even that we had passed any law to give them the authority to move in that direction. Nothing of the sort. I haven't heard much about him lately, and I'm not certain if he's sick, but I remember him speaking a lot about it and appealing to the government for those things. Again, the poultry industry, we say, we have $20 million or maybe more that maybe, and so on, which will help to decrease, again, the food import bill, which would cut back on spending and spend in meaningful way in other ministries, Mr. Deputy President. Let me just speak also now and move on to tourism and transport, and see is number 8 here, and $19.3 million, 1.6 of total expenditure allocated to the industry. Again, let me say that this industry is a highly competitive industry. All this talk about tourism from a Grenadian standpoint, Grenada is far behind in the way tourism is concerned. I lived in Barbados for maybe about 11 years, and sometimes you see about 9 to 8 jumbo jets on the ground at the same time. So where tourism is concerned, we are way behind. And the place is so designed for tourists. You in Grenada, you have a pedestrian crossing, hardly paint, speed bumps, no paint, and so you're just supposed to know that there is a hump there and you have to stop. The place is not really designed for tourists. Again, when you travel, you're talking about the pricing. In certain countries, you see the US price, the Barbados price, and EU price, and so on. Most times in Grenada, sometimes you don't even see the price, much less for the EC price. All these things that should be considered in a tourist industry and trying to move in that direction, Mr. President. I'm also making the point that there are other countries that are far ahead in this industry than we are, which we're talking about Antigua, Barbados, St. Lucia to a certain extent. So when we're all talking about tourism, like if we number 1 in the Caribbean, is Jamaica. I didn't mention Jamaica. I also want to make the point, Mr. Deputy President, that it is important that I think the fact that it is a highly competitive industry, I think it is good that we tend to create something that is different from the other territories. And one of the things that I think about is a connection with our history, which is to do with our revolutionary history. Like similar to Jamaica is doing to Bob Marley and so on, and that type of thing. I am thinking that we should have something like what we call a war museum. A war museum. I know most of the governments, I don't know what is the problem that they tend to hide, not like anything to do with the revolution and so on. It's part and parcel of our history. It's already gone. We have to embrace it. So I'm appealing to the government that going in the direction of having a war museum where people could look back and see some of the things that we would have had here to remind us of the revolution, and not just remind us, but most countries that had revolutions would have war museums. I'm talking about North Korea, the United States, all over the world, there are war museums. And it could be connected to the tourist industry. Remodeling or rebuilding even our army camps. I wrote an article some time back where I was talking about rebuilding or remodeling the former revolutionary leader residence and bring it back in the state that how it once used to be, even the room or the bed where he was under house arrest and so on, all these things where tourists could visit and all that type of thing. In Jamaica, I remember the Jamaican government remodeling the Bob Marley Land Rover. They went as far as Ethiopia to get parts to remodel, put it in a nice little showcase and have it there. So tourists, when they visit Jamaica, they could look at the Bob Marley Land Rover. Also, there is the Bob Marley Museum in Jamaica, where people tend to always visit on those sites. This is important. We could look into those things. And they also remodeled the house, the old house where the philosopher Marcus Garvey once lived. They remodeled the old house where he used to live. Again, talking about that. Even in Barbados, the house where Rihanna used to live is considered to be a kind of historical thing in Barbados as well too. And Rihanna is still a young person. So that is just to show how important the tourism, how these links could be made in terms of the tourism. Again, we need to look at the TAMCC and look into the curriculum seriously in terms of training youths geared for the tourist market. I remember the hotel tycoon speaking at a TAMCC graduation ceremony talking about the TAMCC should move in that direction to train people for the market. Because what is happening in the tourist market in Grenada, we are not benefiting significantly. Because most of the high-end jobs, he was saying, are going to expatriates, people from coming overseas. And we in Grenada, the citizens are getting the lower-end jobs, Mr. President, Mr. Deputy President, in terms of the tourist market. But, Mr. President, I must say that in terms of the loan to upgrade the airport, where tourism is concerned, and I am one that believes in modernization and development. Well, let me make that abundantly clear. I make that abundantly clear. I believe in modernization and development and so on. I love that. But I'm saying, Mr. President, the timing, I believe the timing isn't right for this loan right now. Given the circumstances, we should put the monies somewhere else, in some other development where people could benefit, because I can't see tourism bouncing back in the, let's say, distant future, maybe between in the next 2 to 3 years. We should probably heavily invest in manufacturing, and other sectors, put these monies into something else. Let me go into rural development, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And in terms of rural development, what I'm noticing, yes, there are some developments in certain parts of the rural area. I'm seeing a little bit of it. I'm not satisfied, though, in terms of money spent in the rural areas, because Grenada happened to be a highly centralized country, where almost everything is in the city areas, and we need to decentralize the development. And because the country cannot reach its full potential in terms of economic potential if we continue to be too decentralized. What is wrong with different towns and so on competing with each other for economic space? Nothing is wrong with that. So I have a problem. And one of the problems is it seems as though, to me, that there has been a total neglect and abandon in terms of St. Andrews. I'm seeing it appears as though there's a clandestine approach to pauperize the whole of St. Andrews. Because what I'm seeing, when you take a good look around, Mr. President, I'm seeing in St. David's, I'm seeing some projects there. Maybe a massive housing project. About $2 multi-million hotel development talked about there. And other developments, there's another development on the other side, and so on. And some road development. But, let me look at St. Patrick's again. St. Patrick's, I'm seeing some here. We had the Breakwater project, $1 million project being done there. 2 multi-million-dollar hotel project, Deliver Hotel project coming on stream they're talking about. I think 2 or 3 housing projects. The multi-million-dollar road project, I think from somewhere from Tivoli into St. Patrick's. I think that monies were received from since in the other government period. And again, in St. Patrick's, Mr. Deputy President, I'm seeing about 4 or 5 playing fields, talking about playing fields that are properly lit, lighting facilities and so on, in St. Patrick's. I'm happy for that because they are our sister parish. But, Mr. Deputy President, in St. Andrews, imagine that, the big parish, with 4 ministers of government, 4 constituencies, with a population of so much, only 1 proper lighting facility. Not with somebody just mentioned Progress Park not too long ago. Not even Progress Park have a light. And Progress Park at one point in time when we had the games, the intercall games were held in Progress Park. and not even the progress pack was lit. Well, let me say that there's some things I see that's happening, which is good. I applaud, because in my area, seeing an upgrade, some work to be done on the Mirabeau abattoir there. I'm happy for that, but then again, that's minimal jobs will be created there, because it's small project. Mirabeau water supply, I've seen some project there for that too, small thing. And then again, seeing the Grenville Commercial Complex project should be on stream. I would appreciate, I hope that they're moving in that direction with it, because, and like I just said, Grenville, there's nothing happening in Grenville over the maybe last 10 years or so in terms of development. But then the point is, we raised some question here in the Senate some time back about the flooding in Grenville. So are we going to build before we fix the flooding problem, or is it, we need to know the situation? Because you're going to go and build, and then we still have a flooding problem. So how are you going to deal with that? And then I'm hoping that the government really keep to its word on this Grenville Commercial Complex project, because in the past, this very same government who had plans to develop the market and so on, and the bus terminus and all that, putting up a billboard in Grenville, and it almost happened. It almost happened before the government did anything to, another government came into office and spent just about 4 years and was able to build these infrastructures, despite they made changes and so on to it. They made little changes and so on to it, maybe wrong or right, but it was done. So that is just to show the gross disrespect, and I hope the people of Grenville is listening. I also want to speak, the Mirabeau Hospital to me, again, is a concern. Because I look in the estimated budget to spend what was approved for Grenville is $3 million, to this Princess Alice Hospital is about $3 million, and as compared to the General Hospital, which is $43 million. And I understand the General Hospital will follow up a big portion, which is the General Hospital. But look at the difference. $3 million against $43 million. Even Monge, Mr. Deputy President, more monies are allocated to it, $7 million to the Monge Hospital, and they're talking about a mega $3,000 to the Princess Alice Hospital in St. Andrews. In my view, I consider the Princess Alice Hospital a transshipment point, because people just go there, they get maybe get checked, and they have to be, when something is serious, they have to be sent to the General Hospital and so on. And the important point is that the Princess Alice Hospital supports the population, a large population, which is to do the Grenville population, St. Andrews in general, St. Patrick's, some parts of St. David's, and certain parts of St. John's. So people in Cloger and so on, it depends on, depends on the time things happen, the time in they would just come through the, what you call the mountain area there, which is Windsor and so on. Just come through Windsor and come to the Princess Alice Hospital. So this hospital is catering for a significant amount of people. I am saying, Mr. Deputy President, a single ward in the General Hospital, imagine that. A single ward in the General Hospital is better equipped, better structured and managed. A single one in the General Hospital have its own registrar, imagine that. And just one registrar in the entire hospital in Princess Alice Hospital. 3 consultants, specialists and so on, 3 house officers, and 3 interns. That is a ward I'm talking about in the General Hospital. One ward. And the entire Princess Alice Hospital is lacking that human resource. No intern, no consultant, only 6 house officers. No, imagine, not even a hostel. The hostel was damaged since during Hurricane Ivan, which was in 2004, Mr. Deputy President. And up to this day, and part of, I think, the doctor house as well. Well, up to this day, nothing has been done in terms of rebuilding the nurses' hostel. Nurses coming from far away and so on, having to, the bus situation in that area. No labs. Well, now we have an X-ray. That's something the government tend to take credit for. We have an X-ray department up there, which was really donated by the Benjamin Foundation and so on. And some work was done through the PAHO and so on, through the PAHO. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy President, I'm making a call to all like-minded Grenadians, patriotic university grads, and ordinary people, all intelligent people, the government needs all bright-minded people to come on board, all conscious hearts to take this country forward into the future, and stand strong to bring this country, bring it to a better position that it is in today. To you, I humbly oblige.
Thank you, Senator Noel. I would want to suggest to members and the leader of government business that we take one more presentation, and then that will take us probably close to 10 to 1, and then we could break for lunch. Yes. Senator Cadet.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, I rise in this honorable House to support the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 2021. But before I dive into the substantial issues of the budget presentation made by our Honorable Minister of Finance and made in this honorable House by our Leader of Government Business, Mr. President, 2020 can be deemed a lost year. We have faced so many challenges this year, and I think it is only fitting, Mr. President, that I commence my presentation expressing gratitude, one, for making it through so far, and to the people, Mr. President, that contributed to us, Mr. President, being safe, secure this year, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to start by first expressing my sincere gratitude to our frontline workers. Mr. President, they are the real warriors, the real heroes, Mr. President. And Mr. President, they have gone through so much. Despite the risk, they have provided us with so much. They have ensured that the risk, Mr. President, they risk their life, they provide the life-saving support, and they ensure that they protect this country. Some of them, Mr. President, in the earlies, couldn't have seen the families. And some of them in the earlies could not have seen the family, the children, because of where they work at the time. And Mr. President, we are safe today because of them. And Mr. President, I want them to know, if I could stand here today and give them a million thank you, I would do so, because they truly deserve it. It was. Mr. President, I also want to use this opportunity to express my appreciation to our Prime Minister and his team, Mr. President. Mr. President, they have ensured that they keep this country safe, secure, progressive, and stable. Mr. President, I cannot speak, Mr. Deputy President, I cannot speak what life would have been under a different leadership. But under this leadership, Mr. President, I must say that I'm extremely proud of how they have managed the situation. When you look across the world, when you look at how different countries have dealt with this virus, Grenada have done extremely well. You look at the US, you look at Jamaica, you look at the UK. Mr. President, before the last couple of days, we were ranked I think, number 2 in the Caribbean, second to Anguilla, and 41st in the world. This is because, Mr. President, the leadership is doing an extremely great job by providing the resources, putting the right team together, and ensuring that they put all that is necessary to ensure that we have a very safe country. And so, Mr. President, I want them to know that I am, and many young people are extremely grateful for what they have done in the management of this crisis. Mr. President, despite the challenges, we are here to debate another budget. And this also is possible because of the hard-working public servants and the team at the Ministry of Finance. Mr. President, I also want to express my gratitude to them, because even during the time of the pandemic, Mr. President, they worked hard. Salaries was paid on time. Mr. President, the stimulus package, they put that together, ensure that most of our vulnerable individuals who are most affected got their stimulus. Mr. President, I want to thank them. I want to let them know as well, Mr. President, we appreciate their efforts. I also want to congratulate as well, at this point in time, the Minister of Finance for a well-executed maiden budget presentation. Mr. President, I wish him and his team the best in 2021. Mr. President, before I go further as well, as I'm standing here, I also want to welcome my brother, Honorable Roland Bain, Roland Bola, sorry. I just want to welcome you, Mr. President. Mr. President, he can be noted as one of the most successful Minister of Agriculture that we have. Also one of the most successful General Secretary in the Caribbean and by virtue of the Western Hemisphere. And I want to thank him, Mr. President, for taking the opportunity to come in, to enter in this honorable house and represent the people once more, Mr. President. Mr. President, the young people. Again, Mr. President, I want to express my appreciation to them. Mr. President, young people has been through a lot this year. Prior to 2013, I know there was this common phrase, been to hell and back. Mr. President, we have been through hell and back in 2020. We have gone through a lot. And yes, Mr. President, while you have, COVID has affected all sectors of all group of the society, the youth demographic, Mr. President, has been disproportionately affected. And Mr. President, yes, you may say that based on the science, that young people are less at risk to the severe consequences of the COVID virus. However, Mr. President, this pandemic has caused severe social implication, and young people have suffered a lot. Mr. President, the pandemic did not only affect our jobs or the prospects of our employment, but it affected our education, training, and our mental well-being, Mr. President. In fact, Mr. President, it is actually noted that we are the lockdown generation. We are actually called the lockdown generation because we are one of the first generation to experience a lockdown of this magnitude. And yes, Mr. President, we have been totally affected. Mr. President, when you look at some of the stuff that we have went through this year, when you look at the sectors that have been affected, the tourism sector, Mr. President, these sectors have employed significant amount of young people. The construction sector, significant amount of young people, Mr. President. And it's no surprise, Mr. President, that our economy has contracted by 12.2% because this pandemic had serious impact on the key sectors that was driving economic activity. So, Mr. President, we feel the weight of this pandemic. But what I believe has happened, and why I'm so proud of our young people, is because, Mr. President, they did not give up. Our young people are very resilient. And while, yes, we were affected, we stand strong, and we remain to fight another day, Mr. President. Mr. President, our young people, Mr. President, the young people, we believe, Mr. President, that the government has managed this crisis very, very well. Mr. President, despite the challenges that we have faced, what we have noticed, Mr. President, that the government did not cut any of its opportunities or allocation that they have made for young people in 2020. None of it was cut. Mr. President, when you look, the money program continued. Training programs continued. Scholarships continued. Tuition assistance continued. Mr. President, we are extremely grateful for this. Had it been another period in life, I can remember, Mr. President, we normally have the discussion about the performance of the economy in 2008 to 2013 and post-2013. And Mr. President, while having the conversation, you will hear people say that in 2000, between that period 2008 to 2013, that the reason why we have done so poorly is because of the financial economic crisis. And while, Mr. President, you may say, well, post-2000, prior to 2008, we had Hurricane Ivan and Emily. You will hear the rebuttal comes that we got millions of international grants, so that doesn't really count. But in 2008, it was the worst financial crisis that they have ever faced. No time in Grenada history we have faced such crisis. And they used that for the reason why salaries could not have been paid, why young people have to be sent home from the Imani program. They used that as the excuse why we had negative growth, Mr. President, for 4.5 years. But, Mr. President, I think the discussion is now level now. Because now in 2020, we are faced with a crisis. It's not that we want to have a level discussion, we want to have the crisis just for the sake of having a level discussion, but to show the difference in management of a crisis and what leadership does, Mr. President, when it comes to crisis. Mr. President, under this leadership, in 2020, salaries was paid on time. Salaries was paid on time in the time of the worst economic crisis you have faced in history. The last time we could ever remember facing a pandemic was in 1918. None of us was born, Mr. President. A pandemic of this magnitude. 1918. And yet, Mr. President, some experts say that this is far more severe than what was faced in 1918. Mr. President, what we faced is the most severe economic crisis when our reduction in revenue has been down by $132 million. $132 million we have a shortfall. If you look at our taxes, personal income tax compared to 2019, in 2019 we collected 70.8 million. 2020, we expected to collect 63.6 million. All our taxes, our main revenue earners are down. Inland revenue, 18.4%, we're down by that. And customs, 15.6%. And yet still, Mr. Deputy President, we managed. Yet still, Mr. President, we're able to meet our basic commitment to our workers, to our youths, and Mr. President, we ensure that we keep this country safe and secure. And Mr. President, this is highly commendable because, as I said, Mr. President, this was no easy feat. When you look at some other Caribbean countries, it was very difficult for them to manage. Some of them could not even provide stimulus package. And this was because, Mr. President, not just because of the management in terms of the person who is there now, but the policies that they implemented. the policies that they implemented. I remember the last debate that we had. There were mention about why are we rushing to get that debt to GDP ratio under 60, because we are 10 years ahead. And we always made the point that we don't know what the future may hold. And look now, Mr. President, we are faced with a crisis. And yes, the debt to GDP has increased. When you look at the increase, Mr. President, it is manageable. It is just 9 points over the 60%. And I'm very certain, Mr. President, once we get this pandemic under control and we get back into fiscal management of this country, very well, it will be done in no time. So, Mr. President, we think that the management in terms of 2020, yes, Mr. President, while it has been very difficult for us young people, we believe, Mr. President, that the government has done extremely well. And I commend the government, we commend the government for a job well done. Now, Mr. President, facing this situation in 2020, we're now looking forward to 2021. Now, the Honorable Minister of Finance made his budget presentation on the theme towards Vision 2035, recovery, transformation, and resilience. Mr. President, I love this theme. I love it because it is quite simple and very easy to remember. I've looked at the themes over the years. I looked at the theme in 2020, again towards Vision 2035, empowering our youth, communities, growing our economy, protecting our environment, strengthening our institution. This is well as well. But the 2021 theme is very concise, very easy to remember. But, Mr. President, this theme needs to be taken into context of what we want to achieve in 2021 and where we want to go. Towards Vision 2035, what does that mean? Mr. President, the National Sustainable Development Plan that we have laid on the table last year clearly outlines the vision for Grenada to 2035. It says, Mr. President, Grenada, a resilient and prosperous nation with a conscious and caring citizenry, promoting human dignity and realizing its full potential through sustainable economic, social, and environmental progress for all. Mr. President, this is the vision for Grenada. By 2035, this is what Grenada should look like. The vision the government, or we have, for Grenada for 2035. So, Mr. President, what is noticing with the budget? It is not just a response, but it's also preparing, or it's in planning, it is in sync with its long-term vision, which is Grenada, a resilient and prosperous nation by 2035. And Mr. President, Mr. Deputy President, the young people believe that this vision is quite fitting. We are part of the consultation, and we believe that this vision represents us very well. Recovery. Mr. President, that's why I said the budget needs to be taken into context. Because here, recovery is referring to, Mr. President, of the crisis we have faced. We first need to recover. And, Mr. President, there was a number of areas that was recognized for recovery, which I will speak to later. Transformation. Mr. President, while recovering and in the process of recovering, we have to transform the economy. The pandemic has revealed so much, and we have to transform this economy. And yes, Mr. President, we have to ensure that our economy is resilient to We need to be able to bounce back. I'll be prepared to face further shocks. It is because of this thinking, Mr. President, we're able to deal with this pandemic very well. So, Mr. President, when we look at this theme, we feel extremely hopeful. This budget, Mr. President, we believe is one that gives us hope. And Mr. President, when we talk about hope, I know normally people like to use this phrase, which hope you're referring to? The hope before or after Mackey, because it depends on the direction they're coming from. But this hope we are referring to, Mr. President, is hope that things will get better. Hope that the economy will recover. Hope that we will transform this economy and provide more opportunities for our young people. The hope, Mr. President, that this economy will be resilient to further shocks. And Mr. President, again, what makes us very hopeful? Because you could have these plans, you could have these ideas on table, and that's it. But what makes us even more hopeful is the fact of the team that is spearheading this process. That's what is important. The team that is spearheading this process. So, Mr. President, this team is an experienced team, as I mentioned earlier. We went through Ivan. We have rebuilt an economy post-2013. I remember, Mr. President, post-2013, Mr. President, the debt to GDP was 108%. This team, Mr. President, brought it down last year to 56.7%. Post-2013, the unemployment rate was over 40%. This team, Mr. President, brought it down to 15%. So, Mr. President, we are very hopeful. We are very hopeful that we will recover and we will transform and this economy will be extremely resilient. Mr. President, I now turn to the strategic areas which I have just mentioned, but I'll spend some time on recovery. Mr. President, the Minister of Finance named a couple of sectors, note a couple of sectors that will be looked at for recovery. Areas such as agriculture, infrastructure development, private sector development, tourism, and tertiary education. Mr. President, Mr. Deputy President, we believe that these areas are, looking into 2021, are valid, have well thought through, and they definitely are the sectors for recovery. Mr. President, when you look at agriculture, for example, and first, Mr. President, I want to take this time as well to congratulate the new Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Peter David. Mr. President, we're, from the side of the young people, Mr. President, we're extremely hopeful that he will do an extremely good job, noting from his experience in foreign affairs and his track record in getting things done. So, Mr. President, agriculture. We hear so much about agriculture. Our agriculture senator spoke at length yesterday at areas in which we can better improve the sector. And my friend, my good Senator, Mr. Noel, also spoke about agriculture. He states himself as being a farmer. Mr. President, the 40 million that is invested in, that is allocated for agriculture this year, we believe as young people, Mr. President, when looking in the context of the budget, is well acknowledged. Mr. President, young people believe in agriculture, and this pandemic has taught us a lot. It's taught us that we need to produce our own food. It has taught us that we need to reduce our food to input bill. Mr. President, but it's not about the allocation. And I heard my dear friend speak about it's not enough. But it's not about the allocation, because you could do more with less, although it's not less budgeted. But in context of you wanting more, you could do more with less. And Mr. President, what we think about agriculture is simply this, is that while agriculture is an extremely valuable sector, as a youth, Mr. President, looking into the sector, we believe that it is lacking cooperation. And that is significantly affecting the sector. And I heard you yesterday spoke about the fact that the struggles that they have to, in terms of forming a cooperative, they need 11 persons when sometimes they have 4 good individuals. And maybe, Mr. President, we could look at that going into 2021. But I believe cooperation needs to be sought when looking at agriculture. Mr. President, not just from the perspective of you will have a better coordinated system in the production, but also in the ability to access more finances from international agencies. In fact, I was scrolling through social media the other day and I saw that, I think it's the Northeast Farmers Association, and they got some funding to do some project in terms of bees. And Mr. President, this is what more farmers should seek to do in the farming sector. If we can have this sort of cooperative that exists, it can solve a lot of the challenges that they face. And government doesn't have to get directly involved, because a lot of those international agencies do have funding to address some of those problems. And we are actually getting some at this point in time, because I've also heard Honorable Senator Sincere spoke about no grants for agriculture, but Mr. President, the budget speaks to a lot of grants for agriculture. We spoke about the AgriCom. We spoke about the SIRE project. The AgriCom, 10 million, and the SIRE project providing grant support for young people. Mr. President, we believe that in 2021, as more young people is moving into the field of agriculture, this is very much important. So I'm hoping, Mr. President, that the farmers in 2021, with your help, Senator, that they will form themselves into cooperatives and help with the production. Mr. President, the Minister of Agriculture also stated that in 2021, it will be the year of production and cooperation. So definitely, Mr. President, once this is the initiative in ensuring that we have some level of cooperation in the sector, I'm very certain, Mr. President, we could at least, maybe not next year, but by 2022, we'll see a significant reduction, maybe, in our food input bill. Mr. President, the Youth in Agriculture project. Again, Mr. President, this, I believe, is an excellent project. Mr. President, young people involvement in agriculture is important, not only because of our energy, but also because of our knowledge. May I say our updated knowledge, our savvy nature with the technology, and our entrepreneurship drive. We believe, Mr. President, coupled with these things, Mr. President, with existing knowledge, we will make a difference in agriculture. But yes, we have our own challenges. We face significant challenges in terms of the drawbacks, in terms of getting access to land, in terms of finances, in terms of sometimes cooperation, trust, maybe. Because, sometimes, Mr. President, some of the senior farmers don't trust you. That's a serious thing, something that exists in the farming situation. I had my own experience, so I can speak from it. Try to help, and it doesn't work sometimes. And I know you spoke about getting young people involved with helping us, but some of them doesn't want it. I've tried. I've had my own experience, Mr. President, where I went in to help, and it turns out to be a great disaster. Yes, you start helping, it start going smooth at first, but as soon as money start flowing in, nobody knows you again. And so, Mr. President, we have to ensure that there is some support. But, Mr. President, the government is ensuring that young people in farming is a reality. It's a known fact that the average age in agriculture is about, what, 60? It's about that. It's about, I mean, we have a situation where you have more senior farmers than young people involved. So in what you're really seeing here, Mr. President, in time to come, if we don't take drastic actions, that you may have no farmers at all. And so, Mr. President, the Youth in Agriculture project, we welcome that. I heard you also spoke about government shouldn't go to the cutting up of the lands, because you think that would be in one of the failed policies of Sir Eric Matthew Gary. Mr. President, but under the Youth in Agriculture project, I know that we're looking at the estates. And I think that is something that the existing estates, like the Granby Estate, Laura, Grand Bacolet, Pointsfield. Mr. President, these are some of the estates that I believe, Mr. President, put in the hands of young people can improve the production. And so, Mr. President, I think this is important. I also want to stress, Mr. President, on the strengthening of our 4-H club. When we're talking about youth in agriculture, it's not just the youth between the 20s, the 30s, but we have to look at another demographic of youth, which we call the adolescent youth. And we need to look at strengthening the 4-H club. Mr. President, the 2021 budget is clearly states that the 4-H club will be a priority in 2021. And when we're looking at the 4-H club, Mr. President, I want us to look at agriculture, as Minister Cox said, from the eyes of the youth. You don't just go teaching them yes, we love the traditional stuff, but there are new ways now. The technology is there. You have the smartphones. You have the drone technology. You can teach them about artificial intelligence, programming, and how it syncs with agriculture. How can a software engineer find opportunity in the agriculture sector? How can a graphics guy see agriculture as an opportunity? Mr. President, because a lot of these things now is marketing and presentation. Our farmers don't have the time to sit down and learn Canva and learn Photoshops and this kind of thing. This is from our young people. So therefore, Mr. President, I believe, Mr. President, when we're looking at youth in agriculture, these are the things that we need to look at. And the fact that government have noted that 4-H club will be a priority in 2021, Mr. President, I'm very hopeful that we will get some of these things done. Mr. President, when also talking about agriculture, I want us to also look at hydroponics. I haven't heard that yesterday, though. But, yeah, I think I heard aquaponics. Yeah. Hydroponics is very important. And again, this will excite the young people involvement in the sector. And I know, Mr. President, we are building a modern greenhouse. I know we're doing that in last address, and I commend the government again. But, Mr. President, as our population continues to grow, whether it's naturally through birth, artificially through immigration, I believe, Mr. President, what we're going to have happening is you may have a reduction in the productivity of your land, because you need the same land space for housing, for development, for roads, etc. Mr. President, that's a known fact. Whether that may not be the case in 2021, obviously, but it may be the case by 2030, by 2040. So, Mr. President, we have to think outside of it. And I think the government is already doing that. So, what I'm proposing, Mr. President, is the fact that we need to see hydroponics as a way in which we deal with food security in producing organic food, good quality food, infusing the technology again with agriculture. And this can be done easily through one of our fiscal policy, through one of our CBI projects, where an investor can get in and invest in the hydroponic sector. And Mr. President, I'm very certain you will see significant interest among young people in the agriculture sector. Mr. President, a simple example is to look at Netherlands. Netherlands, just the size of Connecticut, is the second largest producer of food in the world. And that is simply because of the hydroponics technology, the greenhouse technology. And I think, Mr. President, this is the route, I believe, Mr. President, this is the route that we need to go. Mr. President, I want to turn to fishing. When we speak about agriculture, Mr. President, usually it encompasses fishing. In fact, when you look at the statistics throughout the region, I think fishing comprises about a quarter, or just about 33%, just over a quarter, 33% of agriculture production, because it's usually combined. Mr. President, I think, Mr. President, when you look at the budget, government focus is to not just sustain the fishing sector, but also to boost our fishing production. I'm happy to notice, Mr. President, that we will be financing the marine protected areas. It's the first time I've seen it in the budget, $80,000. And this will go a long way. Mr. President, marine protected areas are very, very important, Mr. President, to maintain our fishing stock. And not only for the fishing sector, but even as a revenue generator, it is very important. So what does this mean for young people? Young people are also keen about the environment. They're also keen of the fact that in the years to come, with the rise in sea level, climate change, overexploitation of our fishing resources, that many of us would not benefit from these things. And here, Mr. President, in the 2021 budget, government understanding that this cannot be business as usual, investing a sum of $80,000. And Mr. President, why $80,000, some may say, is a small amount in terms of the management of the marine protected area. But Mr. President, a lot of this funding can come from grant support, because there are a lot of organizations that are willing to fund marine protected areas protection. When you look at marine protected areas throughout the region, or throughout the world, about 80% of the marine protected areas is ineffective. It is called paper parks. It is ineffective. And I believe, Mr. President, what we have noticed, because we have how many established marine protected areas? We have Grenada, we have Molinier, we have Woburn, we have the oyster bed, Sandy Island in Carriacou, we have established the liver, we have about to establish liver and guava. Right, so we have a couple marine protected areas launched and to be launched. So basically almost our entire island will be covered with marine protected areas, very similarly to Bonnet, where they're generating significant resources through the marine protected areas. And Mr. President, I consider that foresight. And this is really keeping with the theme of Towards Vision 2035, ensuring that we have sustainable economic, social, and environmental progress for all. And I commend the government for this. Mr. President, the blue sector is important, and this is the fishing sector. It is very important. And when we talk about the blue economy, sometimes fishermen sometimes feel that they're out of the discussion, because they sometimes feel it's mainly about tourism. But it's also about incorporating them in the discussion. And I want to commend the government again, Mr. President, for ensuring that they deal with the sargassum situation. Mr. President, I remember I think it was sometime last year. No, actually this year. I was in one of the shops in Grenville, and one of the young fishermen said to me, Judd, one of the young fishermen said to me, he said, Judd, you guys neglect us in Suez because this thing is killing us. But Mr. President, know what the government has done? We have established the beach wardens. That is now, when the sargassum comes on the shore, it is being cleaned. And Mr. President, I must commend the beach wardens because they're doing a fabulous job. They are maintaining and ensuring that our beaches remain clean and safe. And Mr. President, I know that sargassum seaweed has significant, while it has value, but if not done properly, if left in the water, can have serious ecological and health issues. And so, Mr. President, I also see this as a step in the right direction. Because government have to find additional resources to deal with these things. These are monies that can go into more training, healthcare, but these are not man-made stuff. It's a natural, well, it's caused by climate change, which are anthropogenic, but it is having a significant effect on economies like Grenada. But we have to do it because it's for the betterment of our country. So, Mr. President, that is my perspective on agriculture. I believe it is a sector that will see a rebound in 2021. I believe that the government focus on it as a recovery pillar is right. And I believe with the view of the Ministry of Agriculture, the fact that, Mr. President, that we see it as a year of production and cooperation will yield significant benefit for our young people. Mr. President, infrastructure and development. Mr. President, this budget can be termed a capital budget. You see that $305 million is allocated to capital expenditure. But, Mr. President, when we're looking at the budget, you notice that it is not loan that is financing the budget so much. It is grants, mainly grants, that is financing our capital projects. If you look at the total sum of the grants, 59.7% of the grants is coming from the National Transformation Fund. Mr. President, I must give government credit for that. Because, sometimes we get a lot of lash about citizenship by investment. Some term it selling passport, selling our birthrights. But, Mr. President, if you look now, what is bailing us out now is the funds that is in our National Transformation Fund. The funds that is coming in are coming from CBI. And I think we need to start having the discussion seriously on citizenship by investment. A lot of countries struggling now. Some of them don't have CBI. And even those who have CBI still struggling because, Mr. President, of how they use the funds for recurrent expenditure, paying salaries. What we're using the CBI funds for is a capital expenditure, investing in the economy, providing more opportunities for our people, and uplifting the social standards. Mr. President, this, I believe, Mr. President, is great foresight by the leadership. Because they could have used this money to do so many different things. Mr. President, I remember a time we have passed, I'm sorry for calling you Mr. President so much times because I'm such accustomed with saying Mr. President. But I know as Deputy President, I have to say Mr. Deputy President. But Mr. Deputy President, the investment in our capital expenditure, the investment in the capital projects will generate significant amount of jobs for our young people. Mr. President, when you look at the budget, about 51 projects was listed with the expectation to create 4,500 jobs. Mr. President, let's look at it again, the context. You have a situation that the pandemic has caused a lot of young people, or a lot of people in general, to be out of jobs. Our construction industry went down. Our tourism industry went down. And Mr. President, the question is, how soon will it restart? Well, it's looking like it will start, there will be a resurgence soon, because we're not having conversation about a vaccine. But government has an obligation to the people, to provide opportunities for the people, to provide hope to the people. And Mr. President, with the investment, the large sum of allocation that will be pumped in our capital projects will generate significant opportunities. And Mr. President, I just want to speak of two projects. And really, I'm sort of being biased here because I'm from St. Andrews. The Grenada Commercial Complex and the Simon Cultural Center. I heard my dear friend Noel spoke about no investment for St. Andrews. But Mr. President, we have listed. And I think the commercial complex, Mr. President, we welcome that. We believe that this will have significant benefits for the people of St. Andrews. I understand this commercial complex will house many government buildings. And so too, Mr. President, it means that it will have, it will bring some level of efficiency in its operation and save many of us the time, Mr. President, that if we need certain things, we have to come all the way to St. George. So I think, Mr. President, this is extremely welcome. The Simon Cultural Center, Mr. President, I will expound on that when I reach sports and culture. But again, Mr. President, this will generate significant opportunities for the people in the rural parish and the rural communities like Simon, the Pearls, the Paradise, and even neighboring communities. It will generate some interest. And you'll have great excitement. We'll have a lot of shows returned there. Hopefully, maybe we can remove Soca Monarch from St. George and bring it up in St. Andrews, which will generate significant economic activities for our people as well. So the return of the Simon Cultural Center is extremely welcome. And Mr. President, as someone from St. Andrews, Mr. President, I applaud the government for taking the initiative to bring it back. And I know Honorable Bola will extremely be happy for that because I know he started the process of that in terms of ensuring that the Simon Cultural Center return to the village. So, Mr. President, again, this, I believe, is significant for many of our young people because when you look at this, it's showing that there are a lot of opportunities to come and a lot of opportunities for our young people. Mr. President, I just also want to touch on the private sector investment. Mr. President, when you look at the private sector investment, Deputy President, when you look at the private sector investment in 2019, compared to it in 2020, you notice an increase of 3.7 billion. In a time of a pandemic, you're seeing an increase in private sector projects. So in 2019, you had the total sum of private sector projects was about $2.3 billion. And in 2020, moving into 2021, the total sum of private sector projects is $6 billion. Mr. President, it shows, Mr. President, that people are seeing the progress that we are making in Grenada. And showing that our economy is stable. Yes, it has contracted. But when compared to others, Mr. President, we still are doing well. And showing that we keep this country progressive and stable. It's very peaceful. People are looking at that. And we have a very sound government. Mr. President, you don't find those combinations very easy. Yes, you might find peace, but the government sometimes not so sound. There are a point in period in our history where we had those things. Very clearly, I can remember, especially the period between 2008 to 2013. I mean, yes, there was not, obviously we didn't have much crime, but the government was not good at that time. So, Mr. President, what this means, Mr. President, although most of it, when you look at it, is tourism related, but it also will generate hope to our farmers and Minister Cox spoke of it very well, of marrying tourism with agriculture. So let's look at the project in St. Patrick's. I think the value of that is about, what, 2-point-something billion? $2.1 billion. So, Mr. President, the project is built. That will generate significant resources, first to the community. You have to employ people there. In the construction phase, Mr. President, from what I understand, they've already started hiring locals. And much more to be employed because the project has a long way to go. When the project is completed, you need to even in the process of building, because you still have some of the workers that came from abroad who still have to eat. And obviously the local shops, the farmers, the community will benefit. And when the project is built, you will need to have food for your guests. I think, again, Mr. President, seeing those opportunities to come, I think the agriculture sector needs to get themselves prepared. And that's why I spoke earlier, Mr. President, about cooperation. Because there's so much opportunities to come, especially, I would say, post-COVID, or maybe starting from next year, that we have to ensure that we have the structures in place so that we don't lose the opportunity. In fact, I was having a discussion with one of my friends who is heavily involved in the tourism sector. And he said they're basically particular about two things, consistency and price. But, Mr. President, I think price is the second option. If we can have consistency in providing these hotels with the supplies of the food, I'm very certain, Mr. President, that we can hold those markets. And I think we need to strive towards that, having consistency in our production. That when they want tomatoes now, they can get it. That they don't get tomatoes today and 2 weeks after they can't get tomatoes. Or they don't get cucumbers today and a month after no cucumbers. It is important, Mr. President, that we see this as significant opportunities. And I know, Mr. President, we normally have that conversation. But if we work together, our farmers will significantly benefit. And, Mr. President, again, this is hope for our young people, that significant opportunities to come in the private sector. So, yes, we have government spending $305 million to be expended in the capital side. But we have $6 billion to come in the private sector side. So, Mr. President, so much to come. So much opportunities to come for our young people. Mr. President, I will just touch briefly on the tourism sector. Because, Mr. President, what I believe this pandemic, we know tourism has been one of the sectors that has been greatly affected by this pandemic. But, Mr. President, I believe now is the right time to start making preparation for when that boom starts. Because, Mr. President, usually after a crisis, you will have that low period, then you will have that surge. And everyone will start looking for that hotspot. And it's important that we have the infrastructure in place to ensure that we do that. In fact, as I said, you already started seeing on the stock market that a lot of these tourism-related businesses, the stock price is starting to improve. Because now we have the vaccine coming out, and people are starting to have some confidence again in the economy, starting to have some confidence again. Hopefully they'll start traveling again. And, Mr. President, we need to be prepared for when that time comes. And so, Mr. President, we believe, Mr. President, when I say we, I'm talking about the young people. We believe that the airport expansion is quite needed, especially now is the right time, we believe, at this time to do so. You don't have to deal with the huge amount of traffic coming in right now. You could go through the process of ensuring that you have a state-of-the-art airport at the end, by the end of this time the crisis is over, which is going to cause more airlift into this country, create more opportunities for our taxi drivers, cause our hotel hoteliers to employ more young people, or farmers, Mr. President. And I know my dear friend spoke about when Maurice Bishop, the idea of the airport was not only for tourism, but also for agriculture. But the construction of this, or the airport expansion, will now house a cargo facility, which will now benefit you, the farmer, so that you can export your goods to the external market. So, Mr. President, we believe it is time. And we have to look as well, Mr. President, throughout the region. We have St. Vincent that have just recently opened the airport. The competition is getting there. Dominica is not thinking about building their own airport. And if we don't look sharp, Mr. President, if we don't upgrade our airport, we might start losing businesses, losing flights to these other islands that is coming. And because they are building now, or they have built now, recently, because we have built 1984 we opened. Yes, we have made some upgrade here and there. But because they are built now, what you notice is that some of them have advanced stuff. The construct is more modern. They have more, some have modern technology. So, Mr. President, we have to upgrade. It is only fitting that we upgrade. And so, Mr. President, I believe it is only important to do so. And as well, young people believe that this will generate significant opportunities to them. Mr. President, under tourism, I want to also talk about the commercialization of the tourism side. Mr. President, the reason I raise this, because this will also benefit our young people. When you look at the two sites I've noticed that are commercialized and are run by young people and are doing very well. Look at Annandale. Doing extremely well. We heard, Mr. President, the news weren't break, but everybody's saying about we sell Annandale Falls to the Chinese. And when we learned that it was a local person, we start trying to lease to a local person. We start trying to change the context of the conversation. But, Mr. President, what you noticed is that everyone wants to go there now. Everyone wants to go up to Annandale Falls. Why? Because, Mr. President, they have done an exceptionally great job in shaping, reconstructing the entire site. Mr. President, I could say the same for Mangazo. The same can be said, another young person doing an exceptional job there. So, Mr. President, I want to say that when we're thinking about opportunities next year for our youth, from these two experiences, I would say give more sites to the young people to run, so that they can provide for themselves, one, and contribute to the national development and help us achieve Vision 2035. Mr. President, I now move to the second strategic focus area, transformation. Under transformation, we notice we focus a lot there on the social capital. We focus a lot on development of the human capital, Mr. President. We focus on education and training. We focus on youth development, digitization, and other areas, Mr. President. Mr. President, transformation is key, because this pandemic has taught us that it can't be business as usual. And that is normal in life. You build, in time of a crisis, you learn new things, you reshape, and you move on. This is the same thing that needs to happen. We're in the process of recovery, we need to transform. And we see transformation in 2021 will come from the human side. It will come from training our people And therefore, Mr. President, you've noticed that education has gotten an increased allocation of $11 million. So in other words, $11 more million invested in education. In 2019, they had $112 million, I think, being spent in 2020. And now you have a situation in 2021, you will have $123 million budgeted for education. Mr. President, let me speak to the e-book.
Senator, I am told that you conclude at 12:30. That's his regular time. Oh, so 12:45 with your 15 minutes added.
Okay, sure.
Right?
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Mr. Deputy President, the e-book program and the e-testing, digital learning. Mr. President, this is very important. And I must commend the government for the swift action. Because, you know, I remember in 2013, now, Mr. President, I must put this in context, because sometimes when we talk about things, people tend to take it for granted. And sometimes when we get accustomed to things, it becomes so normalized that you forget what the past was. It's like salaries, Mr. President. Remember? Before 2013, while I agree people should be paid, by the way, I agree, once you do your work, you must be paid, but before 2013, people weren't getting paid on time. But now you're getting paid on time. Even in the time of a crisis, you're getting paid on time. It becomes so normal that my dear brother is demanding an increase when we can't do it at this point in time. I understand, because I think it's a trust and faith he has in the government. I know he may not want to admit it, but you know the government is doing an extremely good job. So you think he could probably do it. But Mr. President, I think at this point in time, Mr. President, we are doing an exceptionally good job in terms of our education. We promised the students the tablet in 2013. Mr. President, I remember scrolling through Facebook when we said tablet. I see, so funny, it was some African children, they have, I don't know who did the meme, but they had some African children with no shirt, with just a pants. And they had a meme, we're going in Gittins to get our tablet. That was the meme, because they said we're not going to fulfill on our promise. But we have always said that it's a process in doing things. We don't rush towards it. We have to ensure that we learn the best practices, what worked, what didn't work, and implement it. And Mr. President, in the 2020 budget, we spoke about the tablets. And again, the senator, they're not here now, Mr. President, they laugh at it. They said that will not come through. And Mr. President, in the time of a crisis, again, we're able to distribute the tablet to our students. And that's why we are hopeful, you know. When we look at the budget, that's why we are hopeful, because it's a government that works. It's not a government that just talk. It's not like we come with a 1 billion budget and has a significant financing gap that we don't know how to finance it. And I'm sure many people remember those times. But it's about the delivery of many of the things that we have promised. Yes, some of them have come slower than expected. But it came, Mr. President. We have delivered them. And so the e-book program, it's one that we welcome. Because, Mr. President, if you have the tablet, you need to have the software on the tablet. And that will help a lot of our students remain up to date with the information and to avoid the cost of having to do with the physical book situation every single year. You know, we had the school book program, and you know, almost every year government have to spend money to replace damaged ones. Now, with this electronic version, Mr. President, the only thing that will damage, which I hope not, will be the tablet, but not the book. So it's a reduction in the cost that we'll be spending in terms of the book program, Mr. President. So I think this is important. And don't forget the health benefit that will come with it. Because students no longer have to carry these heavy bags with their books, which causing a lot of the spinal injuries. I remember going to school, and almost every time we have students carrying this big bag, and especially when you attend secondary school on the Form 1s, first day of school, they have the biggest bags. And they used to always make fun of that because the first day of school, normally the first day you don't do anything in school, but they have the biggest bags. But over the years, Mr. President, what you notice that many of them came down with spinal conditions. So that will not only have the cost of reducing in terms of the amount we spend yearly on books, but also the amount on healthcare. Mr. President, the National Skill Development Program, I believe this is also important. Mr. President, yesterday I heard from the Honorable Senator spoke about skill programs. She mentioned about that we're not training people in the skills for this time. Mr. President, last year we spoke about the establishment of the skills assessment program, that we will do an assessment of the skills that we need and do a program for that. Mr. President, in 2021, we will see the launching of the National Skills Assessment Program. That will provide significant, again, opportunities for our young people to be trained in areas that this country needs. Mr. President, I hope you remember the World Bank report that spoke about, Mr. Deputy President, I hope you remember the World Bank report that spoke about the mismatch in skills. And now, Mr. President, with the launching of this National Skills Program, with the fact that the assessment is done, and we know we're ready to launch, we'll address a lot of those issues. And so many opportunities will come from that for our young people, because you will train them for the jobs that the markets need. And so, Mr. President, our young people have that to look forward to. Mr. President, scholarship and tuition assistance, government has continued that and will continue to do so in 2021. Mr. President, the transition strategy, the money. I need to touch on this, Mr. President, because I think this is important. Mr. President, the money program is an excellent program. And I always think of it that way. The context in which the money was created. The context that we had a situation in 2013 when our economy was doing so badly, 2008 to 2013. Unemployment among youth was at record levels. And we came in and we realized that we had to do something for our young people. Where are these opportunities were going to come from? Mr. President, we had to create this training program. Create this training program that would train our young people for the job market. And in the process of training, they got a stipend. And the idea of the time was that the program would last 2 years. Yes, many have spent more than 2 years. But Mr. President, I don't want us to deliberate on this too much, because sometimes I think what we look at is the 40% of the people that still remains, because its transition rate has been high. In fact, 60% of the young people that was enrolled in the money program are transitioned. They have transitioned. They have got permanent jobs. Some of them have got permanent jobs. Some of them got scholarship. They went on to study. Some of them come back and they got jobs. And that's the reality. It's what we have to do with the transition strategy now is the 40% that is remaining. And government has indicated their interest in solving this issue. But the issue is not to just send them home. And that's where the heart came in. Mr. President, I think sometimes we have the wrong symbol, as in terms of the political context. Because, Mr. President, I believe when we look at it, we have always one who get involved in the situation because we empathize. We've seen the situation with our young people. Send them home has been the call. We decided we're not sending them home. And we decided that we will have a transition strategy that will be effective, that will get them into the workplace, that will give them more money so that they can do many other things, so that they can own their home, so that they can buy their car, so that they can uplift themselves. And many have already started doing it through the Imani program. The question I have to ask, outside of the Imani program, what's the alternative? In terms of, if you're not going to have young people trained, if you're not going to have young people involved in the program, what you're proposing? And all what you hear, Mr. President, is it's not effective. Send home. But what's the proposal? It's like my dear friend on the other side, Senator Noel. He came and said, give more, collect less. But Mr. President, how are we going to do it? And that's the thing about it. When you sit on the other side, it's very easy, you know. It's very easy to just criticize. It is very easy to sit in the chair or stand and say, give more, do less, give more, give less. But Mr. President, when you sit on this side, you have to be responsible. And that's the thing with this government. It's a government that is responsible. It's a government that ensures that when things are done, it's done in the best interest of Grenadians, not just for political expediency. And sometimes we have to make tough decisions. Sometimes we lose votes, right? Sometimes we make enemies, right? But that's the stake. That's what responsible governance is about. And so now when I hear the narrative about give more, so you want us to do more roads, put more in agriculture, put more in rural development, put more in sports, but then you want us to collect less taxes, collect less revenues, and Mr. President, how is it going to be done? I heard one person talk about Roscon economics, and then probably that is what it is. Probably it is the Roscon economics. I don't know. I mean, I'm really thinking about it. Mr. President, the Empower program. Again, Mr. President, the context needs to be taken. The context that many of our young men, even in the Imani, you notice that many of them, when you look at the Imani ratio, more females than males. And largely because maybe you have the construct of the program, but the Imani has a specific purpose. Now, the Empower program is targeting young men, basically those at risk, and try to give them the training and the opportunities for them to develop and advance themselves. Mr. President, we have been very successful with this program. In fact, I don't hear much criticism about the program at all. In fact, we have learned from the situation with the Imani as well. And so, Mr. President, it had allowed us to, at the end of the program, some of them leave with having savings. They will go on to start their own businesses, they form cooperatives, and then move on. The government is pledging, Mr. President, that in 2021, that it will continue the Empower program. And Mr. President, you've seen that the allocation has increased from 4 million to 6 million. So therefore, Mr. President, it is our commitment to our young men, to our young people, that we're going to continue investing in you, regardless of what the naysayers may say. Mr. President, WeiVybz, another program under the Ministry of Youth. Mr. President, this is also an important program because WeiVybz is again targeting the youth with the entrepreneurial mindset. Those that are interested in starting their own businesses. But Mr. President, it's not about just having the idea and getting the financing. We're walking them through the process. We're providing the training for them. We're saying, you need to get the training. We're going to train you doing the business plan, your market research, marketing, accounting, whatever is needed for that business to be successful, we're going to help you with that. And at the end, we're going to help support you with the financing. And Mr. President, that has been the initiative with the WeiVybz. Has been a very successful program. Again, in 2021, this program will continue. More opportunities for our young people that are interested in starting their own businesses. Some of them, Mr. President, who probably would have lost their jobs. Maybe in the construction sector, maybe in the retail and wholesale, maybe in the tourism sector. They now have the opportunity now, Mr. President, to access the training, the support, and the financing in the WeiVybz program. And so, Mr. President, I commend this government for those initiatives. Mr. President, so these are the training programs that we have done so far for our young people. And we'll continue in 2021. But we have also engaged youth to be part of the conversation of national development. Hence, we have the National Youth Ambassadors Program and the National Youth Parliamentarian Program. Two important programs that involve youth at a different level, at the parish level and at the national level. And Mr. President, this program, again, government is pledging to continue this program in 2021. Mr. President, we cannot talk youth development without talking sports. And so, Mr. President, I want to say on this matter that we have seen a slight increase in sports in 2021. Mr. President, we're going to continue the upgrading of the facilities, and this is very important. It is very important, Mr. President, because especially now, we need to upgrade the facilities. And as my friend Noel spoke about that, sports is not only about the competition, but it's the health benefit you're going to get with it, which is also going to help boost productivity and help with the economy. It's also going to contribute to the behavior changed. I've already yesterday spoke about when we're talking about public health, we need to talk about changes in behavior. Similarly, Mr. President, we understand that. We understand that the lockdown has created so much pressure on our young people that carnival time, many of them had to take to the street. No, we didn't condone it. It was something that was wrong. But, Mr. President, because of this pressure, and I heard the Prime Minister said that even if he was young, he wasn't sure what he would have done. Because the truth is, Mr. President, when dealing with young people, the behavior is very different to how you would think now. And, Mr. President, I think the investment in sport will ensure that our young people are engaged. And I'm hoping, Mr. President, with my trade union friend, I'm hoping that when this is all over, that we'll sit down and we agreed on the return of, we'll have a drink. And we'll talk about how we can work together to ensure that intercall is returned. Because, Mr. President, this is very, very important for our young people. Many of them, young people, are starting schools. It's about, 2-3 years now, and some of them have not experienced intercall. Mr. President, I don't think this is fair to our young people. I really don't think that it is fair to them. And we need to do something about it. And post-pandemic, I'm hoping to see the return of the intercall games, Mr. President. Mr. President, I also want, before I go on, because I know the time is gone, I want to talk about culture and the arts, another area for young people. Mr. President, this is very important to young people. And again, we see a slight increase in culture and the arts. Mr. President, we noticed that we're going to be focusing on, in the budget, it spoke about focusing on a lot of training in the art arts sector, particularly training in the audio engineering areas. Mr. President, this is important. Mr. President, especially in time now, I think there's so many opportunities that can come from the audio engineering training. Mr. President, let's just look at an example. With the technology, if you merge it with the technology, so much can happen. And I think we need to look at it from that perspective. Not just the training of them, but showing them how they can use the technology to benefit from it. So, for example, the use of TikTok. I mean, when you look at some of these young people that is using the TikTok, some of them are highly paid, making millions of dollars. Some of them making beats, and as the beats get famous, you see that, or you get recognized, you see that some stars start singing a song on the beat, and they start making money out of it. I think we have to be thinking in that direction. And I think it's foresight that when we talk about audio engineering training, we're looking at how we can empower our young people so that they can do well for themselves. Mr. President, finally, I want to touch on our Minister of Youth. Mr. President, I've heard so much, but I just want to say this because I've heard in the Honorable House, an Honorable Member made a statement. Mr. President, remember the famous chain? The famous chain was mentioned in the was brought in the Honorable House. Mr. President, I want to say something. I think, Mr. President, the move by our Prime Minister to take the Ministry of Youth is highly commendable. Mr. President, this is not the first time that a Prime Minister has taken the Ministry of Youth. Probably you may look at it, when you look at it in the region, Holness had it at one point in time. Chastney has had it at one point in time. But it shows the caring nature, again, the heart in our Prime Minister. The heart that he is willing to be part of the process in helping shape the minds as well as being part of the development process and helping guide our young people. Mr. President, he understands youth. In fact, he is one of the most youthful ministers in Grenada. No doubt about it. I'm very sure that many persons cannot put down a dance as the Prime Minister. But Mr. President, and just in closing, Mr. President, I want to thank him for the opportunity that he has provided for young people. And I know that he will continue to do so. I'm very certain, Mr. President, that with his leadership, youth will only continue to progress in this country. Young people will only continue to do well under his leadership. It is not just about a bag of talk, but it's a bag of action that comes with it. It's a bag of action, and I say, look in the history, and the history will tell you. And so, Mr. President, as a youth, who gave my presentation on the budget, who spoke on behalf of the thousands of young people in this country, we approve this budget, and we look forward to 2021. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. As agreed and discussed earlier, we're going to break for lunch now. I'm suggesting we come back at 2 o'clock and resume our proceedings. The other side, I believe it is now Senator Andre Lewis. You will start off proceedings when we get back at 2 o'clock. Yeah. So, members, this House now stands adjourned until 2 o'clock.
start with the next one.
Cancer? Who is cancer? And who you go with?
Who is cancer? Why don't even here? But cancer is a disease caused by too much abnormal cells in a part in the body. That cancer is a real killer.
Yeah? Cancer should be in prison. But by the way, who cancer kill?
Mr. Joel, last son.
You mean Jackson?
Oh.
And he was so young and never thought cancer does kill young people so.
But cancer is no respect of age, race, gender, nothing.
You're telling me? I hear you have over 25 different types of cancer.
Like cancer them style now. Cancer more popular than them damagings and them.
And from what I research, early detection, exercise, and healthy eating is your best chance of fighting against this terrible disease.
Let's intensify our fight against cancer. Regular screening, constant exercising, and healthy eating habits are the key to winning the battle against cancer.
So the Forestry Department will be having its annual Christmas tree sale. This year we have a limited amount of trees, so we are asking persons to call early to place their orders in order to get one of those nice looking Christmas trees. There's a procedure that persons call the department and they place their order, and we have selected days for cutting of the trees, which are on the 17th and the 22nd of December. But persons can always call and dialogue with the department as relating to arrangements for collecting the trees. Right, so in order for you to get the plants, you place your order, and then the department will come and cut the tree, and then you can collect it here at Grenada Black Forest area or here in the Grenada Forest Nursery. Right, so you can place your order by calling the department on 440-2934, and one of the officers will take the information and then we'll contact you as the date draws close to the date for cutting off that Christmas tree. So we have a limited amount this year based on different factors, the climate, then the propagation of the seeds, some were not viable, so we had a little hindrance, in propagating species for this year. So these are some of the effects that hamper the availability of much greater Christmas trees for 2020 Christmas. The price for the Christmas tree is $10 per foot. So if you have a 5-feet tree, that will be $50. So the price range based on your preference as it relates to size. This year we will have trees ranging from approximately 5 feet to about 8 feet in height. So persons can actually choose a tree between that range, but they are limited among, so it's first come, first serve as it relates to getting your Christmas tree.
Feel good facts. Avoid the most common causes of spreading the flu. Cover your coughs and sneezes with a tissue, dispose of it straight away, and either wash your hands or use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer.
With so much information about COVID-19 on the news, children can become overwhelmed and even fearful, especially if they have a medical condition. As a parent, you can help to manage your child's fears and anxiety. Provide your child with the correct information about the virus. Remind them to wash their hands frequently with soap and water and to cover their cough and sneezes with a tissue or into their elbow. Monitor what your child sees about COVID-19, especially on social media, where the information may be misleading. Be aware of your own response. Instead of panicking or appearing anxious, reacting calmly could help to allay your child's fears and anxiety, and they too will model your behavior. Remember, how your child responds is dependent on you.
big business. Don't participate.
The 2020 season of SGU Knowledge Bowl comes to you in association with Grenada Cooperative Bank.
Additional support provided by Glenelg Springwater and Huggins, agents for Lucozade and Lipton Teas.
Teams are competing for cash and other prizes to the tune of $100,000, plus bragging rights to be called the SGU Knowledge Bowl champion.
Hello, I'm Kimon Sandy.
And I'm Yashira Peters.
And we are your moderators for the 14th season of SGU Knowledge Bowl.
14 secondary schools have lined up in the Intercall of Academia to capture the coveted SGU Knowledge Bowl Championship trophy, cash, and other prizes.
And Yashira would be your moderator for this evening's epic battle.
The competing teams tonight are Bishop's College and Anglican High School. I now invite the players from Bishop's College to introduce themselves.
My name is Katie Mills and I am a 5th form student of Bishop's College.
My name is Daryl Alexis and I'm a 4th form student of Bishop's College.
My name is Gerald Pope and I'm a 5th form student of Bishop's College.
Thank you, Bishop's College. Now the Anglican High School players will introduce themselves.
My name is Mahi Jadar. I'm a 5th form student of the Anglican High School.
I am Kamasha Donald and I'm a 5th form student from the Anglican High School.
My name is Seema Patel and I'm a 5th form student of the Anglican High School.
Thank you, teams. The rules have already been explained to our players, but for you, our viewers, there are 3 rounds in the competition: science and technology, arts and humanities, and general knowledge. A bonus question is offered at the end of the first 2 rounds. Teams get 2 points for each correct answer, except the bonus question, which is worth 5 points. Teams will, however, lose 5 points if the bonus question is answered incorrectly or if they fail to answer after buzzing in. As we begin the first round, members of the studio audience are reminded to remain silent during the match. The first question is a buzzer question. Any team can buzz in to answer, and questions will be asked alternately thereafter. First question: what is the chemical formula for phosphine? That's time. The correct answer, pH3. Bishop's College: what is the complete chemical formula for the substance which is commonly referred to as milk of magnesia? That's time. The correct answer, Mg, open bracket, OH, close bracket, 2. Anglican High School: what is the main component of urine?
Yes. Nitrogen.
Incorrect answer. The correct answer, water. Bishop's College: what are the 4 common oxidation states of vanadium?
Two plus, 6 plus, 8 plus, and 0.
Incorrect. The correct answer, +2, +3, +4, +5. Anglican High: what is the term for the obstruction of a blood vessel by a foreign substance that has been transported by the circulatory system?
Epimism.
Incorrect answer. The correct answer, embolism. Bishop's College: what element does the symbol Ag represent?
Gold.
That's incorrect. The correct answer, silver. Anglican High: you ate a lot of popcorn and feel thirsty. Which hormone is released and which gland is responsible for its secretion?
Adenosine diphosphate. It is secreted from the pituitary gland.
Incorrect answer. The correct answer, ADH or antidiuretic hormone or vasopressin from the pituitary gland. Bishop's College. This is a computation question, so you have 20 seconds to answer the question. What is 87.5% of 720? That's time. The correct answer, 630. Bishop's College, Anglican High School. What is the function of valves in a vein?
To open and close in order for the blood to control the blood from coming in and out of the heart.
Incorrect. The correct answer, to prevent the backflow of blood. Bishop's College. What is the next term in the series 1 quarter, 1, 4, 16?
$240.
Incorrect. The correct answer, 64. Anglican High School. Who discovered nitrogen?
Nitrogen, Mr.
That's incorrect. The correct answer, Daniel Rutherford. Bishop's College. Which are the only two known isotopes of aluminium that occur naturally?
2 plus and 3 plus.
That's incorrect. The correct answer, aluminium-26 and aluminium-27. Anglican High School. FSH is the abbreviation for which hormone?
Follicle stimulating hormone.
Correct answer. Bishop's College. Name 3 types of colloids. Time. Correct answer, sol, emulsion, foam, and aerosol. Anglican High School. What type of lens bends incident parallel rays so that they appear to come from a common point?
Concave lens.
Correct answer. Bishop's College. The menu which is used for pointing to the selection of colors is called?
A color chart.
Incorrect answer. The correct answer, palette. Anglican High School. What is the electronic configuration of phosphorus?
2, 8, 5.
Correct answer. Bishop's College. AgNO3 is the formula for what?
Silver nitrate.
Correct answer. Anglican High School. This is a computation question. If 119 is divided in the ratio 10:5:2, what is the second largest? Time, the correct answer, 35. Bishop's College. A young man notices that he cannot see distant objects clearly. What condition is he suffering from?
Short-sightedness.
Correct answer. Anglican High School. What is NFI in agriculture economics?
Nitrogen, fluorine, and iodine.
Incorrect answer. The correct answer, net farm income. The whistle has signaled the end of regular questions for the first round. We now offer the bonus question. Teams are reminded that this is a buzzer question worth 5 points if answered correctly. Teams will, however, lose 5 points for an incorrect answer or failing to answer after buzzing in. Bonus question. In IT, what does the abbreviation CML mean? It's time. The correct answer, computer managed learning. This concludes the science and technology round. We will return after a word from our sponsors.
I'm the first to leave town. I'm the first to go to university. I'm the first to feel this is where I belong. The first to make them this proud, and the first to start a career that will lead to better things for me and my family.
With 23 degrees of study and 60 scholarships exclusively for Caribbean students, St. George's University is your chance to be first.
I'm always on the move. Training, traveling, competing. So it's good to know I have Quad Bank in the palm of my hand.
Introducing e-banking, one of many customer convenience services from Grenada Cooperative Bank, and there's more to come.
It's swift, simple, and secure.
Welcome home.
Welcome back to the 14th season of SGU Knowledge Bowl 2020. Our competing teams tonight, Bishop's College and the Anglican High School. During the break, we had one substitution from the Bishop's College team. Jarrell Pope was replaced by Natalia Oliveira. At the end of the science and technology round, Bishop's College accumulated 4 points and the Anglican High School gained 6 points. We now move to the arts and humanities round. The first question goes to the Anglican High School. Who played the most important role in the abolition of the slave trade?
Thomas Clarkson.
Correct answer. Bishop's College. What is etymology? That's time. The correct answer, the study of the origin or the history of words. Anglican High School. Identify the specific figure of speech in this sentence. The tree roared in the wind.
Personification.
Correct answer. Bishop's College. What is termed a shortlist?
The number of people selected for an interview.
Correct answer. Anglican High School. The difference between the number of immigrants and emigrants in a country in a particular year is known as?
Net migration.
Correct answer. Bishop's College. What figure of speech is a play on words?
A pun.
Correct answer. Anglican High School. To what does the adjective parochial pertain?
Ferocious.
Incorrect. Correct answer, parish or narrow area. Bishop's College. What does the prefix proto in the word prototype mean?
First.
Correct answer. Anglican High School. What does the borrowed French term cul-de-sac mean?
To fill a bag.
Incorrect answer. The correct answer, a dead-end street. Bishop's College. By using the word cane, give an expression which means to cause trouble.
Cane. Sorry, cane.
Incorrect answer. The correct answer, to raise cane. Anglican High School. Who signs the minutes of a meeting?
The secretary. The secretary.
Incorrect answer. The correct answer, chairperson. Bishop's College. What's population distribution?
The amount.
That's time. The correct answer, pattern of the location of people. Anglican High School. Identify the literary device that is being used in the following statement. Peter is unsuited for the positions he now holds.
Metaphor.
Incorrect answer. The correct answer, euphemism. Bishop's College. What does it mean to bite the bullet?
To take a risk.
Incorrect answer. The correct answer, to deal with a situation that is unpleasant but unavoidable. Anglican High School. Using the word cold, give an idiomatic expression which means to ignore someone.
To give a cold shoulder.
Correct answer. Bishop's College. What does it mean to get into hot water?
To be in a tough situation or to go into a tough situation.
Incorrect answer. The correct answer, to get into trouble. Anglican High School. What does the prefix "audi" in the word audience mean?
Heron.
Correct answer. Bishop's College. Who was dictator of Cuba from 1953 to 1958?
Fidel Castro.
Incorrect answer. The correct answer, Fulgencio Batista. Anglican High School. What marketing activity involves the identification of customers and their characteristics?
Identifying market.
Incorrect answer. The correct answer, market research. Bishop's College. What does this term describe? A computerized cash payment system that transfers funds without the use of checks, currency, or other paper documents.
E-banking. E-banking or electronic banking.
Incorrect. The correct answer, electronic funds transfer. Anglican High School. In what year did Hurricane Janet hit Grenada?
1996.
Incorrect. The correct answer, 1955. Bishop's College. What is a monopoly type business?
This is when one business is the supplier for the seller, for the buyers.
Correct answer. The whistle has signaled the end of regular questions for the second round. We now offer the bonus question. Teams are reminded that this is a buzzer question worth 5 points if answered correctly, but teams will lose 5 points for an incorrect answer or failing to answer after buzzing in. Bonus question. What type of pronoun is the word me? That's time. The correct answer, a personal pronoun or object pronoun. This concludes the Arts and Humanities round. We will return after a word from our sponsors.
Opening an account with Co-op Bank is simple, like counting from 1 to 5. All you need are the following 5 things. 1 form of valid ID, such as your NIS card, voter's ID, national ID, passport, driver's license, or social security card. Make sure your copies of your ID are clear and colored. Proof of your address, Flow, Grenlec, or Nawasa bills in your name are all acceptable, along with driver's license or current bank or credit card statement from another financial institution. If the utility bill is not in your name, a proof of address form in the name of the utility owner will suffice. We'll also need proof of income in the form of a payslip or job letter, and a minimum deposit of $50 is required. If you are a non-national, you are required to provide a reference letter from a financial institution. It's that simple at the Grenada Cooperative Bank Limited.
Welcome back to the 14th season of SGU Knowledge Bowl 2020. Our competing teams, the Bishop's College and the Anglican High School. During the break, we had one substitution from the Anglican High School. Kamisha David was replaced by Cameron Williams. Also during the break, we had 3 challenges. 1 was struck down by the judges and 2 were upheld. The 2 upheld were opposed by Bishop's College, which resulted in them gaining 4 points. The first question that was challenged was, what does it mean to get into hot water? The answer given was to get into a tough situation, and the judges decided to uphold that, and Bishop's College thus gained 2 points. The other question was, what is the term used to describe a computerized cash payment system that transfers funds without the use of checks, currency, and other paper documents? Bishop's College, the response from Bishop's College was e-banking or electronic banking, and the judges upheld that challenge, and Bishop's College was thus awarded 2 points. So in total, Bishop's College gained 4 points. Therefore, after the second round, the points standing are Bishop's College, 16 points, and Anglican High School, also 16 points. We now commence the third round of competition, General Knowledge. This is a buzzer round where questions are opened to both teams. The first team to buzz in earns the right to offer an answer after being identified. If a team fails to answer or gives an incorrect answer after buzzing in, the question will be offered to the opposing team. Teams, have your buzzers ready. What is the study of mountains called? Bishop's College.
Geography.
Incorrect. Offered to Anglican High School. Time, the correct answer, orology or orography. Who was the first martyr of the New Testament church?
Peter.
Bishop's College.
St. Peter.
Incorrect. Pass to Anglican High School.
St. Matthew.
Also incorrect. The correct answer, Stephen. For which cricket team does Mutaya Muratharan play? Bishop's College.
India.
Incorrect. Offered to Anglican High School.
Sri Lanka.
Correct answer. What instrument is used for measuring earthquakes? Anglican High School.
Seismograph.
One person answering, please. Correct answer. Who is the bishop of the Roman Catholic Church in Grenada? Anglican High School.
Bishop Clyde Harvey.
Correct answer. When the Israelites camped at Shittim by the Jordan River, which city did they intend to conquer? Bishop's College.
Jericho.
Correct answer. Who had a dream which Joseph interpreted to mean 7 years of plenty followed by 7 years of famine in Egypt? Anglican High School.
Nebuchadnezzar.
Incorrect. Offered to Bishop's College.
David.
Also incorrect. The correct answer, Pharaoh. In the Bible, in the story of creation, what did God make on the fourth day? Anglican High School.
Animals.
That's time. Offered to Bishop's College.
The animals.
Incorrect. The correct answer, the sun, the moon, and stars. Translate the following Spanish term or word to English. Depositar. Anglican High School.
To deposit.
Correct answer. Which was the second set of brothers that Jesus called disciples? Anglican High School.
Peter and Paul.
That's incorrect. Offered to Bishop's College. That's time. The correct answer, James and John. Which planet shares its name with a dog? Bishop's College.
Pluto.
Correct answer. In which country was the FIFA World Cup held in 1994? Anglican High School.
England.
Incorrect. Offered to Bishop's College.
Where does it usually be held? America.
Correct answer. What is the third letter of the Greek alphabet? Anglican High School.
Gamma.
Correct answer. What is alarma contra incendios? That's time. Correct answer, a fire alarm. Translate the following Spanish term or word to English. Gato.
Cat.
Bishop's College.
Cat.
Correct answer. Which hurricane caused major damage in the U.S. city of New Orleans in 2005? Anglican High School.
Katrina.
Correct answer. In the Bible, in which river was Jesus baptized? Anglican High School.
Jordan.
Correct answer. The whistle has signaled the end of the general knowledge round and the end of the match. After the break, we will give the final scores and declare a winner.
I'm always on the move. Training, traveling, competing. So it's good to know I have Co-op Bank in the palm of my hand.
Introducing e-banking, one of many customer convenience services from Grenada Cooperative Bank, and there's more to come.
It's swift, simple, and secure.
I'm the first to leave town. I'm the first to go to university. I'm the first to feel this is where I belong. The first to make them this proud, and the first to start a career that will lead to better things for me and my family.
With 23 degrees of study and 60 scholarships exclusively for Caribbean students, St. George's University is your chance to be first.
Welcome back to the 14th season of SGU Knowledge Bowl 2020. Our competing teams tonight are Bishop's College and the Anglican High School. After 3 rounds of questioning, Bishop's College amassed a total of 24 points and the Anglican High School amassed 30 points. We say well done to the teams and all the best. To you, our viewers, thank you for tuning in, and please join us again for another exciting match in the 2020 SGU Knowledge Bowl.
The 2020 season of SGU Knowledge Bowl came to you in association with Grenada Cooperative Bank.
Additional support provided by Glenelg Spring Water and Huggins, agents for Lucozade and Lipton Teas.
Teams are competing for cash and other prizes to the tune of $100,000, plus bragging rights to be called the SGU Knowledge Bowl champion.
My name is Kimbo Thomas. Everybody calls me Kimo. And originally from St. David's, but I reside at Bolio, St. George. That's where I live, married and living down there. And my age is 49. I'm 49 years of age. Since I was growing up as a little boy, I always used to beat my dad in the garden, and I love doing gardening. So I used to be a sailor, yeah. I used to be a sailor, but it's always in my veins, yeah, to do my farming. So always, even though I wasn't doing it at a large scale, I used to just plant my garden around the house at Bolio. So I love it. I love the soil. This is my full-time job right now. I do in livestock and short crops, as you know, vegetables and stuff like that. I do sweet potatoes, I do carrots, I do cauliflower, lettuce, cabbage, pepper, tomatoes, you know, wide range of things. Yams, bananas, plantain. Somebody called me, Kimo, I want a young pig. Kill the ticket to them. Collect my money, I go on. Like, on the 19th, I'll put a poster on my house. I tell all my customers I'm killing, slaughtering, so they will come on the 19th. That's a Saturday before Christmas. Even though I kill 10 pigs, that's it. Yeah, and done, and all my meat. Yeah, I used to do delivery with young pigs, suckling pigs for spicing in the oldies as well. I used to do for them. They used to take pigs from me. Yeah, but other than that, I had market food, so I didn't have to like look for a supermarket or something. I had my local people around and stuff, everybody, yeah. I had that kind of business.
Out of all of those crops, is there one that you prefer planting?
Well, to be honest, I love to plant corn. Yeah, corn is I love corn. Corn is my real thing. Yeah, I plant a lot of corn. I dry my corn and I And we locally call it corn flour, some people say corn meal. But we call it corn flour because the corn meal is this, what they sell at the market. Like it is yellow and fine, right? We call it corn meal. So this is what I grind, drying it and grinding it for, to make corn flour. I have a market for it as well. I have a lot of people who depend on me for it. Some people again don't buy it from me to make asham. Like this afternoon I have a lady, she called me last night, she come and get how many pounds. So when you see me at the market, corn flour, locally, yeah? Well washed and clean and then grind.
How has the farming business been for you over the years?
Well, it's been successful for me. It's been good. Cannot complain. One of the best I ever done in my life, is to do farming. I enjoy it, and it's been supporting my family, I should say. Yes, quite well.
Is there a particular technique in your farming that you would say worked best for you, or has been working best for you?
Well, to be honest, sometimes when I talk with other farmers, they say, look, how you plant? You plant with the moon? And I said, moon? I said, I just plant, especially for my corn. I don't plant my corn with no moon. I just plant because sometimes, you plant and your corn will come out with have worms or make weevils or something. So, but to be honest, I don't know. I don't use no moon. I just plant. And even my cabbage and stuff, I just plant. I just prepare the ground, and once I prepare, I plant. And I don't use no techniques or whatever. The main thing is that I plant my garden and I use artificial manure. As you look on the side over there, as you're going to see, I have pen manure there. I don't use no 12 or 24 and no, I have people calling them so I can repeat after them. Yeah, and stuff like that. But I don't know about them things. So when I plant my crops, I just take care of them and they got to go like that and strictly organic.
What's a
A normal
normal working day like for you?
working day? Every day I'm in my garden. Every day. Wake in the morning, I come in my garden. Yeah? For this morning, I done mold some of the corn already over there. Now I'm cleaning up this patch here. Then I'm going to go dig it up, make beds. When I finish it, then I'm going to clean the peppers and the tomato over there. And then I'm going to go to the back, clean the dashing. So every day. And you see when the rain is falling, by the time I run weed here, I got to go over there and weed because bush is coming up so quickly, yeah? So every day. And I enjoy it. I enjoy that.
What would you say you like best about farming?
What I love best about it? It's like, you're feeding the nation. You're feeling happy to know that you're feeding the people, you're feeding the nation. And I feel happy about that because, especially if I'm speaking to someone and they say to me, oh, my children is hungry, the children is hungry. I don't like to hear that, I will always look to get them something to eat or whatever, So I'm feeling very happy to know that I'm doing farm and that I can feed the nation. Well, I do a lot of sweet potatoes, bananas, plantain, dashing. Every Friday at the stadium, I don't have a lot of that with me, yeah? I do it myself. That is when I bought my truck and I put my thing on my truck and I go down to the market and sell. And then on a Saturday, I go around from here all the way to Vincent's, Corinth, Wester Hall, all the way down to Grandans on a Saturdays. And I sell for the people and they wait for me and I go with my truck laden and I come back with it empty. Because everybody waits for me. Yeah, they know I'm coming. But the latest and you gotta give them 6 weeks and I try to rotate it, but sometimes you fall back because sometimes I don't get the plants, so I fall back. Like right now, I fall back. These I gotta wait. So I'm gonna prepare now to put another lot in, so I wouldn't fall back again. But it's to get the plants, it's a little bit hard. Everywhere I go, nobody didn't have any. Yeah, I have problems with that especially dry season. When it comes, then my garden goes down, like for instance, my vegetables like lettuce and stuff goes down because I have no water to water them. So whenever dry season comes around, I don't have much in that sense. I have a tank there, water tank, and I fill it up and then let the chlorine evaporate from it, and then I can use to wet. But I can't get it right through the year. Right through the season for the dry season, sorry. Yeah, that is the problem. I'm not close to the river, that's it. But if I get some lands close to the river, that is where I'll be playing mass. Yeah, having a good time. Because I love it, I enjoy doing that. I have a passion for this. I don't have no problem like this. It's only once I had some sweet potatoes, I dug it up and I put it at the yard there for sales. And one guy jumped over my gate here. He came in and he took about 60 pounds and went downtown, and then the police took it back from him. I have some lands down at La Caloma. I normally plant a lot of corn, and it have been like 2 seasons now I haven't planted any because of the periodicity. During the COVID time, right, we was on lockdown, and it was really, really tough for me because up there I did plant cabbage and tomato and seasoning peppers and all them things, and I couldn't come up to water them because it was on lockdown. So the majority of them die out. Well, the lettuce and cabbage especially, the only thing that stand up was the seasoning peppers. Yeah, and I used to come up and wet, but then I tried, but by the time I get to wet, they was all gone. So I tried with the remainder, and all that left right now is a few pepper trees. But all the lettuce and the cabbage and that gone. Well, sweet potatoes, I had it here. Sweet potatoes, doesn't matter. They can fight the weather with that. But like the other Persian thing, beat everything, they couldn't take that. They needed the water and they couldn't. So, and for sale now, in the COVID time, well, it wasn't that bad, because when they give the days for shopping, I used to got a pass that I could come and harvest what I had, and then I sell it at my home. So it wasn't bad, because as soon as I get there with the truck, the people know like I'm coming there, and as I got there, that was it. Maybe in the next 2 hours I'm finished with that. Everybody come and get their veggie or whatever. Yeah, so it wasn't bad for the marketing for this, but it was bad like in the early I couldn't come up to water the plants and stuff like that. So then most of them die out and stuff like that.
So for the past 10 years, as being a full-time farmer, would you say you have been successful that you encourage others, or would you say that?
Yes, it is, and it does, because they had some seminar in the stadium with them, and I met some of the young lads who went in there and said that they want to do farming and stuff. And I said to them, that's the best option they can pick up, farming. You cannot go wrong with that. And I even mentioned to them, and I said, I used to be a sealer. I used to work on that yacht, Shadowfax, sailing around Grenada. And I said to him, and I didn't see anything that I achieved. But now I come in farming, and I do. So farming is good. Yeah, it's good. Once I get lands to work, I will just plan. Like I was speaking to one of the these officers that goes out in the right, and I was speaking to her, and I said, listen, if I get a couple acres of land, I will put down some syrup and stuff, coconuts and syrup and all these things, oranges, a lot of fruits. But the thing is, I don't have the land space. That's it. But if I get it, I will put it in. It's not a problem.
Hello and welcome to another Nutrition and Health. This program is brought to you by the Grenada Food and Nutrition Council. I am your host, Lichelle Murray, and in today's program, I am very pleased to have with me Miss Delia Paul, and she is a breast cancer survivor. We all know that the month of October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, so we've been doing a lot of education and awareness programs as it relates to prevention, living with, and treatment and support for breast cancer patients. Ms. Paul is here with me today, and she'll be sharing with us her experience being diagnosed with breast cancer, living with, and actually overcoming the battle of breast cancer. Ms. Paul has been in remission for 11 years, is
Yes.
it? Okay, so she's going to share a bit with us. Thank you so much for being here.
You're welcome.
Right. So, breast cancer survivor. That must be a very proud thing for you to say.
Yeah.
Take us back to when you were first diagnosed with breast cancer.
And it was 2009, May 2009. One morning I wake up and I just felt, I went to the shower and by soaping up my skin, I felt like a seed in my right breast. So I said, well, that was not there. So I had two nurse friends working in family planning. So I went to them and I tell them what it is. They tell me, they can't tell me if it's cancer or not because the seed was moving. They said maybe if it was staying in one place and maybe. So they gave me Dr. Dominguez's number to go to see him. So I went to him, make an appointment. Then he called me. He examined me first. He told me, well, he had to do a needle biopsy to know what it is, if it's really cancer. So I made an appointment, go up to the hospital, did the needle biopsy. When he get back the results, he called me. When I get the call to go in, I was scared, honestly. So I went in. Went in the office, we started talking. He said, well, tomorrow I'll get back the results, but it's good news and bad news. He said the good news is that we detect it early.
Right.
So, and then the bad news is the cancer.
Right.
When I heard that, it was like a death sentence for me. Because no living with having cancer, my mom died from it. Okay. Yeah, my mom died like 26 years now. My mom died from it. So knowing it is cancer, I say, Lord, you mean that I will go like how my mom died with the same cancer? So he told me he will do makeup that kind of thing. Yeah. He told me he'll make an appointment for me to go and do the surgery.
Right.
So he told me he wasn't able to do the surgery because he kind of have a lot of people. So I didn't want to see another doctor. I went to see, I don't want to call it doctor anymore. I went to see another doctor. The price she gave me was was too much. So I went back to him. I said, well, doc, the price the other doctor could tell me it's too much. I cannot afford it. So he asked me if I have insurance. I was working at HARDTALK at the time. I told him, yes, I have insurance. So he said, okay, I'll let you know by next week if I'm able to do it. Do the surgery. So he is calling me and tell me, well, so-and-so time, so-and-so date. I say, okay. I went in, do the surgery. I did the surgery in June. So I did the surgery.
June of the same year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was quick.
So that was quick because you were diagnosed in May.
Yeah.
So
like
within a
June.
month or so.
I did the surgery. So did the surgery, everything went okay. And by going and do my tests, afterwards they detect that I had 2 lymph nodes infected. I said, now I have to go through my next surgery again. It's not easy. I need to go and pay money again.
Right.
Yeah. So I went and do the second surgery. It wasn't a good experience, but God helped me and make it through. Did it and then do the surgery, and then after I started doing the chemo. I think it was 8 doses I had us to do. Did the chemo. While doing the chemo, they asked me, they just tell me I will have to go and do radiation overseas, either Trinidad or the States. So they asked me if I had relative abroad.
Right.
I told them yes, I have family in the States. So I went and renewed my visa, and I went to the States. Well, thank God, my co-workers, they helped me. They raised funds and things, so they gave me the help to go to the States. Went to the States. When I reached the States, go and see the doctor. I went and see the doctor, and then the doctor told me, well, respond. But the results, they set up, they had us to set up some slides. So when I went up to the States, they do some tests. I went and do for some tests. The doctor gave the results. They say, when I respond, nothing, I'm adding up, nothing matching up. They say, but I still have to do the radiation for if ever the cancer come back.
So at this point, the cancer is gone? Or based on what the doctors at the States saw? Based on the assessment?
Yeah, it's gone. But that would be the last question. I tell you everything, how it...
Right. Because you do have a testimony you mentioned that you want to share with us at the very end of this interview. So we'll get to that point, later in the program. But I just want to tag back a bit. You spoke about when you first recognized or you first felt the lump. And so when you went to the nurse and so forth. And you had to do that needle biopsy at the hospital. How long did you have to wait from the time you did the biopsy to getting the result?
It was like in a week time.
Yeah. And how was that week for you? I want to talk about that week, waiting to get the results. It must have been nerve-wracking.
Yes, very. Because when I went in, when the doctor called me to give me the results of the needle biopsy, and he told me it was cancer, I sat in the doctor's office for a whole hour crying. Yes, when I went back to work, my supervisor asked me what went on. I told her, and she said, well, if you can't finish your day, you could go home. So I took my bag and went home. When I let my family know, it was like everybody was shocked.
But during that 1 week that you were waiting for the results, you did not discuss it with anybody? Did you say to anybody, listen, I noticed a lump in my breast and I'm going to get it tested, but I'm waiting on the results?
No.
You didn't say anything?
I keep it to myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are you Christian?
I baptized 18, 19 years old. Yeah.
So you would have prayed and so
a lot
during that 1 week.
Yeah, during 1 week.
Because I know what it's like having to wait on a result for anything, much less for something as big as breast cancer. I could only imagine how difficult it was for you. Tell me about, so you were in the shower, you felt a lump in your breast.
Yes.
Is it that you were massaging the breast?
Yes, I was, because normally they tell you, they always, like ladies always must check. Yes.
So that's something you would normally do?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then when I felt,
Did you receive training to do that, or is it that you just, it's something that they encourage women to do, so you just took it upon yourself to try something and see,
Yeah, because they tell women they will always check.
Right.
Yes, always check to see. Yeah.
And then, so we're going to go back to, you mentioned about being in the States and the treatment. I want to talk a bit more about the treatment that you received. Tell us about the experience. We'll start here because this is where you were first treated. So we'll start here and then you'll tell me about the one you received abroad.
Yeah, the chemotherapy treatment was bad. It was not a nice thing to go through. I did my eight doses, and one morning I went to the bathroom. I went in the bathroom. I was going to town, and while I was combing my hair, just realized all the big pieces just start falling. Saying, Lord, you mean I would lose all my hair? And then after all the weight loss, it's a terrible thing to go through. Yeah, terrible thing to go through.
And I mean, I'm looking at you now, and I would never.
Yeah, well, sometimes I tell people what I went through, they'll never believe that I had a cancer. Yeah.
Right.
So I have to thank God.
Right.
Thank God for.
How did you cope? I know you mentioned that you're a Christian and you prayed a lot during this entire ordeal for you. What other coping mechanisms did you use? Did you have support from family members, maybe co-workers, and so? Tell us some more.
Yes,
about
I had my family stand by me 100%. Friends, co-workers, everybody was there to support me. Yeah.
So you had that.
I had
support.
a good support. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What would you say to young women? Maybe even as it relates to the importance of doing your little self-exam, and as we like to say, touching your titty, in our local parlance, the importance of that, because you were into the habit of touching your breasts that you were able to feel the difference and to notice that something wasn't right.
Yeah.
So what advice would you give to young women out there?
Well, I would advise them to always check the breast whenever they go in the shower. Always check the breast to feel, or even underneath the arm. Always check to feel if any lumps there or anything. But sometimes, even though you don't feel a lump, sometimes your breast nipple will have a different color.
Right.
Or sometimes they send a different discharge or whatever. So they must notice that something is not right when they see this sign.
Okay. Did you have to make any lifestyle changes? Maybe be it to your general lifestyle or in your diet in particular?
The only thing was my diet. It was hard to continue to change the diet. It was expensive and it was hard.
So you were placed on a strict diet?
Not really. They will tell you what not to eat and what to eat.
Right.
But certain things they tell you to eat, I don't eat those things.
Right. So
I don't like greens. I don't. No.
So it was a difficult switch for you.
Yeah.
But you did it.
I did it, but not for too long.
Not for long.
No, not
so
for
now
long.
you're back to the old eating habits?
No. Yeah, a few years ago. Yeah, I started eating back now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why not stick with it though?
I can't.
Because I mean, it's a healthier way.
Yeah, I know it's a healthier way, but just maybe since I was small, I don't eat those things, so it's kind of hard for me to get in the habit. And I've always tried to encourage I have 2 daughters, and it's same thing.
They don't.
They don't.
Okay. Do you prepare it at home though?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and they don't.
No.
Okay. That's strange, because I know most people, they would say, listen, I don't eat vegetables, I don't like vegetables, I don't like fruits, or I don't like what we refer to as the healthy foods.
Yeah.
I don't like those things. I just cannot stomach it. I can't eat it. But then they're in a situation like yourself where, because of medical reasons, they're advised to change their diets, and they would change it because, you know what, I know I'm sick now, I don't want to die, so the doctor says, eat lettuce every day, I'm going to eat lettuce every day. So they would eat it, but even after recovering, they would still try to
continue.
Yes, to continue that healthy eating.
But I couldn't.
Did you have to add exercise to that as well, or it's just the diet you had to change?
Well, what the doctor told me was to always go to the beach and swim. So I used to go now and then. And I live so close to the beach, but now and then I used to go.
Right.
Yes, not often, but I used to go now and then. Okay.
Advice to young women who are now battling breast cancer. I know this is a major concern in Grenada. We have many people being diagnosed on a daily basis, and the age, before sometimes you think about certain illnesses and you think about more the mature people, but now we're having younger women, even women who don't have children, being diagnosed with breast cancer. What advice would you give to them in terms of coping and managing?
Well, I would advise them first to pray a lot. trust God and have faith. Faith will bring you a long way. Faith will bring you through. Yeah. So pray a lot, trust God and have faith. And even, some people, they'll get sick and they won't want people to know.
Right.
They'll kind of hide it, cover it up. But it's good to speak out, because when I got sick and I tell a lot of people, and the amount of prayers I used to get, people always call me and tell me they're praying for me and what on. If you don't let people know what you're going through, you won't have all that support.
Right.
So they need to speak up and let people know what they're going through. So people will be able to help them, pray for them. Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to your experience, your testimony.
Okay.
There is a testimony you're really passionate about sharing with the audience. So let's get to that.
Okay. My testimony is that when I did before I did the last checkup to go to the States, I went to and do all my tests. So I brought back the result to Dr. McBurnett. When they read it, he had no spatties. She come to me and tell me, Miss Paul, we have to send her back and do the test because the machine cannot pick up the reading. But before that, I should say, the Sunday night, I was lying in bed. Talking to God. I'll go to church every day, it's true, but I will hear some people praying for long hours. I can't pray long like that.
Right.
So most time I talk to God, like one-on-one. I talk to Him, and I was laying there talking to Him and saying, Lord, I'm your child, and asking you please to heal my body, and talking to Him. And I was telling him my little girl was like 3 years, 3.5 at the time. And I was lying crying out to him. And by dozing off in a sleep, I had my hand on the right breast. So I had my hand open out on the pillow. And I felt someone's hand inside of my hand, like that. And I got scared. I jumped up from the sleep and said, well, who could touch me there? Everybody home was asleep. I said, well, who could touch me? And nobody awake. So I had a window open. I get up and I closed the window.
Right.
But I went back and lay down. When I watched the time, it was 12 o'clock at night. I go back and lay down there a bit before I fall asleep. So the Monday morning now, I went to do the checkup. When I come for the results, I bring her back to the doctor. That's when Nurse Baptiste tell me, Miss Paul, the machine cannot pick up the reading. You have to go back and do over the test. That's when Nurse Baptiste, I don't have any money to go back and do those tests. So she said, well, I will call in places and ask them to give you a discount.
Right.
So I went back and do the test, come back, same thing. So all the time I was healed, but really not, maybe not really believing it, but really not
knowing it.
Yeah, I was healed.
And this is, without cutting you'll continue, but this is how I want to establish a timeline. This is how long after you were first diagnosed. Because tracking back, you were diagnosed in May
2009. And I went to the States 2010.
Right. So this experience that you're sharing with us would have been how long after you were diagnosed? Just about?
It was like
about 6 months or about, or more?
Yeah.
Maybe about 6 months?
Yeah, roughly about 6 months, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So I went to the States to make the appointment to see the doctor. And I went in, explained to them what it was. Then they sent me and do over the tests. When they get the results, they tell me, well, Miss Paul, nothing not adding up. We don't know what to do. I said, well, best I go back home. Don't take the treatment. He said, no, we can't do that. Let me see, I'll give you about 4 to 6 doses of the chemo.
Right.
The radiation. I said, okay. So I started first, second, third. When I reached on the fourth one, that morning I went in, they put me in the bed with that measure you so you can't move, So they put me in the bed, I was lying there, and I felt so sick as though I would have passed away. I said, no, Lord, what's really going on? I said, I never feel like that before. I lay down there, praying to Him again, talking to Him. So when the treatment finished, the doctor come in I was telling her, I said, no, I'm not coming back and take anymore. She said, why? I said, I'm going back home, man. I'm going back in the country. She said, no, you have to take it. I said, no, I'm not coming back. I put on my clothes. And I said, hey, so then when I leave going, they say, see you next week. I said, okay. And I went back home. The next week I didn't go. They keep calling. I tell them, yeah, some mornings I need to feel good. Sometimes I will ring up and tell them I wasn't feeling good.
So is it that you decided to not continue the treatment because it was making you too sick?
Not really. The only once it made me sick.
So why did you decide to not?
Well, when I sit down and think back, what had happened when I did it, when I was lying in bed and I got a touch.
Right.
And I said, well, no, you had to be God. You had to be God to touch me there. I said, well, why did I go to the States to do the treatment? And I'm already healed.
Right.
So I called my pastor. I didn't get through to him. I spoke to his wife and I told her what's going on. I told her I'm coming back home. And I come back home. And I come back the morning. And I open the door. Everybody was asleep. Like I came back like only first flight. When I open the door, when I go inside, when my daughter last one see me, she jump up and she hugged me so tight. And then I went in, talked to them and tell them, well, look, although I told them I was coming back, but I didn't tell them the day. I went in, I told them I didn't finish the treatment and whatnot. And after that, I keep going every year to do my checkup and they will find nothing.
And it's been 11 years.
11 years now, yeah.
That's an amazing story.
So I just want to thank God for His healing, His mercy upon my life. And
President doesn't return, we wrap up for today and come back tomorrow, please the Lord, to continue our proceedings. So that is the plan for this afternoon. Senator Lewis?
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy President, and thanks for the opportunity to give Labour's perspective, Labour movement perspective, on the estimates of revenue and expenditure as presented by the leader of government business in this House. First of all, Mr. Deputy President, I want to congratulate or join in the congratulations and thanks to all workers, the frontline workers, especially in this COVID period. Whatever the differences that we may have as it relates to the interpretation of issues or as to the way forward, I think one thing that we will all agree on is that these workers needs to be congratulated. In the same context, I think we will all agree that the leadership of the country, the government and the other officials needs to be complimented despite the challenges that we have had. And I say so in specific reference up to a few days ago. But I think it is noteworthy to establish once again our recognition of the challenges, these unknown challenges that COVID brought on, and the leadership role played by the administration and the other leaders within the different respective areas. In particular, I want to join Senator Cox in identifying and pull out the Royal Grenada Police Force. But because I know we have always zeroed in on the nurses, doctors, which I will address later, the sanitation workers, etc. But it is in the same context, as we praise the frontline workers, my mind go back to almost a year ago, just over a year ago, when I made a presentation on behalf of Labour, and I identified some of the challenges that the police had. And I remember quite specifically speaking about their working condition. And only today, as I speak, the conditions in Grenville, and I'm just going to use one example, conditions in the Grenville police station has not improved. It has gotten worse. Over a year after, in terms of their living conditions, in terms of the conditions in the kitchen, where they have to sleep. And I had distributed some photos last year. So if you think those photos were bad, think about what it is now, over a year after. What we must do, through you, Mr. Deputy President, is to try to match our words with actions. I'm making a special plea for the intervention of the state in addressing the living conditions of the Royal Grenada Police Force personnel. And I just use Grenville as that test piece. Mr. President, my fellow senators, everyone in this chamber and everyone listening, wherever you may be, please permit me to empathize with the workers of Sandals and all those who were impacted and may be impacted by the recent COVID cluster spread in Sandals. And just as how we applaud the government for the leadership role that it has shown over the past 9 or 10 months, I think it is absolutely important that when there are grave issues as that which are confronting us now, just as so we are prepared to take the praise, we must be prepared to take the responsibility. And we do not believe that anyone deliberately did anything. But leadership requires that when we make decisions, even with the best of intentions, and things go not the way that we want, we must put up our hands. And that, to me, is sadly lacking. I have listened to the pronouncements of our leaders, the same people that we have praised, that we must continue to praise. Because in leadership roles, you do make mistakes. Because it is about managing a risk. So the same leadership that we praise, and I'll continue to praise, when I listen to them, passing the blame on the workers, passing the blame on the population for not wearing masks, saying that we need to follow, and implying that this may have come about because people didn't follow the proper protocol. We are asking, and yes, I speak specifically of the program that I heard 2 nights ago, when, for instance, it had been said that calls were made to the Ministry of Health to come to do some checks. When, for instance, we were saying that we normally do spot checks. I'm saying the message needs to be consistent. We will understand, I'm sure, that the population of Grenada, all of us, will understand that with fighting COVID and managing the economics and the health, and we cannot remain locked down forever, let me say. We cannot remain locked down forever. But there are certain procedures that we need to follow, and we need to insist, and especially when we know that we have people coming in from certain areas. It therefore means that the aspect of monitoring must be more intense. Yes? So it behoves us to to take responsibility and to come clean and point out what we intend to do about mitigating that. Because as we speak, not just myself, we have spoken, colleagues, to you, Mr. Deputy President, of the fact that in this room, there are 8 of us, 7 senators, and the clerk from St. Andrew. We are concerned about the whole of Grenada, but I'm specifically addressing that. We have relatives in the Holy Innocent Anglican School, where some of us went. We have relatives in Post Royal, and normally we do not identify the locations. But I found it strange and interesting that the media and others have gone and identified and focused and brought attention to the Holy Innocent School, the kids that are going there, and to Post Royal, the people that live there. And to compound it, I'm relating it to the budget, and I'll tell you why. Because you see, what is important is the aspect of buy-in, the aspect of understanding that in this period that the budget is designed to address the challenges of COVID, the psychological impact that dear Senator Tessa was speaking to yesterday. All these are related. So, for instance, when our locals return to Grenada and break the protocols by leaving the quarantine stations, whether it is through misunderstanding or not, our health officials and our minister goes after them. But when it is pointed out that other individuals who may have a different status in our society deliberately breaks the protocol by visiting other restaurants, etc., there is an airy silence. We have to get out of this. And therefore, I want to once again extend our empathy to the workers of Sanders and all who have been impacted. And we give our commitment to work along with all who are involved to see what we can do to mitigate any problems that may arise. And to use the same opportunity to call upon all of us to continue observing the protocol, and wherever there are loopholes, that the state and the authorities must take responsibility and put better systems in place. Mr. Deputy President, before I go into specifically looking at the budget, because I respect my colleague on the other side so much, and as a senator and a youth that I have tremendous respect for, I want to congratulate Senator Judd Cadet on his presentation. I do not have to agree with everything that he has said. I want to make the point. I do not agree with everything that you have said, but that's okay. That's not for me to do. But I want to compliment you. And because of that respect I have for you, before I go full-time headlong into the budget, I must answer a request that you made of me. You requested of me to ensure that children are allowed to see intercall and get teachers to do the intercall. You made that request, so I want to answer. Teachers have never prevented intercall, and I will never prevent intercall. And the teachers and workers are always interested, as they have done over all the years, at the forefront of intercall. And it's very simple. So through you, Mr. Deputy President, and alongside my colleague, I would like to ask you to give him the message for me that once the docked salaries are returned to teachers, they will go and continue the extra mile that they have always done, that they are doing right now. But as it relates to the other aspect, that will be done. So I've answered you, my colleague, because of my respect to you. Going in full-time into the budget, I must be brutally frank and indicate that in our review and my review of the budget, I did not get the sense that it was a budget with a difference. I formed the view that it was similar to the other budgets. And through you, Mr. Deputy President, here I want to agree with Senator Cox but to conclude differently. What you have hit the nail on the head. What is required is visionary and focused leadership. The challenges that we are faced on, I am sure that we can get our people to understand the sacrifices that are required, as we have always done. But the leadership that is required cannot be like yesterday. There's an emergency, there's an urgency. It must also be noted that for the very first time in quite a while, the TUC was not involved in budget consultation. Yes, we were involved in the broader discussions, but the tradition of where we were engaged, where we had a 2-hour, 3-hour, 4-hour session, where we can go into, as we say, the nitty-gritty with the Ministry of Finance, that was denied of us, although it was planned. And my investigation have shown that a number of other groups may have suffered the same fate. And the question would arise, why? I do not have the answer, but I leave that outside there. Yes? We found it very strange that in a period now of where you need more consultation, there were less consultation with the labor movement. Mr. Deputy President, while listening to the presentation and discussions in that other place, and while listening to the discussions from ministers on other different forums, I genuinely wondered whether or not there was a change in government. And the reason I wondered, it is because, and then I realized, no, probably it has to do with the reshuffling. The way I heard ministers correctly identify the problems that were existing and they intend to fix, I'm like, but isn't there a collective cabinet? And the knocking of the tables by colleagues in agreement with the observations made about the existing problems and what needs to be done. I wondered if there was a change in administration, and as though people were not aware. And therefore, it is in the same context. When I heard the pronouncement on the Marketing and National Importing Board, very, very important institution in our country that I will spend some time on. And I want to congratulate my colleague, friend, and brother. We grew up together for his contributions from agriculture in relation to MNIB. The comment which says that Marketing Board has lost its ways. The comment which says that Marketing Board has drifted away from the dreams of the founding fathers. And let me tell you, the founding fathers are not 200 years ago. I am not afraid to say that the founding fathers of the Grenada Revolution, I am not afraid to say that the founding fathers are Corporal Maurice Bishop and Bernard Code and others. When our citizens and our young ones listen to the terminology of founding fathers and Marketing Board, it may sound as though this is something that happened 200 years ago. But the vision and aspiration and dreams were only about 40 years ago. This also played into the hand, the question that crossed my mind. And because we have a role and function and duty in this place to address issues that will allow us to look at them objectively, because we sit on different sides, I asked myself the question, where were you all these years? And we know the problems that existed in Marketing Board before and still exist. We do not want to see Marketing Board fail. Marketing Board have that role to take agriculture, not the traditional agriculture, on the way forward in terms of getting prices, market, fixed markets, etc. And I can discuss at some other time some of the ways and means that we can get our people to eat local and buy local by going through Marketing Board. Coming out to address some of the issues in the budget under the Ministry of Labor, the TUC wants to see significant increases in its resources in relation to the human resource. If we agree, and I know we all agree, that some of the challenges that is as a direct result of the economic challenges brought on by COVID will be the aspect of industrial relations. And therefore, there will be a higher demand on the resources of the Ministry of Labor. So, for instance, at the moment, there is no Deputy Labor Commissioner. At the moment, they need other officers. And I know I've seen a provision that which says for 9 months, but I've seen that happen before. I've seen pronouncements or indications to staff the Ministry of Labor. But that is not happening. So I'm making that urgent appeal. The TUC is making that urgent appeal because it will help in managing industrial relations issues that will arise. And more so for the ununionized workplaces. We are confident that at the Sanders workers not being intimidated, and I speak with absolute authority on this, from joining unions, that we would have had a better role to play in trying. We may not have been able to prevent it there, and that's not the point I'm making. The question that has arisen is whether or not enough efforts were made. And I'm saying with the union present, as we have seen in the other workplaces that we are aware of, how we are able to intervene to help manage the aspect of COVID, the Sanders workers would have been able to enjoy this. In the Ministry of Labor, we want to see the aspect of the Wages Advisory Board. We know a decision has been made to put that on hold because of the problems that we have now with finance. But there are other aspects that can be addressed. Because in the existing minimum wage order, you have wages based on geography. So if I'm a baker and you're a baker, or I am a clerk and you're a clerk, but I'm working in St. George and you're working in St. Patrick, the wage in St. Patrick is lower than St. George. That can't make much sense. No, we are all part of those decisions before, understanding how the tripartite arrangement works. But even in this period, while the aspect of wages are creating some discussions, there are other issues that can be addressed, and therefore, this needs to be done. If we go to the budget statement, page 6, 2.2.4, under unemployment and social dislocation, an observation is that under quarter 4 in 2019, unemployment stood at 15.1. I'm using the official data that has been given. I'm not saying whether I believe it was 15%. It is now in quarter 2 in 2020, 28.4%. I'm not saying I accept that. It can be much more, but I'm using the official data. After 6 months, it has almost doubled. And we understand that it is because of COVID. Bearing in mind that the implications or the impact of COVID came about in March, end of February, March. So you're talking about unemployment doubling within probably a 3-month period. We all know that that has been significantly driven by the tourism industry. And that must tell us about the fickle nature of tourism. I'm not against tourism. But resilience requires us to address the areas that can be able to withstand external and internal shock. Because we know what the external shocks are, but you can have internal shocks. Hurricanes, fire, and as we say fire, I am glad to hear Senator Cox indicate that the fire service, at least, there will be the maintenance of the presence of the fire trucks and other services in the town of St. George. For a moment, I was wondering whether or not much spoke about relocation to the south had to do with the potential for, figuratively speaking, fire in the south. And if my brother have the control or the fire engine, he can control the fire. My brother, I wish you all the best. I know, I understand that. Yes, I understand that. I understand that. If we go to page 1371, revenue measures, collection of tax arrears, we want to know what type of taxes have the greatest percentage of arrears. If it turns out to be that VAT is significant among them, we would like to know why were entities allowed to hold on to the money, because we know of the recent, not too long ago, issue with one of our leading supermarket chains. Yes? I'm aware that one of the great legacies of the VAT has to do with the restructuring of the IRD and the Customs Department. But yet still, given the important role of the IRD department, we have lost over 4 controllers between the period 2012 to 2016. This is not good for stability. And make it worse, in the Ministry of Finance, we have had a high turnover rate of permanent secretaries. Given the important role that this ministry plays, and that's what I'm saying, we need to address those matters with a sense of urgency, because this is not business as usual. Therefore, we want to commend the workers in the IRD and Customs Department. The TUC is also looking forward to the revision of some of the services and fees to the inclusion of abolishing some of those fees. I think that there is something, for instance, as a latrine tax or a latrine fee that may be on the books. And I know that there have been, and I'm using this as an example, we have been speaking for the longest while of cleaning up these things. It is felt that the administrative cost on these are much more than what you'll collect. So it's in this context we speak. Okay. I know you had a purpose of coming back here. Yes. On the current expenditure side, the intention is to spend almost the same amount as approved in 2020. And this is a period of unprecedented challenges. As it relates to the freezing of position, we would like to know what those positions that are to be frozen. I look through the budget, may not necessarily always explain what positions are to be frozen. On the revenue, since 2014, our current revenues has been between 21 and 24% of GDP. Current account surplus have been trending in the right direction. And if we look under the document is there, revenue to GDP ratio, expenditure to GDP ratio, current account surplus, we will see this. Data is indicating that fiscally, the picture is not that dull, even as we deal with COVID. I'm using this data here. The leadership, well, I've already congratulated the workers and the leadership at the IRD department. Public workers' wages, page 14 of the budget speech. And permit me to quote, to read verbatim. I hope I wrote it down right. Government has made an appeal to the public sector, and that's the Minister of Finance speaking here. Government has made an appeal to public sector trade unions regarding a deferral of negotiated salary increases for 2021, estimated to add 13.4 million to the wage bill. End of quote. I would like to answer with a quote. The law of sowing and reaping clearly indicates that the government cannot expect to plant the seeds of contempt and vindictiveness and reap the fruits of cooperation and goodwill. End of quote. Comrade Marvin Andal, President General, Grenada Union of Teachers, November 30th, 2020. Sure. However, assuming that government did not budget to pay the 13.4 million, so, they will project a current account surplus of $45.5 million. So if you take away $13.4 million from the $45.6 million, there is still 32.1 million. That is under the current account surplus. Although I am assuming that it did not budget for the 13.4 million, although a closer examination on page 160 of the estimates of revenue and expenditure, that is under vote 14, a sample have shown that there is a movement in some estimated projected salaries by something close to 4%. I'm not saying in all cases. But even if they didn't, and we will expect them to budget for this, because that's a prudent thing to do. You have a signed collective agreement. This is not the MOU that we had signed, and some people argue and say an MOU is not as strong as a collective agreement, which is a different discussion. But there's a legal obligation for the 4%. And therefore, even if you are in discussion to try to get some consideration, prudent financial management will have you make allocations for it. Nonetheless, I challenge the government to prove that 13.4 million, to prove it, since there maybe are a number of positions within the sector that may not be filled, and you still make allocations for it. So we challenge that. We like to see this. But more than that, even from an economic, and I'm not an economist, I've been trying to learn from some of the pronouncements made by my colleagues, especially on the other side. If we agree that an increase in the ability to spend or consume is important for economic activities, it must mean that putting the $13.4 million in the hands of teachers and other public officers is the best thing for the economy at the moment. Because, remember, we are not into saving, the vast majority of us. So these monies, but what will be important, and that is where agriculture comes in. We need to ensure that we have more local stuff to consume. Because as my colleague, Senator Cox, mentioned this morning, as he spoke about construction and the economic activities, by the importation of materials, what he may not have recognized at the same time is that that will lead to higher leakages. Because even if we are spending more, because we are importing, more money is going out. And that is the context in which we speak about the importance of agriculture now, over tourism and over construction. We are not saying to give up on any, and that is where marketing board comes in. So this is the point here. We say the economy needs consumers to spend, and therefore with 4% more in the public officer's pocket, they'll be able to spend more. Especially in the context where in some household, other people in the private sector may have lost their jobs. Yes? So we are, as we have said, we look forward to the dock salaries that were taken. Labour is also requesting a breakdown of the salaries and wages composition of the entire public service. To help us in some of our discussions, is a requirement that we have made in the past and we have made in other forums. We would like to see that breakdown. There's another issue I want to address frontally. The issue of productivity and across the board increases and performance. Just as how an investor is proud to announce that they are looking to make profits on the investment, and there ain't anything wrong with that. We must not be ashamed or afraid to put our hands up and say, yes, we go to work to get paid. The employer invests to get a profit, we go to work to get paid. And in achieving both, that's where the issue of productivity and other things come into play. And that's where the discussion ought to be on. And we are prepared. I look forward to a discussion on the question of productivity. Across the board increases, we have no apologies for the following. Our objective is to ensure that we can maintain and improve the living standard of our people. Now, if an entity cannot afford to pay, that's a different discussion. And we have demonstrated that. In the public sector, we have taken 0% increases a number of times. In the private sector, we have done likewise. So we look forward to these discussions. We also would like to know what of the surpluses experiences of the last 3 years, of the surpluses experience, what has they been used for? The reason I'm asking that, because if it was used for debt repayment, or if the answer is for debt repayment, we thought that debt repayment were budgeted for. So if you budget for debt repayment and you end up with surpluses, it will mean that you have met some of that payment. So without having the answer, we're asking for some of these things. Yes? If we go to budget statement, page 16, allocation, Mr. Deputy President, when we look at the allocations, we say up front that these millions look really good. But we would like to know what percentage are for administrative costs. Because to understand the input or the significance for the different allocations, it will be important. So, for example, under the Ministry of Infrastructure, has not, the number one of the top 10, government expect to spend 133.7 million. We would like to know what percentage is for administrative costs. Under the Ministry of Education, number 2 of the top 10, the same question applies, etc. If we go to page 34, and I'm speaking here of the budget statement, yes? On the health. Before I go into some of this, last year when I stood here, I raised a number of concerns about Ministry of Health and in particular the hospital. We still have a number of those concerns. But I want to place on record the following. Because just as how I accepted and I know the information that I had last year was correct, I want to address the following. And I want to read it as I wrote it. Mr. Deputy President, during last year's budget debate, I zeroed in on the Ministry of Health relative to the hospital. Today, I take this opportunity to praise the newly appointed Minister for Hospital Services, Honorable Delma Thomas. I have gotten reports from highly credible sources that she has already started to make a difference. Key among her approach is that she's on the ground. She's listening. And through you, Mr. Deputy President, Senator Judd, she has a good heart. She has a good heart. And I want to personally wish her all the best. At the same time, to call upon her to use her good offices to get the scores of workers who have been working for 10, 15 and more years without a permanent appointment, to get them appointed. I use that opportunity to call upon her. Under that same, on page 476 now of the revenue and expenditure estimates, we have seen that hospital stay is projected to move from 5 days in 2019, there's no information for 2020, to 6 days in 2021. We would like to know what's the reason for that. We are also concerned about the freezing of position, because given the important role that health has to play in this period, and given the fact that we are looking to spend as much as or more than last year, it is important to have the necessary human resources, taking into account that implementation has been one of the challenges that we have had in the past. I want to put on the table and make a specific request, and the labor movement will also take the lead in that, because we have specific interests. And through you, Mr. Deputy President, the private sector and the government, and something that health could take the lead. The aspect of vaccination for COVID-19 is right on our doorstep now, more than 3 or 4 months ago, when there was debate as to whether or not it will come in 1 year, 2 years. We need a national conversation on the vaccine. And I can tell you that as I speak, on Friday, WI will be conducting a debate, a discussion on the vaccine. And I think it is necessary for we to do this, because there will be all kinds of different challenges. What if someone does not want to take it? So we need to address those issues. How would workers be impacted? How would employers respond? Who themselves are individuals? We need that national conversation, early o'clock, so that we can have an understanding. At the same time, under youth development, I heard from on the other side speaking about the Imani program. It's something that the labor movement has always spoken about and asked for it to be revamped. I am happy now that the new minister, or the recent minister of youth, yes, at the highest level, at the level of the Prime Minister, have identified that there's need for an organized exit strategy. The question that would arise, and we must ask that question, because it was one of the flagship programs that started before 2008. I think it was the NNP that started it. Yes? What has been happening over the years when we have been speaking about it? It must not take the youth to just rebel, or, yes, to cause a significant input by trying to wrestle with the program now. Okay, the question will arise. The fact that it is admitted that there needs to be an exit strategy must be an acceptance that there was a fundamental problem. And we have spoken about that many times. Please, colleagues, when we stay in this house, when we make different interventions, do not take it as just being anti the government or anti the administration or anti-progress. It is about us. It is about Grenada. And I do not know what this says for the previous ministers of youth and others, that the Prime Minister has to make that intervention. But that's a matter for them to address. I wish the youth all the best, because that's where the future lies. And if you permit me, on this matter, I would just want to, because I agree, the TUC agrees, that the youth have an extremely important role to play. And I want to borrow from a presentation made by a leading national out of Grenada, who did a presentation to the Communal Credit Union that I think many of us should try to listen to. Sometime, I think, in June, July, August, thereabouts. I want to refer to one page here, and I'm giving credit to Dr. Earl Braffett. In that discussion, and we can look at that through TAMCC, the aspect of TAMCC, recognizing that TAMCC, 1% of our population is being matriculated each year, and that's the work of Dr. Braffett. So it's not me, but it's not about me, it's about us. There's no better way to impact the workforce and develop intellectual capital than by investing in TAMCC. I'm not calling the government to let us focus on this, where we can upgrade TAMCC as a premier institution in the region, where we can develop on our nursing facilities to TAMCC and SGU. And the aspect of scholarships, to ensure that we target scholarships, for instance, with software, India, agriculture, Israel, as some examples. And that will lead us back, and that's the end of what I'm using here. That will lead us back to the discussion on scholarships that we both correctly so have given out hundreds of scholarships, but are they targeted? And what we want to see coming out in this period, COVID has not brought anything new to us, COVID has just exposed the problems that we have. And it has given us an opportunity to make changes. So that when we are given scholarship, if we agree, and I'm saying we, if government, us, Grenada, agrees that we need to invest in agriculture, in agro-industries, for instance, or tourism, right? I disagree that that should not be the main focus. It should be a focus, but not the main focus in this period. But if that's where the government is going, and you identify that you want to go into diving, for instance, identify credible institutions and go into an arrangement with 10, 15 people, give them scholarship to do diving, and then they can come back and contribute to the society. That's the point that we are making. So whatever area, Mr. Deputy President, that we agree on, and it's not our ultimate decision. The government is there to make certain decisions. Ultimately, the cabinet will decide. And I respect that. I can disagree, and that's okay. But anything that we in the labor movement can do with any decision that you make, once it is in the interest of the country, we will give our support. We'll criticize where there's need to criticize, because that's important. But we will do nothing to try to make sure that you feel. No, it's about us. On the digital transformation, that's page 35. Youth and digital is on page 35 of the budget statement. Here I want to compliment the government for the investments made to move to online payments, such as for driver's license, CXC inspection, property tax, etc. And I want to still encourage the government to do more. I once again compliment the Inland Revenue Department workers and the leadership. On the page 4, pension reform, we would like to know how many new workers, retirees, have been paid using the 70% benefit formula. That is those joining the service after 1985. The issue of the public library, restoration and modernization. In previous budgets, it was mentioned. However, I'm not seeing any mention in the 2021 budget. I don't know if I missed it, but it was just an observation. It has already been mentioned a number of times, but the aspect of how much of the capital expenditure we have been able to implement for a 10-year period, we have not been able to implement more than 230 million. I think that was in 2014. That's the best spend we have. We are supporting whatever can be done to be able to implement more, but that's where the issue of implementation comes in, and that is where staffing comes in. And that is where we have concern about the aspect of freezing of positions. And just as how the government has made use of the escape clause in terms of the fiscal stance relative to the pre-COVID period, that should also allow you to, just to repeat, to pay the public servants, the public officers, the 4%. As I said, a look at the budget will show that there are a lot of nice things that have been said. Nice words. I like resilience. Words that have been used, such as what the IMF used, the World Bank used. I understand that. But we contend that once we appreciate what economic resilience means, that there would have been probably between $100 million to $150 million a mark for agriculture rather than 40 million. And mind you, I'm not referring to 18 million because I'm taking the general provisions in the other departments for agriculture. So I'm not here speaking about 18 million. I'm addressing the 40 million. And we are saying, given the importance that we need to pay to resilience, recovery, transformation, and resilience, that agriculture needed to get between $100 and $150 million so they can do the necessary investments. And because economic resilience means that we must be able to weather the effects of severe economic shocks. Our land and our people are less likely to be affected by external shocks. So when we closed down the country, which we supported, the labor movement, it was a draconian, but I want to praise the firm decision of the decision makers, because I know that's not easy. It's not easy to tell your population, I'm shutting down. But I know we are better off today in understanding certain challenges. So the question of lockdown or so does not come into play as early as on the circumstances that may have given rise to that in March or April. Right? And I want to thank once again the colleagues who gave it their best shot in making those decisions. I know it will be tough. But once we see here, we are speaking about serious agriculture. We are not speaking about the traditional agriculture. You go with a cutlass and a fork. So, Deputy President, the youth wouldn't want to be involved in that. And why do we know that? Because most of us that came from agricultural background didn't stay in agriculture because our parents didn't want us to. They saw us as getting up and going in the mountain. That's how we say we're going in the bush. Right? Going in the bush, you're going in the mountain. And they invested the time. And we are carrying the bananas on our head, and if you fall, make sure that you bust your behind, but the fig doesn't get damaged. And they did that so that we will move on. But we have recognized today the error in this. They meant well. So what we have to bring is technology. We have to bring technology and make it interesting so that apps can be created through you, Mr. Deputy President. Judd, I've always respected you for your interest in technology. Why can't we get apps and other things created that can plot? Seedlings can plot, right? When plants reach certain stages and what can be done. I have a colleague that is based in the US, a very good brethren of mine, that when he comes to Grenada, he can go on his phone and he's growing those things, using water in his basement. And we as a country, that's where we need to go. And that is where leadership comes in. I'm absolutely confident that given the youth that we have, if we go on the ground, if the leaders go on the ground and speak about agriculture or whatever it is we believe in, people will get involved. People will get involved. The amount of community services that took place during the revolution, what is different is the leadership. The leadership was that you could have felt the commitment of the leaders. And they led from the front. It was not about getting rich. I'm not saying anyone is doing this. It was not about getting rich. It was about service to country. And sometimes, in brief moments, because I do not like to stay in this nostalgia for too long, because we need to live in the present and go into the future, I say, boy, today with all the technology that we have, how life would have been today with the quality of leadership or the mindset of the revolutionary leaders. And I come down. And if you recognize, we can't run away from speaking about it, because even when this Prime Minister said the founding fathers in relation to MNIB, the revolution, when you speak about Morris Bishop International Airport, the revolution, And although we are yet to get an apology from the company that may have done it for calling our airport the St. George Airport, it might appear to be small. I've never spoken about it before. But you know why? Because sometimes names are important and messages are important. Yes? And therefore leadership is important. The MNIB has a critical role to play in finding and providing guaranteed markets and prices to farmers. Because agriculture, if done in the right way, have a higher retention than most of the other areas, certainly tourism. Because and I am happy to hear the continued speaking about the linkages between agriculture and tourism. Yes, the linkages between agriculture and technology. These are important. We need to see more intersectorial linkages. And that is why today, in this budget debate, the TUC, and we are concerned about these linkages, because at the end of the day, what we are speaking about here is looking for the creation of employment, and not just short-term employment. We are looking for sustainable employment. Because in this discussion, and yes to construction, yes to all the other aspects, because none is independent of each other. And there's no country that will survive on agriculture alone. There's no country that will survive on tourism alone. Of deep concern to us is the fact that one of the hardest hit industry is that of the tourism industry. And we will all agree that the predominant workforce in the tourism industry were made up of women. And we will all agree that even if unemployment is 28.4%, or even if it is 35%, or even if it is 20%, as national unemployment, the rate is higher among women. And therefore, at 28.4% unemployment rate, that amongst women and youth will be higher. And as we speak about construction, we must bear in mind that construction is not traditionally dominated by or significantly have women in it. So that's part of the urgency that needs to be addressed. So apart from addressing unemployment in its general sense, we also need to drill down and say, okay, what are we doing for women? Especially where quite a large percentage of our household is led by single parents, by women. At the same time, we know that some of these are based on COVID, and COVID didn't bring this on. I want to make a plea. Let us condemn sexual violence. Let us condemn child abuse. Let us work towards, because all these are related to the psychological impact, the need for counseling. These are important. Another area of focus should be in the creative industries, because as the country locked down, and as you cannot go out, but through the electronic means, our artists can create and export. If my memory serves me right, I cannot remember the article number, but under the agreement that we have with the European Union, the EPA, European Partnership Agreement, I think that there are provisions there for art, for music, etc. And these are some of the areas that we can look into. I have often heard the argument which says that the investments the FDIs, the foreign direct investments that we are getting into, or that we have, these are the people who are willing to come. Okay, but I want us to have that entrepreneurial spirit. Not for government to own, but to go out and source investors to come and invest in agriculture, come and invest in fisheries, come and invest in agro-processing, come and invest in helping us develop the means that we can partner with SGU to assist in creating medical services as a means of export services. So we have to set our policies and go out and actively pursue it. The question of we must see farm roads and feeder roads as contributing to the multiplier effect. We must see that. And I keep coming back to MNIB because I think it has that crucial role to play. I'll tell you something, Mr. Deputy President. My colleague here, Senator Sinclair, and I, and a number of us on the blocks in Ladi, when he was in the Marketing and National Imported Board, I remember those heated debate and discussions on the blocks. And we argued, so this is not a new argument, about the role of MNIB and how it has moved away from what MNIB can act as a price controlling agent. If you have the items, if you purchase from the farmers at a fixed price, right, even if there are some elements of subsidies, as I say, there are other suggestions that I can give, but I don't think it is necessary for this forum here, right, to make sure that people buy and use local. Then, and once you market and advertise yourself properly, because consumers are going to make decisions based on the information that they have, I mean, there are some people that will walk through the tongue of St. George and go in all the different stores before they buy one item. The majority of people may not do that. So if you're able to have those items and you can control the price, where you make something on it, obviously, but it is less than your competitors, once you market yourself, people will buy. And it will also force the others to bring down the price. And that is where aggressive leadership comes in. We also need to ensure, and I know it's a much talked about issue, to ensure that when we do our farm roads and feeder roads, it is not used to advance real estate. In a number of these areas, once you see a piece of road go down, the next thing you see the land cut up, and then houses go down. And our arable lands goes. If we look at what happened globally, because even during this period of the pandemic, we have seen a high demand for high-tech, high-level programming increase. As a matter of fact, in this period of COVID, more millionaires and multi-millionaires have been created. I want to repeat. In this period of COVID, more millionaires and multi-millionaires have been created. And if we are able, as a country, private sector, government, labor movement, other interest group, with the correct leadership, because that's why we elect governments here, to help steer the development of the country. If we are able to help identify the areas in some of this multi-billion-dollar industry, if you get a 0.2% of that That's significant. Extremely significant. And that is why I speak about the entrepreneurial spirit. Because in this period, as people become more and more reluctant to go out, and we have seen it now, because with the recent development in Sandals, you can feel the anxiety, and therefore the provision of culture that can reach people's home is an opportunity for the creative industry, even locally. So are Calypsonians. And yes, we need to pull our act together, but that's why we have a Ministry of Culture. A Ministry of Culture that can help start the conversation. You do not have to do it yourself. You do not have to. I'm not calling on government to do every single thing. No. Government cannot do every single thing. But I'm absolutely certain that government can set the tone. There's a reluctance by the private sector to do certain investments. Because the issue of confidence in the economy and how things will bounce back. Is present. And that is why it is important to maintain jobs, especially in the public sector. Because I'll tell you right now, in our view, and it is more than a view, had it not been for the public sector and keeping jobs, the economy would have been in a worse shape. I genuinely believe that the evidence is there. If you do a quick checking around, because I'm sure that the banks, the credit unions, etc., where a number of people have loans, had they lost jobs in the public sector, can the public sector have to hold on to jobs there? And the government must be complimented for that. It's a duty. Is that right? Must be. We need to recognize that. Yes? Then more people, there would have been more challenges for people to pay and service their loans. Because when the larger countries sneeze, we catch the flu. Well, unfortunately, it has gone beyond the flu. It has gone to COVID-19, because all of our cases have been imported. What we can do as a nation is to examine and see where these countries have been able to make progress. What are the industries that they have been able to make progress in? And therefore, we can see what industries are doing well in times of this crisis and look to invest in those areas. I know that, as I said, there are 7 senators from St. Andrew. And to be quite frank, I'm proudly from St. Andrew because that's where I was born. I'm Grenadian. I'm a nationalist. I'm a regionalist. I see myself as an internationalist. And it is not just enough for us to feel proud or to stand here and boast that we are from St. Andrew. We would like to see all the parishes, including St. Andrew, develop. The Technical and Allied Workers Union, years ago, had one of its branches in St. Andrew. So much was the demand in relation to people working in St. Andrew and the surrounding areas. Years now, this branch is no longer in existence. Why? Because the rural economy has taken a serious hit. The rural economy has taken a serious hit. And therefore, it is on all of us to ensure that we make the call for development to be spread. We know that everything cannot be done at the same time. And that is why, if the investors that are coming, in terms of tourism, want to build on the beaches, and we can tell them where to build or where not to build it, I'm absolutely certain about that. Just as so we made the hard decision to lock down the country, just as so we have made the decision to impose penalties, which I support, on people who violate the COVID or the protocol. We support that. And remember, we supported the increase of the penalties, while at the same time we call for the authorities to accept responsibility when the problems come about because of failure on their part to have the proper protocols in place. Likewise, we ought to be firm enough to know when we need to tell an investor that, look, even if this is what you want to do, but this is not your time now. It is important to do this. How much minutes I may have again?
10 more minutes, Senator.
Okay, good. Our workers are always prepared to make sacrifice. Our workers have always made sacrifice. The people of Grenada have made sacrifices. If we allow COVID to come and go, which may take a very long time, it may even stay with us forever, without addressing the fundamentals of job security. Now, I want to keep at it. And I know a number of people, because it's all related to the budget. It's all related to confidence. It's all, to you, Mr. Deputy President, the other side, as we have always done, have been praising the workers, and that's a fact. But you cannot take praises or thanks and go to a supermarket. I want to repeat. You cannot take praises or thanks and go to a supermarket. And many times, the issue is not just about money, you know. Through you, Mr. Deputy President, as an employer, as a manager, you are aware of this. The aspect of motivation. Money is not the only motivator, or sometimes money is not even the motivating issue. I heard the Minister for Hospital Services, the minister that I praise, I wanted to continue, indicate that she have been, my words now, bombarded. She didn't say bombarded, my words. But she have been approached by countless workers in the hospital about the fact that they are not permanent. I don't know how you'll be able to motivate people more. We want them motivated. They are working hard. They come in every day. They want to be able to have as a trophy, as a certificate in their hand, an instrument of appointment, a letter from the relevant authorities which says that, dear Mr. Lewis, this is to confirm that you are permanent with the government of Grenada, effective 2003 from the date of your employment, or 2005, because we cannot undo that which is already done. So it will have to have retrospective implications. The minister said that she heard the complaints. Colleagues, we are not making this because we want to just talk. We know that there are concerns about productivity, but we argue that productivity is a managerial function. About 80% of productivity and performance lies at the doorstep of management. Colleagues, I worked in the private sector before I went full-time into the union. I left the private sector and went to the union. I didn't lose my job. And I worked in a company that was one of the better performing companies. And you know what's the unfortunate thing for me when I reflect on it? It was led by foreign people. But we could do this because this is our people. They invested in training, customer services training. They had a budget for training. They provided the tools, and you were supervised. And our locals, who got most of the work done, had the authority to be able to make certain decisions. And they were given that freedom. They knew their latitude. They were not micromanaged. I saw it happen. And we have a very good performance. But we need to invest in training. We need to use COVID. And I'm making that request to all of us as individuals, workers, employers, and the government as the single and largest employer. This is a time for retooling, for retraining. Let us ask our managers in the public sector, and I'm zeroing on the public sector, to come up with work plans, identify training needs. The Trade Union Council and the Trade Union Movement has done more training now than we have done in a long time. The virtual platform has given us so many opportunities, whereas in the past, the institutions that were involved in training will invite 2 people, and because of the cost of traveling, etc., had to be limited to 2. Now they're giving you 5, 10. The Caribbean Congress of Labor, through the Cipriani College of Labor and Cooperative Studies, there are close to 60 trade unionists being trained right now, been exposed to training with the college in Trinidad, virtually. And as we speak, there are other local trade unionists who are involved in different training. I'm absolutely certain it can be done in the public sector. I'm absolutely certain that it can be done in the private sector. And we need to do it. We need to sit in the different entities, just as the labor movement, because we have to make those changes too. That's where succession planning comes in. Succession planning is not only about planning for leadership, but it is about identifying trends. It's about identifying where you want to go, identifying the tools that are required. Speaking in industrial relations is not just about marching the street, and we are good at it. But we are also very much interested in training, because we want to have a workforce that can hold its own. We want to have a country that can find itself and maintain itself in this space. So I'm using this forum to you, Mr. Deputy President, and I'm sure you will understand that, given the private sector and the company that you work in, and given your background, will understand the need for plans, the need for management, and the need for investing in our people. To our colleagues, again, in Sandals, okay, something that really, really reached me and reach a lot of us, and I'm sure the government too, because we are human beings. I'm absolutely sure, despite the faces that you're seeing, that appear on television and seem to be shying away and passing the blame, I'm confident that it reached all of us. What is important many times, I'm going to end the way I start, on them, because it's important. When I start giving thought to the budget, obviously they were not in my mind. But being aware that there are other workplaces that are impacted. We represent workplaces that are impacted right now. We represent workplaces that have workers at home. This is not a call against the government. This is not a call against the government, but this is a call that if we do not do what is necessary as leaders, I am not the one that making decisions whether or not I could tweak the protocol. I am not the one that are making decisions as a matter of fact. The Caribbean Congress of Labor wrote Carriacou in May, June. Remember when they were talking about opening up in June? And we said that we are not yet ready to open. As a matter of fact, the Grenada government must be given credit The Prime Minister said quite clearly that we are not yet ready to open, and he must be given credit for that. And I know we cannot remain locked down forever. But in keeping with these, we had said that whatever you do, ensure that you identify the challenges. So, for instance, one of the considerations I know that were discussed in the region, and what the problem is that the region is not all in this together, as we fight to see who could get more of the tourists and get more. And because our borders are porous, I know that these are some of the challenges that we have. So Barbados might be doing something different, Antigua doing something different, St. Vincent, St. Lucia. And that's why we had to be extremely careful. One of the thought process was that if you go into a standards arrangement that is all-inclusive, so that people know that you come in there, everything is there, you don't have to go out, then you ought to make provision for the workers who will know that when you reach there, you're at least here for 2 weeks. Or you provide meals, accommodation, everything. And there's a procedure before you go out in terms of the testing, quarantine. Are you following me? So the balance could be sought and met between health and well-being and economics. But somehow, probably, the ball was dropped. So we want to reaching out to them. We want to call on our Grenadian population. Do not make fun of anyone who may be impacted. Do not discriminate. I had that experience within our union at a particular workplace where a worker will return to work because our union dealt with that at the end. Our union dealt with that in the end, and that's okay. And we are able.
Senator, I'll give you a couple of minutes to wrap up.
Thank you very much. Because that's important. We were able, and you know what was good? And that's what we crave of government as an employer. In that particular place, in the private sector, the management accepted, boy, we could have done this different. So that when the worker went back to work, the workers were not called and prepared that look, because everyone knew that the person came from an area that were infected. So we were able to work that out. We were able to bring in the medical practitioners. Yes, Dr. Francis, and meet with the workers, meet with management and say, look, the necessary protocols have been followed, right? You are not at risk. So people felt confident. People felt confident. So whatever we do as government, and I'm saying government because at the end of the day, you leads this. I'm asking of you to show the leadership, show the mettle by accepting when you may have done something wrong. Yes? And not appearing. Because that's how we feel. Even if that's not what you meant. Almost everyone that I've spoken to, and I've been around the island. I've been in Laddick, I've been in Willis, I have been in Grenville, and I speak to people. We represent workers. The interpretation of some of the press conferences, and I want to be brutally frank and blunt here because we need to do it. I've seen a tone down on the message, but by the Minister of Health, and some of the pronouncements are not going across good. And people feel as though we are blamed. If that's not your intention, have a relook at your messaging. And we give the commitment to work along with the government and all the stakeholders and to call upon the population to let us continue what we have been doing to follow the protocols. And at the same time, to call upon the state that wherever there needs to be amendments to the protocols, do it. And please let us know. And therefore, that's the end of my contribution. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. I want to ask for the indulgence of senators to take a 5-minute break because this chair has no opportunity to get a break because this chair has no body to substitute. So we'll take a 5-minute break now and we'll come back and start at 25 minutes past based on the clock.
25 to 25.
Yeah, so we'll come back at 3:30.
It's 3:22 now.
So yeah, let's come back at 3:30. We'll come back at 3:30. Yeah. Yes, 8 minutes. Yeah. Senate now stands adjourned until 3:30. Right.
and welcome to another Nutrition and Health. This program is brought to you by the Grenada Food and Nutrition Council. I am your host, Lichelle Murray, and in today's program, I am very pleased to have with me Miss Delia Paul, and she is a breast cancer survivor. We all know that the month of October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, so we've been doing a lot of education and awareness programs as it relates to prevention, living with, and treatment and support for breast cancer patients. Ms. Paul is here with me today, and she'll be sharing with us her experience being diagnosed with breast cancer, living with, and actually overcoming the battle of breast cancer. Ms. Paul has been in remission for 11 years, is
Yes.
it? Okay, so she's going to share a bit with us. Thank you so much for being here.
You're welcome.
Right. So, breast cancer survivor. That must be a very proud thing for you to say.
Yeah.
Take us back to when you were first diagnosed with breast cancer.
And it was 2009, May 2009. One morning I wake up and I just felt, I went to the shower and by soaping up my skin, I felt like a seed in my right breast. So I said, well, that was not there. So I had two nurse friends working in family planning. So I went to them and I tell them what it is. They tell me they can't tell me if it's cancer or not because the seed was moving. They said maybe if it was still in one place and maybe. So they gave me Dr. Dominguez's number to go to see him. So I went to him, make an appointment. Then he called me. He examined me first. He told me, well, he had to do a needle biopsy to know what it is, if it's really cancer. So I made an appointment, go up to the hospital, did the needle biopsy. When he get back the results, he called me. When I get the call to go in, I was scared, honestly. So I went in. Went in the office, we started talking. He said, well, I'll get back the results, but it's good news and bad news. He said the good news is that we detected early.
Right.
So, and then the bad news is the cancer.
Right.
When I heard that, it was like a death sentence for me. Because no living with having cancer, my mom died from it. Okay. Yeah, my mom died 26 years now. My mom died from it. So knowing it is cancer, I say, Lord, you mean that I will go like how my mom died with the same cancer? So he told me he will do makeup that kind of thing. Yeah. He told me he'll make an appointment for me to go and do the surgery.
Right.
So he told me he wasn't able to do the surgery because he kind of have a lot of people. So I had to go and see another doctor. I went to see, I don't want to call it doctor anymore. I went to see another doctor. The price she gave me was too much. So I went back to him. I said, well, doc, the price, the other doctor could tell me it's too much. I cannot afford it. So he asked me if I have insurance. I was working at HARDTALK at the time. I told him, yes, I have insurance. So he said, okay, I'll let you know by next week if I'm able to do it. Do the surgery. So he is calling me and tell me, well, so-and-so time, so-and-so date. I say, okay. I went in, do the surgery. I did the surgery in June. So I did the surgery.
June of the same year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was quick.
So that was quick because you were diagnosed in May.
May, yeah.
So within a month or so.
I did the surgery. So I did the surgery. Everything went okay. And by going and do my tests,
Roll and bowler. Thank you much, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. President, I rise at this time to give my full and
unwavering support to the motion that is presented before this Honorable House, commonly called the budget. Mr. President, also I would like to join many of the other colleagues who went before me to express thanks to the Minister of Finance and of course his hard-working staff in that ministry for the preparation of a document, I believe, Mr. Deputy President, one that is unparalleled to what we've seen before, and a document that is definitely suited and will be an answer and a positive guide for our present economic situation. Mr. Deputy President, I'd also like to say thank you and congratulations to our own leader of government business in this chamber, Senator the Honorable Simon Steele, for his presentation and what he has done and the contribution made towards this document thus far. Mr. Deputy President, it is evident from the measures, the policies, and the programs that will be rolled out or implemented from this budget. There's no doubt in my mind, as I've said, that the new National Party government is definitely people-centered. It is the type of governance that engages its people, or the citizens of the state. Listen to them, Mr. Deputy President. Discuss with them. Accept questions. Discuss with the relevant officials or officers within the public service. And put an implementation framework in place. One, that they would evaluate and check its effectiveness and responses, Mr. Deputy President, to the demands of the people. Mr. Deputy President, lest we forget, I'd like to remind us all, not just those of us who are in this chamber, but everyone in our island, that we are operating, or better said, we are living in unprecedented times, Mr. Deputy President. COVID-19 is continuing to create uncertainty, real panic, the world over. COVID-19 is real, it is present, and it is persistent. It is a danger, Mr. Deputy President, not only to our lives, but also to our livelihoods, and of course, is affecting the way we do many things, the way we do business, the way we once learn, the way we meet and greet, the way in which we conduct life in a general way. Mr. Deputy President, over 70 million people worldwide have already contracted this virus, and approximately 1.6 million, unfortunately, based on the records, have died as a result. Let me join the others before me, and more recently, our Senator responsibility for labor on the other side, in thanking and commending, congratulating all of our frontline workers in whatever division or department they work, whether it's medical, the police officers, as we've said before, immigration and customs, those who protect our borders, those who work with them at the borderlines, those who so freely on a daily basis put themselves and their family at risk by continuing to do their jobs, irrespective of the fact that they know the risk that it entails. I want to join with those before me and say thank you. I know that it's been said that thank you can't go to the supermarket, but it might help lift the morals. And we genuinely mean it when we say thank you, because thus far, irrespective of our recent spike and cluster, they have done a tremendously good job, Mr. Deputy President, and they have kept us safe. What we boast about today of Grenada being among the best, second in this, in the OECS and the sub-region, and about 44th or 44th in the world in terms of the way we handled. It was not only because of the foresight of government, it was not only because there was a good COVID committee in place, but it was twinned with the commitment of all of those people who decided, come hell or high water, we'll take the risk and we'll go forward and do what is expected of us. So we need to commend them and thank them, Mr. Deputy President. I would also like to join to sympathize with management and staff of the Sandals Resort. It's a troubling time for all of us. Whatever it is they're going through is something that we all need to be concerned about, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy President, and sorry, I'm so used to Speaker. I've spent more time in the lower house, Mr. Deputy President, than I have in this house. Okay, great. It may well be. So you better start practicing and accept it now. Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. Analysts focused that the world's economy would contract by at least 4.4% by the end of 2020. And that growth, economic growth for 2021, may average just about 2.8%. In our own country, right here in Grenada, Mr. Deputy President, we will be short in revenue collection based on the reports that come to us by $132 million. And we'll record a 12% decline in economic growth by the end of 2020. Mr. Deputy President, despite the unprecedented challenges we are faced with as a government and as a people, I know that this administration is determined to deliver and to assist the people of this beloved country to overcome the problems and challenges that we are faced with at this time. Mr. Deputy President, I believe that the budget, the motion that we are debating, yes, our budget that was presented to this House, will definitely stimulate some aspects of the economy and will create much needed jobs for many of our citizens. One may ask, Mr. Deputy President, where would these jobs come from? We have heard a lot before. We have heard some people believe, some don't. And Mr. Deputy President, with your concurrence, I crave the indulgence that those of us who want to follow that will look at page 12 of the budget speech, right there at the bottom, Outlook for 2021. And it says here, Mr. Speaker, we are projecting a return to positive economic growth in 2021. It's a lot of talk about agriculture, but here is what? The agriculture, which is number one here, that was listed, construction, wholesale and retail sectors will drive the recovery. Other key sectors, including tourism, private and tertiary education, are projected to recover much slower and will affect the speed of the recovery. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a lot has been said about agriculture. And many of us in this honorable house here in this chamber, in one way or the other, is associated with agriculture. Whether we are practicing farmers, like myself, trying to do something, trying at least to ensure that there is food security, not just for my family, but at least within my community. I don't want to say all that I do. I see the clerk is laughing. He's a friend of mine, and he understands and knows some of the things that I do, but that is for another place and another time, Mr. Senator, for fisheries and agriculture. When we're doing we normal little cook-up, we talk about those things, not for the honorable house. But I want to, Mr. Deputy Speaker, just zeroing on a few of the things that was said about agriculture. Number one among them, not enough is being budgeted for the sector. And it is not the first time or the first budget debate we have heard that statement. And I wrestle with the thought at times, and I ask myself, is it really not enough being budgeted? Or is it a situation where, as a people, as a country, as a sector, we do not maximize the total potential of what is in that sector and what is budgeted for us? And I want to cite a few examples, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Maybe I'll have to go back into history a little bit. And forgive me for not having a document to refer to, but I'm speaking from memory now. We oftentimes talk about we need to see more for agriculture. And I do agree. I honestly do agree, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that maybe with more money, as some people would like to see, a bit more can be done. But with the present amount being budgeted, if you are to do a search, go 5 years back and look at what has been budgeted for the Ministry of Agriculture and tell me 1 year in which all of the money budgeted for capital project has been spent and there was a desire or a request for more. I rather doubt that we can find a budget that will prove that to us. So I know the challenge there will be, as we said, implementation. The rate is low, and I do agree. But what causes that? Is it simply because, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we do not have sufficient people in place? And I rather doubt that also. And I'll give you an example of why I say that. And there are a few more things that I would say about the issue. As we speak, the Ministry of Agriculture is attempting to do a backyard gardening project. The former minister, before the cabinet chief, did announce it, started the process. They intend to engage some 500 families. Again, we talk about the need to ensure that there is food security. And through that program, there is hope that people will be able to grow more and be able to feed themselves and depend more on what is grown in the backyard. Grant money is being provided. There's a need to purchase, at this present time, 500 water tanks, which will be given to these 500 families so that they can ensure there's always a supply of water for whatever little they'll be doing as backyard gardening. The monies are available. The board, the team that is looking at that, There have been people sorting prices, where and who can provide us with this equipment for the best possible price. And because of one particular individual within the ministry having to sign off, that process have not yet been completed, simply because the gentleman in question doesn't feel that there's a need for 500 tons. Is it implementation that is the problem, Mr. Deputy President? Or is it because some of us just want to prove that we have power? Or maybe some of us feel if certain projects are being fulfilled, a particular minister, a government or a department may get some praise, that may constitute into votes. I am not sure. But I am prepared to debate and to argue that the real issue with agriculture is not the lack or total lack of funding or insufficient funding, Mr. Deputy Speaker. President, sorry. Mr. Deputy President, my good friend, I ain't hitting under the belt, yeah? My Senator for Agriculture. We love each other. I know he could take it. He could take it a little above the belt. So I didn't think he's going to take so much under the belt. But I must thank you. Your debate was very spirited, and as was mentioned, I think was by the president before, you're very energetic. I mean, I've known you for quite a long time. You're a St. Andrews man, but now he also lives in the neck of my wood. You know, he lives in the Northeast. And I would not say the rest and the purpose why you are there. No, I'm not like that. Family secret must stay family secret. But you did commend the farmers for producing. Well done. They continue to. Even in challenging times, and some more than others have greater difficulties. But they are persistent. They are continuous. And you wanted to see transformation. But you know, you are best placed now as Senator to do a lot of work. And I don't envy you. If you really want to see the transformation of that sector, you have to put your shoulders to the wheel. They're pretty large, and you have to push. Because I tell you something. When you mention about the lack of funding and that financial institutions are very reluctant to do business with our farmers, it is a fact. But you know what is also a fact? Not very long ago, a study was done as it relates to the compliance rate of farmers paying back, remembering where they borrow from. And our foreparents, most of us who grew up with grandparents, always heard the word, when you borrow, you must pay. That is not something much of the farmers in Grenada have learned. 80% non-compliance rate among the farming community. And we need to find out why. Is it because they are not making money? Or is it because we are not business-minded enough to do better? I recalled, and we will go back a little bit, sometime after Hurricane Ivan. You got to keep your eyes on the clock and give me a little thing every now and again. I just get carried away. There were two programs that was implemented by the government. But I'd rather talk about the second one, which was called, I think, the Agricultural Rehabilitation Program. That is when the government, and then you may well know about that, decided that with 90% of the agricultural sector down, Mr. Deputy President, government came in and decided that they must provide some assistance in the way of funding. And I would never forget the discourse at the cabinet level when they were constituting that body that will determine who gets loans and how it will be disbursed. And the Prime Minister at the time, who is still the Prime Minister today, said clearly that he did not want any Minister of Government to be part of that team. So who was selected? One person from the Ministry of Agriculture, I think it was then. One person from the Ministry of Finance, and 3 farmers, outstanding farmers, which they asked the farming community to name. They weren't selected by cabinet members. It came from the committee, the farming community. But the way in which it was, the program had to be instituted, $40,000 was the maximum amount that any one farmer could get. But the intent was not for any one farmer to get $40,000 in one tranche. The program was set up, the extension division had to be heavily involved. An example will be if I was the farmer and I decided everything that I had in my land was done, what I wanted to grow, what I wanted to get involved in, we'll do a proposal, the extension officer for the area will come, they will determine what quantum of that do I need to really do what I do. Would it be 40,000? Would it be 30,000? Would it be 20,000? 40 was the maximum. Doesn't mean every farmer has to get 40. And then determine what portion of that do I need for land preparation, clearing and plowing and other things. What do I need for seed and fertilizer and chemicals and to keep the crop going? And then what do I need for maintenance? So at least 3 tranches. The result, very unfortunate for us. This was meant to be a revolving fund. Over $12 million invested in that. Into farming, into agriculture, for our farmers. Unfortunately, there were many farmers who got $40,000 up front in one tranche. What happened? 2% probably, if that much, turned back and looked at the ministry and made a payment. I got a story from a gentleman who is a farmer, and he's somewhere from Senator Lewis's area. And he said to me, and that was very recent, you know, because he's expected now to get some assistance again from the SAEP project. He said, you know, I got some money from that. And I went in one day and inquired, where do I have to go and pay? He went into the ministry. And whoever he spoke to then asked him, were you called by anyone? And the farmer said, no, I wasn't. Did they tell you that you have to come and pay? He said, no, but I took a loan and I signed that I would pay so much. The officer then said to him, well, we ain't know nothing about that here. There ain't no money to repay. And the farmer said so to me. I mean, I'm saying second-hand story, no, but that is what the farmer said. So I'm just trying to build and show a picture here. What really is our issue as it relates to agriculture? Is it insufficient funding, as we're hearing? More budgetary allocation? Or the need for us all, government, private sector, farmers, and everyone else that is involved, marketers, to come together and say, let's put all the differences, all other things in our bag and put it aside. Because what is important here is for us to push this sector forward for our own survival and ensure that some people's basket would always have bread in it so they can feed themselves and their family. And I can give numerous stories, Mr. Deputy President, but I will take it one at a time. Mr. Deputy President, just to conclude on agriculture, and our dear Senator, a lot of suggestions, many suggestions. But I oftentimes wonder, why does it have to be government to always take the lead? So, for example, the suggestion that with agro-processing, that maybe government can set up a properly well-equipped agro-processing plant, and the small one, those in the cottage industry can go in. Why does it have to be government? You've been in marketing for quite a long time, and I'm sorry, Mr. Deputy President, through you, our dear Senator has been in marketing for quite a long time. And he is in a very fortunate position now as the manager, and I don't want people to know your business too much, but I have to say, of the Nutmeg Association, who has an excellent building, and of course is one of those down to benefit from the Agricom project, which is putting out millions of dollars, grant money. Where is the thinking? Why can't they come forward? But we also have, Mr. Deputy President, the Cocoa Association. We hear it talk about value added all the time, who have been in the production of chocolate for quite some years now. But I wonder, Mr. Deputy President, all this value added and money, what increase has the farmers received since then on the price of cocoa? Mr. Senator for Agriculture, maybe you have to do some investigations. You know. As a matter of fact, rather than the cocoa farmers getting an increase, the Cocoa Association was prepared to drop the price of cocoa on the farmers, and it was the same government who we are saying are not budgeting sufficiently for agriculture that stepped in and said, okay, you can't do that, and so we'll give you some money for price of it. Value added, more money coming in. When last did we get a report? Do we know? In fact, presently, Mr. Deputy President, something that I want you to take note. Yesterday I was writing, I didn't know I was a journalist. I want you to be one today. Write that down. The workers at the factory in Diamond refused to work yesterday. And you know why? It is normal that around the Christmas season, they will get a little bonus for 3 weeks. It was not given to them. However, the upper management received the 2 months bonus. Find out why, sir. Find out why. And we wonder why we have problems. I will always talk for the farmers, but that one does lead to confrontation. Let's not go down that road. But I'm happy for you, your support there. Please assist the Honorable Senator in making sure that the farming community and those who are involved in it can benefit. It is a fact that these workers are not treated. Let me tell you one more thing and let me move on. Time is running on. The workers are being provided at that factory with uniform. The management gave them only 1 T-shirt and let them know they have to wash it and let it get dry if they want to come with it the following day. Mr. Deputy President, please do. I do agree that we need to work assiduously on our land bank issue, our land policy. These are things that we have spoken about many a times. And I'm happy when I heard dear Senator Lewis said, you know, when we make suggestions in this honorable house, it's not always because we are anti or we are against. I do believe that. I believe sometimes the comments are very genuine and we need to take stock. This government is not perfect. Not at all. But when we say that things are not happening and we talk about, agro-processing and more needs to be done, nothing in the budget for manufacturing, this is not really and truly a governmental issue. We do have, for those of us who do not know, this honorable house is where a bill was passed. In fact, I think it was in 2015, sometime in November, called the Incentive Act that is being administered by the GIDC, where it is clearly detailed all of the incentives that you can get for doing different things. And sometimes we complain so much about foreign investors. But what are we doing? We say that the banks are very liquid. They have so much money. Why aren't we together putting? Why haven't? And interestingly, Honorable Senator, you did say yesterday that maybe cocoa and nutmeg can't do much more because they are cash-strapped. I agree with you for that. I agree with you for that admission. That admission, so good. But if they are, and the government has put together and put forward a proposal that says, listen, 80% of your farmers that grow cocoa also grow nutmeg. They grow side by side in the same field. That when you fertilize cocoa, you fertilize nutmeg. You clean cocoa land, you clean nutmeg. Why can't you come together, amalgamate, cut costs, cut overheads, and make sure that there's greater benefit for the farmers? Why are we resisting that and making it sound as though it is a political move for government to take over? We want to see more, and I believe we genuinely want to see that the agricultural sector do better. Let us use our position and our voices to educate the farmers of this country better and make them know that this is going to be a way of assisting them to get more benefit. One of the ways. The reforecasting of marketing board, much was said on that. I do believe, and I remember, Mr. Deputy President, it was during the 2008 period when I had the good fortune of, and I call it a good fortune, serving in the lower house on the opposition side then. I did make mention that should the new National Party return to government, we need to take a look then, and the Hansard will prove that, at the Marketing, National and Importing Board, and really find out what the founding fathers, as we have said, and I've used those exact words, meant and what they wanted, what was the core purpose of setting up the Marketing Board and return to it. In those days, Mr. Deputy President, I sold some of my produce to the Marketing Board, and I recall going there one day, and some of the workers, they almost gang up on me and say, yeah, so when an NP win, you want to come and fire us, yeah? You want to make us redundant? I said, I never said so. What do you mean by refocusing? And I had to explain to them. So it was something in the making, and we do understand, and the dear Senator and myself worked pretty close together during the era after that when I was placed as Minister of Agriculture, while Marketing Board did not fall directly under our watch, but there were certain collaborative efforts that we had, that we worked closely with the Marketing and National Importing Board, and we attempted to do many things. And I must say thank you and congratulations for the way you all helped. We had pushed the whole issue of source of production. We had got the Marketing Board then to identify for us fields, because they were one of the exporters, fields that had nice trees, good size, prolific bearers, and they paid for the fruits. And asked the farmers not to touch it. They picked it. We got the seeds when we were able to produce at the Maribor and, of course, Ashenden and some of the other nurseries, 17,000 and 18,000 plants per year. So, yes, they have been doing good. They have done some good work, but as said by someone in the other place, as it's been commonly called, they may have lost their way. Mr. Deputy President, much to do about the fact that we are not investing in sustainable areas. An admittance was given by our dear Senator for Labour that government must be thanked and praised for not shedding job that the public sector has maintained. Well, thank you for that admission. And we do not disagree far. We accept the fact that there is a signed agreement for wage increase. And no one in government, I don't believe, have said that it should not be paid. What the government has presently asked for is a deferral to a later date. The government is appealing to the good conscience of the workers and the unions, and one admit that sacrifices are being made, sacrifices have been made over the years, but more will have to be made by all of us, not just the workers. And I'd ask for a copy of that statement that you read. Maybe it was from the teachers union. Because there's an aspect of it that I don't necessarily agree with. Can't sow the seeds of, I can't quote you directly. You could help me, Mr. Deputy President. Is it okay for him to help me? Go ahead. You have been given the okay. Because you still didn't give me the copy, so I can't read it. So you can't sow the seeds of, I can't remember. I don't have of what you said. You was going too fast for me. And I don't want to misquote you. That's why I asked for a copy. I want to make sure because you are much more technical than my friend on your left. I don't take nothing. Yes, it was something about the law of reaping and sowing. But whatever it is you said there, you know, the issue of dark salaries is something that has been discussed widely in the public domain, between the unions and the government, and there have not been a conclusion. The matter, as far as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, has been taken to the courts, where there is hope that sooner than later there'd be some kind of conclusion, there'd be some judgment on it, which I hope, whichever way it goes, that there will be agreement on what the courts have decided. Yes? As we've said before, and I think every single member in this honorable house has agreed that we're living in unprecedented time. COVID-19 is something that we never prepared for, that we didn't know was coming. We accept that there can be disasters from time to time, but the magnitude of this one and how it is affecting, and the fact that it is changing all the time, you get new information and you have to keep changing and doing different things, is not something I think any country world over has been prepared for. As a matter of fact, for those of us who look at the news would know that countries with economies far more robust than Grenada's economy, far better off, in a far stronger economic position, today are on their knees, some of them probably flat on the posterior as a result of COVID. So it is as a result of this situation, because when the agreement was signed, the projection was not that we would have COVID. The projection was not that in 2020 there would be a deficit of 12% in the economic situation in Grenada. In fact, there was a projection that there would continue to be growth, because it is true that over the last 5 to 7 years, there have been consistent growth in the economy, and that there have been surpluses. So I don't believe, and I don't see why we have to match the two together. I think there are two separate situations. Yes, they both deal with workers, maybe the same workers, but not along the same lines. They are not parallel with each other. We are waiting on a day in court, on a decision for the court to deal with the first issue. And as a trade unionist, I accept the fact that you need to keep it alive. Give hope. You have to. Give hope to your workers. But to use it to say, as a result of this, we are not going to accept and accede to that. You are in fact and indeed saying, and undoing all the many good things you see, that you are happy and you want the government to continue to be able to provide jobs and so, and knowing fully well that if government is to go now on the recurrent side to add $13.2 million to the wage bill, that it definitely would have to be, one way or the other, either layoffs or a significant cut in the capital budget and the jobs that we're hoping, while many of them may be temporary, to inject that life back into the economy and bring the confidence, as you have said, Honorable Senator, that local people are not investing because they are not very confident that we can rebound and get out of this situation soon enough. The investment by the public sector would allow them to get that confidence. So I say, and I advise, that let us look at the issue of a deferral of the 4% as an independent and separate issue. I'm not a trade unionist. You may not agree with me, but I think for the benefit of all the workers and the jobs that we want to save, we need to do that. One of the very first things that you said, Honorable Senator, Mr. Deputy Speaker, through you, that I want to use a word that I've heard before that I take great umbrage with. And I think after recognizing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the implication of what you said, he went over and said, well, that's the implication that we get, and maybe that's not what was meant, that the government is leveling blame on the population for the present situation that exists with Sanders. I did not get that impression. And I do not believe for one moment that government would want to blame the public. Someone said to me that they thought the Minister for Health looked a little angry. Again, their impression when he was being interviewed. But I recall the minister clearly saying that that issue and what has happened will be investigated thoroughly, and that if there were breaches, if breaches were found in the protocol, that whoever has to get it, whatever blame, whatever else, whatever decision will be taken, will be taken. So with that statement only, I don't know and see how the government or anyone in government can turn around and blame the Grenadian population. I don't know if we are getting mixed up the fact that there is a constant call by those in authority for our populace to continue to obey the protocols and to continue to practice what is being asked of them, because even before we had that unfortunate situation with Sanders, we have been told time and time again, we do not know where, we do not know when, but we cannot let our guards down. We know we are dealing with a very fluid situation. And there are those who are of the opinion that, government must be blamed because if they did not open up the borders. And leadership is not an easy thing. Because sometimes you have to make decisions that may not necessarily be popular, but may be correct. And having said that, it reminds me, Mr. Deputy President, that when I entered politics, I entered with a motto. And those who have been around me for long enough will know it, especially the people in the constituency that I represented for 3 consecutive terms. I do not aim to do what is popular, but what is correct. That has always been my motto. And I believe for most of us in public life, we'd have to accept that. There are times we may do things that will not be popular, but correct. And of course, when the government, of course, with the COVID team being present and advising, decided that it was time, and yes, let's open up the borders. And they did it in a phased basis, starting to open up retail and wholesale places gradually before international flights was allowed back in. They did always recognize and announce that there was a level of risk with that. But they do not have the responsibility as a government only to protect lives, but also livelihoods, which both government and the trade union movement will agree with each other that the protection of jobs and livelihood of people is something that is of great importance. So I do not agree, I do not share, and I want to debunk that the government is blaming the population. We can't. We won't. Well, not we so much, but they can't and they won't. I have to understand that, yes, I am in the Senate, but I am not, Mr. Deputy President, a member of the government. I want to move on, Mr. Deputy President. And in moving on, I want to take a look at another area, infrastructure development, and just the capital side of it, not necessarily the recurring, because of course the minister with responsibility for infrastructure had ably dealt with that. But our good Senator Noel, did this morning in his presentation make some pronouncements, which I'd like to just offer a few things to. And of course, from Senator Lewis' presentation this earlier on, one of the early things he said is that he continued to plead for the officers, police officers in that case, at the Grenville police station. The need for more work, or some work to be done on that station where they are being housed. And I sought to get you a little bit of answer, or some answers, and one of the things that I was told is that at the moment there's active discussion. Over the years, a lot of work has been done on that police station, and there is a strong possibility that one or two things may happen. Either a completely new building would have to be put there, demolish what is there, because there appears to be, from preliminary studies, some structural defects, or there may have to be a total relocation. But either or, it needs time, planning, and budgetary allocation. However, though, I was told that some remedial work will be done, however small it is, during 2021 to ensure that at least the accommodation for those officers will be much better than it is presently, and that your concern will be addressed. So, you know, we work together, right? All the time. Yes, and you know, we don't agree on everything, but we work together sometimes. There's also the fact that you mentioned, and I want to clear up and finish up on that, that more aggressive monitoring for areas where people have been quarantined or what have you.
Senator, this is a time check. You have just under half an hour left.
Just about?
Half an hour.
Half an hour again? That I do agree, and I think that the government will agree, that after review, because remember, nothing is really perfect, yes? That we have to review and ensure that we do better. The issue of changes of prominent secretaries, so many of them having been changed in the Ministry of Finance, I think most of us know part of the reason why. One of the better prominent secretaries that we all had and loved very much, and I think probably the entire nation may agree, I don't think everything we see everyone would agree, with Mr. Antoine, Timothy Antoine, you know? You know, he has been probably one of the better ones we have seen for a very long time. In the region, I agree with you. And we know definitely why we had to relinquish him. Why we would have rather keep him here, but one cannot prevent a seed from growing, you know, when the time comes. When he left, his deputy took over, Mr. Mike Sylvester, who sometime soon after that had an opportunity to be seconded to the World Bank, where he got much needed experience and exposure. Again, one did not expect a government to say no to something like that, knowing that he will come back at some later date to continue to serve. Then we had Miss Ophelia Wells, who after his departure took over. She too went to study, and of course, as we speak now, Mr. Mike is back. He's back, yes? I can't hear you, you know. You have to talk loud enough for me to hear what you're saying. So those things has happened, and of course that's why we have seen some turnaround. But it is not because I think people, and sometimes when you lose, we have to accept the fact, when you lose a very good person who have set a certain standard in a position. Sometimes it's difficult to immediately get someone else to replace that person and to operate at the very same standard like them. They need time to grow and to emerge. And of course, I think in Mr. Sylvester, we will soon find that having worked along with Mr. Antoine and then getting that exposure at the World Bank for 2 years or whatever period, he will soon, I believe, prove to us that he has the kind of acumen that is needed for the job. The fact that the private sector don't invest, well, if they are not, that's why foreign people come. Because we don't want to take the opportunities. We have the same opportunities. And I just want to say quickly, let's take Carriacou, Renegade Spirits, as an example. They are here, Mr. Deputy President. The local company is called Carriacou. The parent company is Renegade Spirits, who operate in other parts. I think they have some work doing in Ireland and some other places. They have arrived here and decided to plant cane, sugar cane, something that we all knew and we moved away from some years ago. I recall, as Minister of Agriculture, when these people first came, I wondered if they were for real. I honestly did wonder if they were for real. I say, sugar cane? And the first engagement that we had, what they really wanted was to have local cane farmers produce cane and sell to them. That was the first arrangement. They did not come here with the intention to get into cane production themselves. They were prepared to build a factory and, of course, to do some work in the manufacturing of the product, to age the rum, and to send it out of Grenada. They indicated then, and I don't know if that policy has changed since, that they had no intention of selling their rum on the local market. But the inability, again, to get, and I remember we're bringing in the Cane Farmers Association, that we have had several discussions with them, and they could not agree on how they will, as an association, grow sufficient cane, because the people said, look, for what we're getting into, we need at least 500 acres of cane. That will give us a year-round supply. The inability to get that, an opportunity for our own local farmers to be the growers and then sell it to them, did not materialize, so they had to get into the production of cane. Hence, the forming of the company locally called Carriacou. To date, they are already producing rum. They have just about 200 acres of cane under cultivation, leasing lands from local owners. They have not purchased except for a portion of land where the factory is being built. Every other piece of land that they are planting cane on is being leased, and at, I believe, very reasonable and lucrative price. Mr. Deputy President, if you have some land that is idle, like we spoke about before, you can make good dollars. They have been renting for at least $1,000 an acre per year. So you have a 20 or 30 acres of land that is unproductive at the moment. You don't do anything else but sign a document. They take a lease agreement for at least 5 years in the first instance, and bam. You can see $100,000 coming into your hand in 5 years' time for leasing your land to Carriacou. But we had local people who could have done the same thing. There are some people who have been complaining, Mr. Senator for Agriculture, that they are coming and take all the lands and plant cane. And I know, I've heard it myself, especially from the Cocoa Association, which is something that we have to talk about. Yeah? We're going back to slavery, we're planting cane again. Over 150 people are presently employed. And labor must be glad for that, so you must help us sell it and say, this is not a bad thing for Grenada, it is providing jobs and ensuring livelihoods for people. So, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President. I know it's Christmas, but I find these senators behaving as though they're on vacation already. We're talking infrastructure, 41.6% of the capital budget, 10.8% of the overall budget, $133.7 million. So I hear about nothing, Senator Noel, that there's a clandestine move to ensure that St. Andrews get nothing. Your good friend and neighbor, who is the senator for Labour, you ain't see the sign he make, he say you go lend you glasses because you look like you could see too well. Because Senator, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there has been so much happening. Mr. Deputy President, so much happening. The same Kenco that I just made mention of had built $1 million, well, not million, millions of dollars, multi-million-dollar factory right there in Conference in St. Andrews, not too far from the home of the Senator for Agriculture. A very good thing for him. He's getting all the fumes. So he ain't not to buy it again. He has to buy it. Multi-million-dollar waste treatment plant. A mill that can crush over 300 tons of cane in any one day. But you know what is also interesting? Because there's a lot of concern about youth and young people not getting jobs and being trained. There are 4 distillers employed, Mr. Deputy President, with that company, presently distilling rum. 1, graduates from St. George's University, all 4 of them. But secondly, and more importantly, all female, Mr. Deputy President. All female. Mr. Deputy President, we come a little lower down. Paradise, right in Progress Park, $2+ million. The construction of the Paradise Preschool, soon to be completed in the parish of St. Andrews. A little way up the road, Mount Horn, the most modern day nursery and child development center completed in St. Andrews. Soon to start in 2021. The construction of 2 schools, Anglican Primary, and of course, in the village of Pearls, which I'm very proud about, not very far from my dear Senator's home, Senator on the other side, Sincere. The construction of the Grenville, or the Grenada, Christian Academy. Brand new school. A project that was in train since my time as the representative. And I'm happy that I was able to secure the lands then for that construction. Because at one time, when it looked as though we were unable to find lands in the vicinity, in the community, within the village, there was consideration of moving that school to another area. And as the representative then, I said, no, it will be a travesty if that school has to move from Pearls, which is still a slightly underdeveloped and impoverished village, and at a secondary school with modern labs and library, where the community may have the opportunity on an afternoon to utilize, will definitely make a difference to the people in that community in years to come. So we ensured that we found lands, and pretty soon, construction of that school. So I just wanted the Honorable Senator to realize, in case he was unaware, things are happening. Maybe not everything that we want, but things are happening. Millions are being spent. The Minister for Infrastructure did say within the budgetary allocation that they have for the capital budget under infrastructure, that there will be some more work and repairs done to the Grenville bus terminus, which will bring it up to standard and to where we want it to be. Yes? There will be the construction of the commercial complex that would house all ministries that government has operating within St. Andrews. But more importantly, will be a revenue generator for government, because that will be something that will go under a similar, I think it's like a bolt operation, where, no, it's not a bolt operation, but they have had an anchor tenant, which we understand have already confirmed to be taking the first floor to make sure that government will also be generating. Not only will they save money from not having to rent facilities around Grenville and to free up some of those facilities that they are utilizing for private sector investment. But more importantly, we have heard, and rightly so, that there should be some consideration, Mr. Deputy President, some consideration for women, and that the jobs that will come in under infrastructure will be mainly men. And maybe so, yes. There are some women these days getting into construction and doing very well. Doing very well. And we need to encourage more of them. Yes, it's a small amount for now. But, you know, we also have to admit that in the academics, the women are doing far better, and we are becoming an endangered species in that area. So we need to kind of strike a balance. Bring a few of them more into construction and a few of the men into construction. And hence the reason the Empower program under the Ministry of Youth is so critical and important, my dear Senator. Because we have to try to strike that balance. You know? Get some more of our young men into the academic side and doing some of the things that they need to do. But, Mr. Deputy President, this is going to be the engine that is going to push a lot of the other things. The agricultural feeder roads is going to make sure that more of our farmers can bring in inputs into the land and take out what is needed. But having just said that, I just want to mention one thing. It would be remiss of me if I don't do that. I believe there is a misconception, Mr. Deputy President. I keep hearing that COVID has exposed us, as it relates to agriculture, to see that we should produce more and what have you. Some people have been saying that. And then there's another school of thought that says, well, as a result of the lockdown and people losing their jobs, a lot more people went into the land, and we have seen increased production. Maybe more people went into the land. But I firmly believe there have not been any significant increase in agricultural production. What we saw is a number of people on the street, in the villages, because they couldn't come into the town, into the market as they normally would, having to set up the little booths or table and an umbrella to sell their produce. But more importantly, and it shows definitely now why it is so important, that even though tourism is fickle and very fragile, when anything happens on the world stage that would affect our tourism, it would also affect agriculture. Because normally, Mr. Deputy President, half of what we saw on the streets immediately after COVID would have gone directly to the hotels and would have been consumed by SGU. And I know that for a fact, because I have friends who are into farming and they've said, listen, we planted a lot of watermelon, we planted a lot of cantaloupes. We harvested our bananas because we know generally around this time, coming up to the festive season, the carnival and so, we definitely get sale by the influx of foreigners coming here. Hotels locked down, little or no sale. Because we have to be factual. While we continue to encourage our people to grow more, and we talk about it local, let's remember, Charity begins at home. Our local people have a preference for what is foreign more than what is local. And until and unless we are able to put a campaign in place and more of us speak together and encourage our people to eat more. And leadership here, and I do agree with you, does not only mean government. Leadership means you. It means me. It means any one of us that will get people to listen to us. Any one of us that has a following. The PIG had good leadership, but there was a lot of fear too. Let's not forget that. So people had to agree and do certain things. Mr. Deputy President, we move on. We move on. So much. Yes, 10 minutes, sir? 15 minutes?
10 minutes.
10 minutes, boy, it's running fast. I want to touch quickly. There's so much, and, you know, Mr. Deputy President, is a pity nobody left a little thing back. Everybody took all the time. So I can't get no bonus. Only Senator Garway yesterday got bonus. He talk about the bonus. I just... Let me just quickly mention a project that government is moving into, and I just want to say a few words on it. Something that I believe is critical, very important, but I want to give a word of caution. In this year's budgetary allocation, we saw that the Ministry of Housing and Social Development got an increase. Absolutely important. Housing is a critical issue. While we have to concentrate on so many other things, health and education, and they are all important. Housing is one of the vexing problems that we have in Grenada, and I must commend this administration. Mr. Deputy President, they have done quite well. We have within the Ministry of Housing that housing program. It's called the House Repair Program, yes, and that's what it means. The name means it, house repair. A lot of our underprivileged, a lot of our low-income people, even some who are no income, will benefit from that. But the demands are always more than what the allocation can afford. There has been an increase this year, and I'm grateful for that. There are several other social programs that assist our people. We talk about the SEED program, which helps not just senior folks, and some people say it's a pension. It's really not. It's an assistance. It's a public assistance for those most in need. Complain that it should be more? I do agree that it should be more, because sometimes what some of these people get is all they depend on. But there are a few things I just want to say quickly about that. We also did, and the evidence is there, Grenada Housing Authority. They have moved from a position under this administration where they were red, no money, had to depend on heavy borrowing and loans and all kind of things to survive, to the point now where they are doing well that they can, if demanded, because they are a parastatal organization, pay dividends to the government at this time. They're doing well. And as a result of that, Mr. Deputy President, they have been able to provide hundreds of loans for middle-income people, up to $30,000 on a monthly basis, to do repairs, to do renovation, to do addition and modernization of the homes. But they also have another program that is doing extremely well, where lands that government has vested in them, they will go on and sell it to people who have the funding to buy it, or if you cannot buy cash up front, they are going to build for you on those lands, and you take a mortgage with them, which you pay monthly, and you can now become the owner of house and land. And that is open to all the public servants as well, my honorable Senator for Labour. Many of them do take advantage of it. But I want to mention also that with the concurrence of government, the GDB, Mr. Deputy President, has over the last couple of years been doing a fantastic job. Government has helped in negotiating for them to receive a loan of some $9 million from the Eastern Caribbean Home Mortgage Bank, which they on-lend with very special conditions, first and foremost for public servants. They will get 100% financing. There is no limit. The only thing that will limit you to the amount is what salary you have, your ability to repay. They have now extended it out to the public. But that's not all. They have so far, because of the arrangement that this government has put in place with Petrocarib, received $25 million from Petrocarib for the same purpose, and to date has disbursed 25 plus $9 million. I don't good in math, so I'll go check that. That's 30 how much? That's not 34 million. Yeah? Big money. Okay, my dear, that is big money. Again, to assist with the housing problem. We don't want to go into the Chinese housing. We know what is happening, 664, 34, something, soon to be rolled out all in the new year. What is important is that when this government renegotiated with the Chinese for a low-income house after Hurricane Ivan, we negotiated for 2,000. That 6-something would just be the completion of the first 1,000. So our people, your people in agriculture, Senator St. Clair, your people in labor, Senator Lewis, can look forward from 2021 onwards, not only to receive what is presently done, but can see as long as we can fulfill our side of the bargain, providing the lands and the infrastructure, meaning roads, electricity, and water to the site, for 1,000 more of those units to be built. A government that cares and concerned about its people. So what we see in the budget is, and when we say that what's in the budget is not all, we mean that. $5 million, Mr. Deputy President, for the pit latrine eradication program. We talk about health, public sector health. We talk about environmental health. What can be better than after a person who worked hard was not able to put away much, and that's something we have to talk about under the social programs, advice that I want to give. And you are in a state now where you're not as strong as you used to be before. And the state can help you put a bathroom and toilet to your little home to help you feel more dignified. This is what we're saying despite of what is happening, and I do agree with you that the public servants of this country need more for the moral. They need to get the 4%, and they will get the 4%. But we cannot, Mr. Deputy President, forget the fact that there are others who do not have people like you, Senator Lewis, to speak on their behalf and to demand that they be paid because they have no pay to get, and they need some service. You know, they say democracy and integrity need no promotion. When you do it for the right purpose, you just do it and leave it there. Mr. Deputy Speaker, $2 million, a new initiative for single-headed homes, which we all know most of the times are headed by the female. There are a few that you have a few male-headed that are single. I don't like the idea, though. I don't like the wording, single-headed home. That's what it's called. And I'll tell you why I don't like it. I honestly believe that the government has listened. I honestly believe that the drafters of the budget, those who went out and have the consultation, they heard the appeal, that they recognize that in these COVID years times, in a time when earnings has been lost, when some people who were once employed has become unemployed, the difficulty to take care of the family is something that government needed to look into. My only caution, like I want to caution about the other social programs, is that we do not continue to feed into a dependency syndrome. I totally support that program. I totally agree with it. However, I believe the criteria for how you get in must be strong, must be well put together, but in addition, that we don't end up having to hear the senators on the other side complain about the exit strategy for it. Because we do not want people to start believing that this is going to be there forever. We do not want people to start getting the idea that no, I can settle, because whatever the amount may be, I don't know if that has been computed yet, that I can just sit back, relax, and wait. I believe we need to start teaching our people how they must plan for retirement. So I absolutely believe that retirement planning, whether it is in the fisheries industry, whether it is in the farming industry, wherever it is something that is absolutely necessary and important. That the trade unions must come on board, that other organizations, that associations like Nutmeg and Cocoa must come on board and talk to the farmers about it, that we can coordinate that. Because for too long, a lot of us do what we have to do while we are up, we are strong, and make no mistake, there are some disparities. There are those who earn more than others, there are those who have the affordability more than others, there are those who can save and put aside more than others. But everybody should at least know that a time and a day will come. The government knew. And that is why they had, in years when things was better, and Senator Lewis, I hope that will help you and others when next you have to negotiate for wage increase. Don't only talk about the surplus, but understand that a little surplus must always be there for in hard times like now. We can dip into it to ensure that we save jobs and continue to protect livelihood. That's it, sir?
Yes, but I will give you a few more minutes to wrap up.
Mr. Deputy President, there's so much more that needs to be said. This budget is so rich, and there has been such rich debate from the other side. And there have been some misconceptions. And there's so many things that we need to rehash and talk about. So the fact that our goodly Senator Noel did indicate to us that he would have liked to see in a time like now, not only government talking about reaching out to collect unpaid taxes and what measures they would use, but he would have liked to see a drop in the rate of taxes. Commendable. Probably would help all of us. But in the same breath, is calling to see all of the main roads being repaired and wanting to see more happen for sports and wanting to see more investment for so many other things. There must be a balance. We have to remember that we only have a limited amount. And there may be a desire to have more in every other area. But we have to understand that only so much can be given from the cake when it's sliced, and that we have to make do, we have to work together, we have to ensure that there is greater implementation, that there is less wastage, and all of us have to take responsibility for that, and make sure that at the end of the day, those who need it most gets it, and do the best with it. Mr. Deputy President, I want to thank you. I want to thank all of my colleagues, and I want to thank the Prime Minister and others for the opportunity to return. And I do pledge that I hope my presence here for however long it will be one of value, and that I will be able to add to whatever is being discussed in this honorable house and ensure that Grenada as a whole benefits from whatever we do here. I also just like to say thank you to my family, my wife in particular, and the children. They had given me the concurrence to return here, because when I left mainstream politics, it was solely because my wife had some health problems, health issues. Thank God, she has had surgery. She's doing far better. And I appreciate and thank all those who help. And I don't know, Mr. Deputy President, are we going to be back here? If not, I just want to, we are going before Christmas. Tomorrow. Well, I don't know if I'd have a chance to talk again on the adjournment. Thank you so very much. Thank you, everyone, for listening.
Thank you, Senator Bola. I can see your addition to the Senate have certainly improved the quality of debate in the Senate and brings a certain special historical context that some of us younger senators need to also be aware of. So I can tell you from listening to your speeches this afternoon that I've learned so much about what has happened and what the context and certain things are going to be. So, as we move forward to tomorrow morning to start promptly at 9 o'clock, we still have 2 money bills to do and quarantine amendment bill, and we also have a motion in the name of Senator Cox to also go through and discuss and hopefully approve before we end tomorrow session. And we still have 2 more senators to debate tomorrow in full, and of course the mover of the motion to wrap up the debate on the budget. So we need to start promptly at 9, and hopefully we could get through, hopefully by just after midday tomorrow afternoon. I know I will be challenged to stay beyond 12:01, so I know I start off the debate tomorrow on the other side, so hopefully my president will be back in his rightful place in the chair so that he can facilitate what I also have to contribute to the debate. With that being said, I want to thank all the senators for such a vibrant session this afternoon. I know none of us fell asleep, and we were all kept on our edge and our seats to hear what each party had to say from Labour, and of course, Senator Bora's maiden speech in the budget after such a long absence. I don't want to say it's very long, but a long absence. And I want to say a special thank you to Senator Bora's family for allowing him to come back to us and have such a good quality debate this afternoon. So with that said, Senators, I now adjourn this session to 9 o'clock tomorrow morning promptly for a start to hopefully conclude our discussions on the budget and other matters. The Senate now stands adjourned.
Give me one moment. I'm going in the building real quick to come back. Season's greetings. I am Detective Constable number 767 Mason, attached to the Criminal Investigations Department of the Royal Grenada Police Force. Property crimes such as housebreaking and stealing, burglary, robbery with violence, just to list a few, can become very prevalent around this time of year. These crimes are consequential crimes, and offenders can serve up to 30 years in prison.
For this holiday season, the RGPF urges you to be vigilant and practice personal and household security. Business owners are encouraged to install digital cameras for property surveillance.
Protect yourself by reporting all forms of theft, criminal activities, and suspicious behavior to your nearest police station. Or you can call us at 440-3921 or 911 or 440-3999. Help us to help protect you and your loved ones for this holiday season.
A message from the Criminal Investigation Department of the Royal Grenada Police Force.
Hello again, boys and girls. It's nice to see you. Take a look at the room behind me. What do you see? A chair, a window, and a cupboard? Oh, great observation. Today, I will teach you how to sign some of the things you see in the home. Let's start with table. You place one flat hand on the other like this. Table. Table. Next, we have chair. Chair. And then we have bed. Who likes to sleep a lot? Me too. Bed. So let's go back. We have table, chair, bed. The next sign we have is closet. We sign close and door. Closet. Closet. And what else did you see in the back? Oh, you saw a cupboard. So let's pretend as if we're opening the cupboard doors. Cupboard. Cupboard. And then we have shelf. Shelf. Let's review. We have table, chair, bed, closet, cupboard, and shelf. We have two more signs. Window. Window. And the next one is door. Door. So let's go all the way back to the top. I think you're getting it so good. We have table, chair, bed, closet. What's the sign for cupboard again? Aha, you are very brilliant. Cupboard, shelf, window, and door. Wonderful. You did a good job. I'll see you next time. Remember to stay safe. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. Today, you are going to have a treat. So sit back and enjoy. I know you would like it.
Friends are like flowers, beautiful flowers. Friends are like flowers in the garden of life. Friends are like flowers, beautiful flowers. Friends are like flowers in the garden of life. Are you a daisy? Are you a rose? Are you a dandelion? You can be what you are, I'll be what I am. We will be friends in the garden of life. Friends are like flowers, beautiful flowers. Friends are like flowers in the garden of life. Friends are like flowers, beautiful flowers. Friends are like flowers in the garden of life. Flowers need sunshine, flowers need rain. Flowers need loving care, helping each other in sunshine and rain. We will be friends in the garden of life. Friends are like flowers, beautiful flowers. Friends are like flowers in the garden of life. Friends are like flowers, beautiful flowers. Friends are like flowers in the garden of life.
That was awesome. Did you enjoy it? I sure did. Bye-bye.
Remember, wear a mask. Stay safe. Bye-bye.
Grenada government implements short-term adjustments to COVID-19 protocols. We'll have details to this story and more in the national report. With the details to the news for Tuesday, December 15th, 2020, I am Rakisha St. Louis. The government of Grenada has implemented short-term measures to help prevent the further spread of COVID-19 following an announcement over the weekend of a cluster of positive cases originating at the Sandals Resort. During a national address on Monday night, Prime Minister Dr. the Right Honourable Keith Mitchell outlined some of these measures that took effect on Tuesday. He said his administration is mindful of the need for a balance between protecting lives and saving livelihoods without resorting to another period of lockdown.
Effective December 15, 2020, all social gatherings, including weddings and funerals, will be restricted to 10 persons. Permission must be sought for any additional numbers. It is recommended that all sporting, cultural, and community-based events should be postponed for the next 7 days. Furthermore, also effective December 15th, business operation must cease at 10 p.m., except for those businesses that offer essentials services.
An urgent meeting was convened with the owners of Sandals Grenada, and Dr. Mitchell assured that they will enforce the law where breaches have been determined. The Prime Minister has warned that it cannot be business as usual this Christmas season and called on everyone to exercise restraint and responsibility. He said the level of compliance and cooperation with the new regulations will determine whether or not measures will be escalated.
Government, therefore, appeals for the full cooperation of all concerned. A nationwide shutdown is not a preferred option. We must all work together to avoid this. On this note, government applauds the initiative already taken by some members of the business community to adjust operations in the interest of public safety. We welcome this collaborative approach to fighting the pandemic, as government by itself cannot win this battle.
Grenada's Chief Medical Officer Dr. Sean Charles has warned that we can end up with a community spread of COVID-19 if they are unable to control the cluster of 26 additional cases that were announced on Sunday. The cases, which originated from the Sandals Resort, include guests and employees as well as their contacts. During the program Beyond the Headlines, Dr. Charles said they are working aggressively to ensure that the situation does not spiral out of control.
Right now we have a cluster of cases that are linked to a particular site, and all our efforts are now directed at controlling this cluster or this outbreak in an attempt to avoid a scenario where you have community spread, where there are cases appearing every way and you cannot trace who infected who. We do not have community spread as yet. Our efforts are directed at preventing that.
Former Chief Medical Officer and member of the COVID committee, Dr. George Mitchell, has assured that they have embarked on a strategy that will help to control the situation.
We have used the experience that we have gained from other situations to bring to bear on this particular outbreak. And I'm sure that Dr. Sean Charles, who is leading the efforts, would be in a position to give to the nation and the international community and all who are watching the program, in the diaspora, etc., that we are doing what we have done in the past to ensure that this situation is brought under control in a quicker time as possible, so that as we go forward, life could return, given what we find in the immediate future, to a sense of normalcy. So I think it's important that we give that to the public.
Meanwhile, Minister for Health Honorable Nicholas Steele dismissed claims that Sandoz had pressured the government into any type of arrangement. He said flights have been taking people to other establishments as well and pointed out that there have been positive cases in other establishments.
Now, if we find that there have been blatant ignoring of the rules and regulations, then yes, it will take a life of its own. It has nothing to do with the Ministry of Health or so, once evidence does show. But I want to reiterate again, this is not the first place since this pandemic has been identified that has had employees infected. It may not be the last as well, and we need to treat it that way. The ministry is addressing it the same way we addressed the issue previously where employees were infected, to ensure that we remedy that situation, but also recognizing that as we move forward, there may be other instances where this happens again. And that is why we need to have the 3 levels of defense. We still need to, once we get on top of this situation, we still need to continue and to maintain the level of due diligence that we have been imploring the public to maintain.
This is the National Report. The news will continue after the break.
Citizens and visitors. In an effort to contain the outbreak of the deadly COVID-19, please note that effective December 15th, all social gatherings, including weddings and funerals, will be restricted to 10 people. Restaurants should only provide takeaway or delivery services. All business operations, except essential services, so deemed by the Emergency Powers Regulations, must close at 10 p.m., with the exception of essential services. Daytime operations will proceed as normal, but public transportation must cease by 10 p.m. Maintain the health and safety protocols at all times. Do not drop your guard.
Welcome back. Former Agriculture Minister and Parliamentary Representative Roland Bola has made a return to active politics. Senator Bola took his oath of office at the start of the Senate budget debate on Tuesday, December 15th. He replaces Kim George, who resigned from the Senate in October 2020. Bola's last active stint in politics was in 2013 when he won his seat and served as a member of parliament. He did not contest the 2018 general elections, but played an integral role in the party's election campaign. President of the Senate, Chester Humphrey, welcomed Senator Bola and expressed confidence that he will add value to the contributions of the House.
He is a gentleman that you would find that is very congenial. I cannot recall an occasion that I have witnessed or have heard Senator Bola having any contentious engages at the level of the House. What happens outside of the House is not a matter for me. But certainly in the House and in the environment of the political exchange that the House affords, he has distinguished himself. I expect that you will enliven the House activity, and because of your knowledge of parliamentary procedure, but not also the procedure, because representation in the parliament combines both artistry and knowledge. And I believe that you are able to codify both.
In his maiden speech in the House, Senator Bola said he's excited to be back and is confident that his contributions will aid in the development of the Senate and, by extension, the country.
This journey, for whatever length of time it may be, that at the end of it, I would be remembered for or as a senator who came in, who did and performed his duty in a manner that brought significant progress, not just to this House, but to the people of Grenada. Because at the end of the day, I believe that is what most of us aim to do. The fact that we are here, we would understand that we are here to serve and not to be served. At this level, I was not prepared to re-enter. But having been asked and the situation being explained to me, that someone is needed at this time to fill a vacant position on this side of the House, I accepted on the basis that I may be able to add value.
Continuing the news, the Rotary Club of Grenada, organizers of the annual Christmas at Quarantine Point, has announced that due to recent events surrounding the outbreak of COVID-19 cases, the point will be temporarily suspended until Friday, December 18th. In consultation with the public health authorities, the lit park will reopen on Friday at 5 p.m. for viewing of the lights and with a full team of COVID-19 safety personnel on site. Patrons who have already purchased passes to Christmas at the Point for this week will be able to use their park-in passes once the park has reopened on the weekend. Finally in the news, leader of government business in the Upper House, Senator Simon Steele, says the 2021 $1 billion budget will deliver hope to the people of Grenada, Carriacou and Petite Martinique in these times of uncertainty. On Tuesday, members of the Senate debated and made presentations on the 2021 budget that was presented by Finance Minister Gregory Bowen on December 2nd. Describing the budget as being thorough and development-focused, Senator Steele said economic transformation through employment, construction, tourism, and agriculture will be achieved.
This 2021 budget speaks to the need to keep our nation safe, to re-stimulate and accelerate economic activity, to get our people back to work, those without work and those newly entering the workforce, and to continue to build resilience and to get back on track with our national transformation agenda. Through a significant capital investment budget, the largest in our history, where 46% of that budget directly supports government's public sector investment program, the goals of economic recovery, job creation, and economic transformation will be achieved.
The 2021 budget, he said, was developed to restructure and rebuild the economy in the midst of the global pandemic. Senator Steele is confident that the Keith Mitchell-led administration will deliver on the promise of restoring hope as the country battles COVID-19.
There is hope as we present this 2021 budget. There is hope in the knowledge that this new National Party administration has the leadership and experience in successfully delivering in times of crisis, whether that was Hurricanes Ivan and Emily or the global financial crash. We delivered then, and we will deliver now, Mr. President. Mr. President, the theme of this year's budget is towards Vision 2035, recovery, transformation, and resilience. It is an appropriate theme reflective of where we are now and what we need to do in this time of global crisis.
The 2021 budget was presented under the theme Towards Vision 2035, Recovery, Transformation and Resilience. Senate debate will continue on Wednesday, December 16th at 9 a.m. The debate will be broadcast live on GIS Channel 22, its Facebook and YouTube pages. That story just ended the national report for today, Tuesday, December 15th. Let's recap the top story. Grenada government implements short-term adjustments to COVID-19 protocols. On behalf of the entire news and production team here at the Government Information Service, I am Rikisha St. Louis saying thank you for joining us. Until next time.
Carriacou Community College, your only Indigenous college. We provide quality education and training opportunities at affordable prices. Our TAMCC alumni occupy 75% of the Grenadian workforce with international connections. We take you from where you are to where you want to go. For more information, contact TAMCC at 440-1389 or visit our website at www.tamcc.edu.gd. TAMCC, unlock your potential.
Citizens and visitors. In an effort to contain the outbreak of the deadly COVID-19, please note that effective December 15th, all social gatherings, including weddings and funerals, will be restricted to 10 people. Restaurants should only provide takeaway or delivery services. All business operations, except essential services so deemed by the Emergency Powers Regulations, must close at 10 p.m., with the exception of essential services. Daytime operations will proceed as normal, but public transportation must cease by 10 p.m. Maintain the health and safety protocols at all times. Do not drop your guard.
Cancer got with the next one. Cancer? Who is cancer? And who you go with? Who is cancer? Why you don't live in it? But cancer is a disease caused by too much abnormal cells in a part in the body. That cancer is a real killer. Yeah? Cancer should be in prison. But by the way, who cancer kill? Mr. General last son. You mean Jackson? Oh. And he was so young and never thought cancer does kill young people so. But cancer is no respect of age, race, gender, nothing.
You're telling me? I hear you have over 25 different types of cancer.
Like, cancer them style now? Cancer more popular than them damagings and them?
And from what I research, early detection, exercise, and healthy eating is your best chance of fighting against this terrible disease.
Let's intensify our fight against cancer. Regular screening, constant exercising, and healthy eating habits are the key to winning the battle against cancer.
So the forestry department will be having its annual Christmas tree sale. This year we have a limited amount of trees, so we are asking persons to call early to place their orders in order to get one of those nice looking Christmas trees. There's a procedure that persons call the department and they place their order, and we have selected days for cutting of the trees, which are on the 17th and the 22nd of December. The persons can always call and dialogue with the department and as relating to arrangements for collecting the trees. Right, so in order for you to get the plants, you place your order, and then the department will come and cut the tree, and then you can collect it here at Grenada Black Forest area or here in the Grenada Forest Nursery. Right, so you can place your order by calling the department on 440-2934, and one of the officers will take the information and then we'll contact you as the date draws close to the date for cutting off that Christmas tree. So we have a limited amount this year based on different factors, the climate, then the propagation of the seeds, some were not viable, so we had a little hindrance, in propagating species for this year. So these are some of the effects that hampered the availability of much greater Christmas trees for 2020 Christmas. The price for the Christmas tree is $10 per foot. So if you have a 5-feet tree, that will be $50. So the price range based on your preference as it relates to size. This year we would have trees ranging from approximately 5 feet to about 8 feet in height. So persons can actually choose a tree between that range, but they are limited among, so it's first come, first serve as it relates to getting your Christmas tree.
Feel good facts.
Avoid the most common causes of spreading the flu. Cover your coughs and sneezes with a tissue, dispose of it straight away, and either wash your hands or use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer.
With so much information about COVID-19 on the news, children can become overwhelmed and even fearful, especially if they have a medical condition. As a parent, you can help to manage your child's fears and anxiety. Provide your child with the correct information about the virus. Remind them to wash their hands frequently with soap and water and to cover their cough and sneezes with a tissue or into their elbow. Monitor what your child sees about COVID-19, especially on social media, where the information may be misleading. Be aware of your own response. Instead of panicking or appearing anxious, reacting calmly could help to allay your child's fears and anxiety, and they too will model your behavior. Remember, how your child responds is dependent on you.
The 2020 season of SGU Knowledge Bowl comes to you in association with Grenada Cooperative Bank.
Additional support provided by Glenelg Springwater and Huggins, agents for Lucozade and Lipton Teas.
Teams are competing for cash and other prizes to the tune of $100,000, plus bragging rights to be called the SGU Knowledge Bowl champion.
Hello, I'm Kimon Sandy.
And I'm Yashira Peters.
And we are your moderators for the 14th season of SGU Knowledge Bowl.
14 secondary schools have lined up in the Intercall of Academia to capture the coveted SGU Knowledge Bowl Championship trophy, cash, and other prizes.
And Yashira would be your moderator for this evening's epic battle.
The competing teams tonight are Bishop's College and Anglican High School. And I will invite the players from Bishop's College to introduce themselves.
My name is Katie Mills and I am a 5th form student of Bishop's College.
My name is Daryl Alexis and I'm a 4th form student of Bishop's College.
My name is Gerald Pope and I'm a 5th form student of Bishop's College.
Thank you, Bishop's College. Now the Anglican High School players will introduce themselves.
My name is Mahi Jadar. I'm a 5th form student of the Anglican High School.
I am Kamasha Donald and I'm a 5th form student from the Anglican High School.
My name is Seema Patel and I'm a 5th form student of the Anglican High School.
Thank you, teams. The rules have already been explained to our players, but for you, our viewers, there are 3 rounds in the competition: science and technology, arts and humanities, and general knowledge.
A bonus question is offered at the end of the first 2 rounds. Teams get 2 points for each correct answer, except the bonus question, which is worth 5 points. Teams will, however, lose 5 points if the bonus question is answered incorrectly or if they fail to answer after buzzing in. As we begin the first round, members of the studio audience are reminded to remain silent during the match. The first question is a buzzer question. Any team can buzz in to answer, and questions will be asked alternately thereafter. First question. What is the chemical formula for phosphine? That's time. The correct answer, pH3. Bishop's College. What is the complete chemical formula for the substance which is commonly referred to as milk of magnesia? That's time. The correct answer, Mg, open bracket, OH, close bracket, 2. Anglican High School. What is the main component of urine?
Yes. Nitrogen.
Incorrect answer. The correct answer, water. Bishop's College. What are the 4 common oxidation states of vanadium?
Two plus, 6 plus, 8 plus, and 0.
Incorrect. The correct answer, +2, +3, +4, +5. Anglican High. What is the term for the obstruction of a blood vessel by a foreign substance that has been transported by the circulatory system?
Epimism.
Incorrect answer. The correct answer, embolism. Bishop's College. What element does the symbol Ag represent?
Gold.
That's incorrect. The correct answer, silver. Anglican High. You ate a lot of popcorn and feel thirsty. Which hormone is released and which gland is responsible for its secretion?
Adenosine diphosphate. It is secreted from the pituitary gland.
Incorrect answer. The correct answer, ADH or antidiuretic hormone or vasopressin from the pituitary gland. Bishop's College. This is a computation question, so you have 20 seconds to answer the question. What is 87.5% of 720? That's time. The correct answer, 630. Bishop's College, Anglican High School. What is the function of valves in a vein?
To open and close in order for the blood to control the blood from coming in and out of the heart.
Incorrect. The correct answer, to prevent the backflow of blood. Bishop's College. What is the next term in the series 1/4, 1, 4, 16?
$240.
Incorrect. The correct answer, 64. Anglican High School. Who discovered nitrogen?
Nitrogen, Mr.
That's incorrect. The correct answer, Daniel Rutherford. Bishop's College. Which are the only two known isotopes of aluminium that occur naturally?
2+ and 3+.
That's incorrect. The correct answer, aluminium-26 and aluminium-27. Anglican High School. FSH is the abbreviation for which hormone?
Follicle stimulating hormone.
Correct answer. Bishop's College. Name 3 types of colloids. Time. Correct answer, sol, emulsion, foam, and aerosol. Anglican High School. What type of lens bends incident parallel rays so that they appear to come from a common point?
Concave lens.
Correct answer. Bishop's College. The menu which is used for pointing to the selection of colors is called?
A color chart.
Incorrect answer. The correct answer, palette. Anglican High School. What is the electronic configuration of phosphorus?
2, 8, 5.
Correct answer. Bishop's College. AgNO3 is the formula for what?
Silver nitrate.
Correct answer. Anglican High School. This is a computation question. If 119 is divided in the ratio 10:5:2, what is the second largest? Time, the correct answer, 35. Bishop's College. A young man notices that he cannot see distant objects clearly. What condition is he suffering from?
Short-sightedness.
Correct answer. Anglican High School. What is NFI in agriculture economics?
Nitrogen, fluorine, and iodine.
Incorrect answer. The correct answer, net farm income. The whistle has signaled the end of regular questions for the first round. We now offer the bonus question. Teams are reminded that this is a buzzer question worth 5 points if answered correctly. Teams will, however, lose 5 points for an incorrect answer or failing to answer after buzzing in. Bonus question. In IT, what does the abbreviation CML mean? That's time. The correct answer, computer managed learning. This concludes the science and technology round. We will return after a word from our sponsors.
I'm the first to leave town. I'm the first to go to university. I'm the first to feel this is where I belong. The first to make them this proud, and the first to start a career that will lead to better things for me and my family.
With 23 degrees of study and 60 scholarships exclusively for Caribbean students, St. George's University is your chance to be first.
I'm always on the move. Training, traveling, competing. So it's good to know I have Co-op Bank in the palm of my hand.
Introducing e-banking, one of many customer convenience services from Grenada Cooperative Bank, and there's more to come.
It's swift, simple, and secure.
Welcome back to the 14th season of SGU Knowledge Bowl 2020. Our competing teams tonight, Bishop's College and the Anglican High School. During the break, we had one substitution from the Bishop's College team. Gerald Pope was replaced by Natalia Oliveira. At the end of the Science and Technology round, Bishop's College accumulated 4 points and the Anglican High School gained 6 points. We now move to the Arts and Humanities round. The first question goes to the Anglican High School. Who played the most important role in the abolition of the slave trade?
Thomas Clarkson.
Correct answer. Bishop's College. What is etymology? That's time. The correct answer, the study of the origin or the history of words. Anglican High School. Identify the specific figure of speech in this sentence. The tree roared in the wind.
Personification.
Correct answer. Bishop's College. What is termed a shortlist?
The number of people selected for an interview.
Correct answer. Anglican High School. The difference between the number of immigrants and emigrants in a country in a particular year is known as?
Net migration.
Correct answer. Bishop's College. What figure of speech is a play on words?
A pun.
Correct answer. Anglican High School. To what does the adjective parochial pertain?
Ferocious.
Incorrect. Correct answer. Parish or narrow area. Bishop's College. What does the prefix proto in the word prototype mean?
First.
Correct answer. Anglican High School. What does the borrowed French term cul-de-sac mean?
To fill the bag.
Incorrect answer. The correct answer, a dead-end street. Bishop's College. By using the word cane, give an expression which means to cause trouble.
Keen. Sorry, arcane.
Incorrect answer. The correct answer, to raise cane. Anglican High School. Who signs the minutes of a meeting?
The secretary. The secretary.
Incorrect answer. The correct answer, chairperson. Bishop's College. What's population distribution?
The amount.
That's time. The correct answer, pattern of the location of people. Anglican High School. Identify the literary device that is being used in the following statement. Peter is unsuited for the positions he now holds.
Metaphor.
Incorrect answer. The correct answer, euphemism. Bishop's College. What does it mean to bite the bullet?
To take a risk.
Incorrect answer. The correct answer, to deal with a situation that is unpleasant but unavoidable. Anglican High School. Using the word cold, give an idiomatic expression which means to ignore someone.
To give a cold shoulder.
Correct answer. Bishop's College. What does it mean to get into hot water?
To be in a tough situation or to go into a tough situation.
Incorrect answer. The correct answer, to get into trouble. Anglican High School. What does the prefix audi in the word audience mean?
Heron.
Correct answer. Bishop's College. Who was dictator of Cuba from 1953 to 1958?
Fidel Castro.
Incorrect answer. The correct answer, Fulgencio Batista. Anglican High School. What marketing activity involves the identification of customers and their characteristics?
Identifying market.
Incorrect answer. The correct answer, market research. Bishop's College. What does this term describe? A computerized cash payment system that transfers funds without the use of checks, currency, or other paper documents.
E-banking. E-banking or electronic banking?
Incorrect. The correct answer, electronic funds transfer. Anglican High School. In what year did Hurricane Janet hit Grenada?
1996.
Incorrect. The correct answer, 1955. Bishop's College. What is a monopoly type business?
This is when one business is the supplier for the buyers.
Correct answer. The whistle has signaled the end of regular questions for the second round. We now offer the bonus question. Teams are reminded that this is a buzzer question worth 5 points if answered correctly, but teams will lose 5 points for an incorrect answer or failing to answer after buzzing in. Bonus question. What type of pronoun is the word me? That's time. The correct answer, a personal pronoun or object pronoun. This concludes the Arts and Humanities round. We will return after a word from our sponsors.
Opening an account with Co-op Bank is simple, like counting from 1 to 5. All you need are the following 5 things. 1 form of valid ID, such as your NIS card, voter's ID, national ID, passport, driver's license, or social security card. Make sure your copies of your ID are clear and colored. Proof of your address. Flo, Grenlec, or Nawasa bills in your name are all acceptable, along with driver's license or current bank or credit card statement from another financial institution. If the utility bill is not in your name, a proof of address form in the name of the utility owner will suffice. We'll also need proof of income in the form of a payslip or job letter, and a minimum deposit of $50 is required. If you are a non-national, you are required to provide a reference letter from a financial institution. It's that simple at the Grenada Cooperative Bank Limited.
your company. Huggins, we are your company.
Welcome back to the 14th season of SGU Knowledge Bowl 2020. Our competing teams, the Bishop's College and the Anglican High School. During the break, we had one substitution from the Anglican High School. Kamisha David was replaced by Cameron Williams. Also, during the break, we had 3 challenges. 1 was struck down by the judges and 2 were upheld. The 2 upheld were opposed by Bishop's College, which resulted in them gaining 4 points. The first question that was challenged was, what does it mean to get into hot water? The answer given was to get into a tough situation, and the judges decided to uphold that, and Bishop's College thus gained 2 points. The other question was, what is the term used to describe a computerized cash payment system that transfers funds without the use of checks, currency, and other paper documents? Bishop's College, the response from Bishop's College was e-banking or electronic banking, and the judges upheld that challenge, and Bishop's College was thus awarded 2 points. So in total, Bishop's College gained 4 points. Therefore, after the second round, the points standing are Bishop's College, 16 points, and Anglican High School, also 16 points. We now commence the third round of competition, General Knowledge. This is a buzzer round where questions are opened to both teams. The first team to buzz in earns the right to offer an answer after being identified. If a team fails to answer or gives an incorrect answer after buzzing in, the question will be offered to the opposing team. Teams, have your buzzers ready. What is the study of mountains called? Bishop's College.
Geography.
Incorrect. Offered to Anglican High School. Time, the correct answer, orology or orography. Who was the first martyr of the New Testament church?
Peter.
Bishop's College.
St. Peter.
Incorrect. Pass to Anglican High School.
St. Matthew.
Also incorrect. The correct answer, Stephen. For which cricket team does Mutaya Muratharan play? Bishop's College.
India.
Incorrect. Offered to Anglican High School.
Sri Lanka.
Correct answer. What instrument is used for measuring earthquakes? Anglican High School.
Seismograph.
One person answering, please. Correct answer. Who is the bishop of the Roman Catholic Church in Grenada? Anglican High School.
Bishop Clyde Harvey.
Correct answer. When the Israelites camped at Shittim by the Jordan River, which city did they intend to conquer? Bishop's College.
Jericho.
Correct answer. Who had a dream which Joseph interpreted to mean 7 years of plenty followed by 7 years of famine in Egypt? Anglican High School.
Nebuchadnezzar.
Incorrect. Offered to Bishop's College.
David.
Also incorrect. The correct answer, Pharaoh. In the Bible, in the story of creation, what did God make on the 4th day? Anglican High School.
Animals.
That's time. Offered to Bishop's College.
The animals.
Incorrect. The correct answer, the sun, the moon, and stars. Translate the following Spanish term or word to English. Depositar. Anglican High School.
To deposit.
Correct answer. Which was the second set of brothers that Jesus called disciples? Anglican High School.
Peter and Paul.
That's incorrect. Offered to Bishop's College. That's time. The correct answer, James and John. Which planet shares its name with a dog? Bishop's College.
Pluto.
Correct answer. In which country was the FIFA World Cup held in 1994? Anglican High School.
England.
Incorrect. Offered to Bishop's College.
Where does it usually be held? America.
Correct answer. What is the third letter of the Greek alphabet? Anglican High School.
Gamma.
Correct answer. What is alarma contra incendios? That's time. Correct answer, a fire alarm. Translate the following Spanish term or word to English. Gato.
Cat.
Bishop's College.
Cat.
Correct answer. Which hurricane caused major damage in the U.S. city of New Orleans in 2005? Anglican High School.
Katrina.
Correct answer. In the Bible, in which river was Jesus baptized? Anglican High School.
Jordan.
Correct answer. The whistle has signaled the end of the general knowledge round and the end of the match. After the break, we will give the final scores and declare a winner.
I'm always on the move. Training, traveling, competing. So it's good to know I have Co-op Bank in the palm of my hand.
Introducing e-banking, one of many customer convenience services from Grenada Cooperative Bank, and there's more to come.
It's swift, simple, and secure.
I'm the first to leave town. I'm the first to go to university. I'm the first to feel this is where I belong. The first to make them this proud, and the first to start a career that will lead to better things for me and my family.
With 23 degrees of study and 60 scholarships exclusively for Caribbean students, St. George's University is your chance to be first.
Welcome back to the 14th season of SGU Knowledge Bowl 2020. Our competing teams tonight are Bishop's College and the Anglican High School. After 3 rounds of questioning, Bishop's College amassed a total of 24 points and the Anglican High School amassed 30 points. We say well done to the teams and all the best. To you, our viewers, thank you for tuning in, and please join us again for another exciting match in the 2020 SGU Knowledge Bowl.
The 2020 season of SGU Knowledge Bowl came to you in association with Grenada Cooperative Bank.
Additional support provided by Glenelg Spring Water and Huggins, agents for Lucozade and Lipton Teas.
Teams are competing for cash and other prizes to the tune of $100,000, plus bragging rights to be called the SGU Knowledge Bowl champion.
My name is Kimo Thomas. Everybody calls me Kimo. And originally from St. David's, but I reside at Bolio, St. George. That's where I live, married and living down there. And my age is 49. I'm 49 years of age. Since I was growing up as a little boy, I always used to beat my dad in the garden, and I love doing gardening. So I used to be a sailor, yeah. I used to be a sailor, but it's always in my veins, yeah, to do my farming. So always, even though I wasn't doing it at a large scale, I used to just plant my garden around the house at Bolio. So I love it. I love the soil. This is my full-time job right now. I doing livestock and short crops, as you know, vegetables and stuff like that. I do sweet potatoes, I do carrots, I do cauliflower, lettuce, cabbage, pepper, tomatoes, you know, wide range of things. Yams, bananas, plantain. Somebody called me, Kimo, I want a young pig, kill the ticket to them, collect my money, I go on. Like, on the 19th, I'll put a poster on my house. I tell all my customers I'm killing, slaughtering, so they will come on the 19th. That's a Saturday before Christmas. Even though I kill 10 pigs, that's it. Yeah, and done, and all my meat. Yeah, I used to do delivery with young pigs, suckling pigs for spicing in the old days as well. I used to do for them. They used to take pigs from me. Yeah, but other than that, I had market food, so I didn't have to like look for a supermarket or something. I had my local people around and stuff. Everybody, yeah, I had that kind of business.
Out of all of those crops, is there one that you prefer planting?
Well, to be honest, I love to plant corn. Yeah, corn is I love corn. Corn is my real thing. Yeah, I plant a lot of corn. I dry my corn and we locally call it corn flour. Some people say corn meal, but we call it corn flour because the corn meal is this, what they sell at the market. Like it is yellow and fine, right? We call it corn meal. So this is what I grind, drying it and grinding it for to make corn flour. I have a market for it as well. I have a lot of people who depend on me for it. Some people again, they will buy it from me to make asham. Like this afternoon, I have a lady, she called me last night, she come and get how many pounds. So when you see me at the market, corn flour, locally, yeah? Well washed and clean and then grind.
How has the farming business been for you over the years?
Well, it's been successful for me. It's been good. Cannot complain. One of the best I ever done in my life, yeah, is to do farming. I enjoy it, and it's been supporting my my family, I should say. Yes, quite well.
Is there a particular technique in your farming that you would say worked best for you, or has been working best for you?
Well, to be honest, sometimes when I talk with other farmers, they say, look, you know, how you plant? You plant with the moon? And I said, the moon? I said, I just plant, you know, especially for my corn. I don't plant my corn with no moon. I just plant because sometimes, you know, you plant and your corn will come out with have worms or make weevils or something. So, but to be honest, I don't know. I don't use no moon. I just plant, and even my cabbage and stuff, I just plant. I just prepare the ground, and once I prepare, I plant, and I don't use no techniques or whatever. The main thing is that I plant my garden and I use artificial manure. As you look on the side over there, as you're going to see, I have pen manure there. I don't use no 12-24 and no. I have people calling them so I can repeat after them, yeah, and stuff like that. But I don't know about them things. So when I plant my crops, I just take care of them and they got to grow like that and strictly organic.
What's a normal working day like for you?
A normal working day? Every day I'm in my garden. Every day. Week in the morning I come in my garden. Yeah? For this morning I done mold some of the corn already over there. Now I'm cleaning up this patch here. Then I'm going to go dig it up, make beds. When I finish it, then I'm going to clean the peppers and the tomato over there. And then I'm going to go to the back, clean the dash, and so every day. And you see when the rain is falling, by the time I don't weed here, I got to go over there and weed because bush is coming up so quickly, yeah? Yeah, so every day. And I enjoy it. I enjoy that.
What would you say you like best about it?
What I love best about it? It's like, you know, you're feeding the nation. You're feeling happy to know that you're feeding the people, you're feeding the nation. And I feel happy about that because, especially if I'm speaking to someone and they say to me, oh, you know, my children is hungry or the children is hungry. I don't like to hear that, you know. I will always look to get them something to eat or whatever, you know. So I'm feeling very happy to know that I'm doing farm and that I can feed the nation. Well, I do a lot of sweet potatoes, bananas, plantain, dashing. Every Friday at the stadium, I don't have a lot of that with me, yeah? I do it myself. That is when I bought my truck and I put my thing on my truck and I go down to the market and sell. And then on a Saturday, I go around from here all the way to Vincent's, Corinth, West Hall, all the way down to Grandance on a Saturdays. And I sell for the people and they wait for me and I go with my truck laden and I come back with it empty. Because everybody waits for me. Yeah, they know I'm coming. But you know the lettuce and then you gotta give them 6 weeks and you know, I try to rotate it, but sometimes you fall back because sometimes I don't get the plants, so I fall back. Like right now I fall back, these I gotta wait. So I'm gonna prepare now to put another lot in so I wouldn't fall back again. But it's to get the plants, it's a little bit hard. Everywhere I go, nobody didn't have any. Yeah. I have problems with that when, especially dry season. When it comes, then my garden goes down. Like for instance, my vegetables like lettuce and stuff goes down because I have no water to water them. So whenever dry season comes around, I don't have much in that sense. I have a tank there, water tank, and I fill it up and then let the chlorine evaporate from it, and then I can use to wet. You know, but I mean, I can't get it right through the year. Right through the season for the dry season, sorry. Yeah, but that is the problem. I'm not close to the river, that's it. But if I get some lands close to the river, that is where I'll be playing mass. Yeah, having a good time. Because I love it, I enjoy doing that. I have a passion for this. I don't have no problem like this. It's only once I had some sweet potatoes, I dug it up and I put it at the yard there for sales. And one guy jumped over my gate here. He came in and he took about 60 pounds and went downtown and then the police took it back from him. I have some lands down at La Calome where I normally plant a lot of corn, and it have been like 2 seasons now I haven't planted any because of the periodicity. During the COVID time, right, well, you know, we was on lockdown and it was really, really tough for me because up there I did plant cabbage and tomato and seasoning peppers and all them things, and I couldn't come up to water them because it was on lockdown, so the majority of them die out. Well, the lettuce and cabbage especially, the only thing that stand up was the seasoning peppers. Yeah, and I used to come up and wet, but then I tried, but by the time I get to wet, they was all gone. So I tried with the remainder, and all that left right now is a few pepper trees. But all the lettuce and the cabbage and that gone. Well, I mean, sweet potatoes, I had it here. Sweet potatoes, you know, doesn't matter. They can fight the weather with that. But like the other Persian thing, beat everything, they couldn't take that. They needed the water and they couldn't. You know, so, and for sale now, in the COVID time, well, it wasn't that bad, you know, because when they give the days for shopping, I used to got a pass that I could come and harvest what I had, and then I sell it at my home. So it wasn't bad because as soon as I get there with the truck, the people know like I'm coming there, and as I got there, that was it. Maybe next 2 hours I'm finished with that. Everybody come and get their veggie or whatever. Yeah, so it wasn't bad for the marketing for this, but it was bad like in the earlies I couldn't come up to water the plants and stuff like that. So then most of them die out and stuff like that.
So for the past 10 years, as being a full-time farmer, would you say you have been successful that you encourage others, or would you say that?
Yes, it is, and it does, because they had some seminar in the stadium with them, and I met some of the young lads who went in there and said that they want to do farming and stuff. And I said to them, that's the best option they can pick up, farming. You cannot go wrong with that. And I even mentioned to them, and I said, you know, I used to be a sealer. I used to work on that yacht, Shadowfax, sailing around Grenada. And I said to him, I said, and I didn't see anything that I achieved. But now I come in farming, and I do. So farming is good. Yeah, it's good. Once I get lands to work, I will just plan. You know, like I was speaking to one of the these officers that goes out in the, right. And I was speaking to her and I said, listen, you know, if I get a couple acres of land, I will put down some syrup and stuff. You know, coconuts and syrup and all these things, oranges, a lot of fruits. But the thing is, I don't have the land space. That's it. But if I get it, I will put it in. It's not a problem.
Hello and welcome to another Nutrition and Health. This program is brought to you by the Grenada Food and Nutrition Council. I am your host, Lichelle Murray, and in today's program, I am very pleased to have with me Miss Delia Paul, and she is a breast cancer survivor. We all know that the month of October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, so we've been doing a lot of education and awareness programs as it relates to prevention, living with, and treatment and support for breast cancer patients. Ms. Paul is here with me today, and she'll be sharing with us her experience being diagnosed with breast cancer, living with, and actually overcoming the battle of breast cancer. Ms. Paul has been in remission for 11 years, is it? Okay, so she's going to share a bit with us. Thank you so much for being here.
You're welcome.
Right. So, breast cancer survivor. That must be a very proud thing for you to say.
Yeah.
Take us back to when you were first diagnosed with breast cancer.
And it was 2009, May 2009. One morning I wake up and I just felt, I went to the shower, and by soaping up my skin, I felt like a seed in my right breast. So I said, well, that was not there. So I had two nurse friends working in family planning. So I went to them and I tell them what it is. They tell me they can't tell me if it's cancer or not, because the seed was moving. They said maybe if it was still in one place, and maybe. So they gave me Dr. Dominguez's number to go to see him. So I went to him, make an appointment. Then he called me. He examined me first. He told me, well, he had to do a needle biopsy to know what it is, if it's really cancer. So I made an appointment, go up to the hospital, did the needle biopsy. When he get back the results, he called me. When I get the call to go in, I was scared, honestly. So I went in. Went in the office. We started talking. He said, well, I'll get back the results, but it's good news and bad news. He said the good news is that we detect it early.
Right.
So, and then the bad news is the cancer.
Right.
When I heard that, it was like a death sentence for me. Because no living with having cancer, my mom died from it.
Okay.
Yeah, my mom died like 26 years now. My mom died from it. So knowing it is cancer, I say, Lord, you mean that I will go like how my mom died with the same cancer? So he told me he will do make up that kind of thing. Yeah. He told me he'll make an appointment for me to go and do the surgery.
Right.
So he told me he wasn't able to do the surgery because he kind of have a lot of people. So I had to go and see another doctor. I went to see, I don't want to call it doctor anymore. I went to see another doctor. The price she gave me was was too much. So I went back to him. I said, well, Doc, the price, the other doctor could tell me it's too much. I cannot afford it. So he asked me if I have insurance. I was working at HARDTALK at the time. I told him, yes, I have insurance. So he said, okay, I'll let you know by next week if I'm able to do it, do the surgery. So he is calling me and tell me, well, so-and-so time, so-and-so date. I say, okay. I went in, do the surgery. I did the surgery in June. So I did the surgery.
June of the same year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was quick.
So that was quick because you were diagnosed in May.
Yeah.
So
Like
within a month or so.
I did the surgery. So did the surgery, everything went okay. And by going and do my tests, afterwards they detect that I had 2 lymph nodes infected. I said, now I have to go through the next surgery again. It's not easy. I need to go and pay money again.
Right.
Yeah. So I went and do the second surgery. It wasn't a good experience, but God helped me and make it through. Did it, and then do the surgery, and then after I started doing the chemo. I think it was 8 doses I had us to do. Did the chemo. While doing the chemo, they asked me, they just tell me I will have to go and do radiation overseas, either Trinidad or the States. So they asked me if I had relatives abroad.
Right.
I told them, yes, I have family in the States. So I went and renewed my visa, and I went to the States. Well, thank God, my co-workers, they helped me. They raised funds and things, so they gave me the help to go to the States. Went to the States. When I reached the States, go and see the doctor. I went and see the doctor, and then the doctor told me, I respond. But the results they set up, they had us to set up some slides. So when I went up to the States, they do some tests. I went and do some tests. The doctor gave the results. They say, when respond, nothing adding up, nothing matching up. And they say, but you still have to do the radiation for if ever the cancer come back.
So at this point, the cancer is gone? Or based on what the doctors at the States saw? Based on the assessment?
Yeah, it's gone. But that would be the last question. I'll tell you everything, how it...
Right. Because you do have a testimony you mentioned that you want to share with us at the very end of this interview. So we'll get to that point, later in the program. But I just want to tag back a bit. You spoke about when you first recognized or you first felt the lump. And so when you went to the nurse and so forth. And you had to do that needle biopsy at the hospital. How long did you have to wait from the time you did the biopsy to getting the result?
It was like in a week time.
In a week time.
Yeah.
And how was that week for you? I want to talk about that week, waiting to get the results. It must have been nerve-wracking.
Yes, very. Because when I went in, when the doctor called me to give me the results of the needle biopsy, and he told me it was cancer, I sat in the doctor's office for a whole hour crying. Yes, when I went back to work, my supervisor asked me what went on. I told her, and she told me, well, if we can't finish the day, they could go home. So I took my bag and went home. When I let my family know, it was like everybody was shocked.
But during that 1 week that you were waiting for the result, you did not discuss it with anybody? Did you say to anybody, listen, I noticed a lump in my breast and I'm going to get it tested, but I'm waiting on the results?
No.
You didn't say
No,
anything?
I keep it to myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are you Christian?
Yeah, I baptized 18, 19 years old. Yeah.
So you would have prayed and so
a lot
during that 1 week.
Yeah, during 1 week.
Because I
Yes.
know what it's like having to wait on a result
Yeah.
for anything, much less for something as big as breast cancer. I could only imagine how difficult it was.
It was,
for you.
yeah.
Tell me about so you were in the shower, you felt a lump in your breast.
Yes.
Is it that you were massaging the
Yes,
breast?
I was, yeah. Because normally they tell you, you always, like ladies always must check.
Right.
Yes.
So that's something you would normally do.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then when I felt, yeah.
Did you receive training to do that, or is it that you just know that it's something that they encourage women to do, so you just took it upon yourself to try something and see, you know?
Yeah, because they tell women they will always check.
Right.
Yes, always check to see. Yeah.
And then, okay, so we're going to go back to, you mentioned about being in the States and the treatment. I want to talk a bit more about the treatment that you received. Tell us about the experience. We'll start here because this is where you were first treated. So we'll start here and then you'll tell me about the one you received abroad.
Yeah, the chemotherapy treatment was bad. It was not a nice thing to go through. I did my eight doses, and one morning I went to the bathroom. I went in the bathroom. I was going to town, and while I was combing my hair, just realized all the big pieces just start falling. I said, Lord, you mean I would lose all my hair? And then after all the weight loss, it's a terrible thing to go through. Yeah, terrible thing to go through.
And I mean, I'm looking at you now, and I would never.
Yeah, well, sometimes I tell people what I went through, they'll never believe that I had a cancer. Yeah.
Right.
So I have to thank God.
Right.
Thank God for.
How did you cope? I know you mentioned that you're a Christian and you prayed a lot during this entire ordeal for you. What other coping mechanisms did you use? Did you have support from family members, maybe co-workers, and so? Tell us some more.
Yes, I had my family stand by me 100%. Friends, co-workers, everybody was there to support me. Yeah.
So you had that.
I had
support.
a good support. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What would you say to young women? Maybe even as it relates to the importance of doing your self-exam, and as we like to say, touching your titty, in our local parlance, the importance of that, because you were into the habit of touching your breast that you were able to feel the difference and to notice that something wasn't right.
Yeah.
So what advice would you give to young women out there?
I would advise them to always check. Always check the breast whenever they go in the shower. Always check the breast to feel, or even underneath the arm. Always check to feel if any lumps there or anything. But sometimes, even though you don't feel a lump, sometimes your breast nipple will have a different color.
Right.
Or sometimes they send like different discharge or whatever. So they must notice that something is not right when they see this sign.
Okay. Did you have to make any lifestyle changes? Maybe be it to your general lifestyle or in your diet in particular?
The only thing was my diet. It was hard to continue to change the diet. It was expensive and it was hard.
So you were placed on a strict diet?
Not really. They will tell you what not to eat and what to eat.
Right.
But certain things they tell you to eat, I don't eat those things.
Right. So
I don't like greens. I don't. No.
So it was a difficult
thing for
switch for you.
Yeah.
But you did it.
I did it, but not for too long.
Not for long.
No, not
so
for
now you're back to the old eating habits?
No. Yeah, a few years now. Yeah, I start eating back now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why not stick with it though?
I can't.
Because I mean it's a healthier way.
Yeah, I know it's a healthier way, but
way.
just maybe since I was small I don't eat those things, so it's kinda hard for me to get in the habit. And I've always tried to encourage I have 2 daughters. And it's same thing.
They don't.
They don't.
Okay. Do you prepare it at home though?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And they don't.
No.
Okay. That's strange. Because I know most people, they would say, listen, I don't eat vegetables. I don't like vegetables. I don't like fruits, or I don't like what we refer to as the healthy foods.
Yeah.
I don't like those things. I just cannot stomach it. I can't eat it. But then they're in a situation like yourself where because of medical reasons they're advised to change their diets, and they would change it because you know what, I know I'm sick now, I don't want to die, so the doctor says eat lettuce every day. I'm going to eat lettuce every day. So they would eat it, but even after recovering they would still try to
continue.
Yes, to continue that healthy eating.
But I couldn't.
Did you have to add exercise to that as well, or it's just the diet you had to change?
Well, what the doctor told me was to always go to the beach and swim. So I used to go now and then. And I live so close to the beach, but now and then I used to go.
Right.
Yes, not often, but I used to go now and then. Okay.
Advice to young women who are now battling breast cancer. I know this is a major concern in Grenada. We have many people being diagnosed on a daily basis, and the age, before sometimes you think about certain illnesses and you think about more the mature people, but now we're having younger women, even women who don't have children, being diagnosed with breast cancer. What advice would you give to them in terms of coping and managing?
Well, I would advise them first to pray a lot, trust God, and have faith. Faith will bring you a long way. Faith will bring you through. Yeah. To pray a lot, trust God, and have faith. And even, some people, they'll get sick and they won't want people to know.
Right.
They'll kind of hide it, cover it up. But it's good to speak out, because when I got sick and I tell a lot of people, and the amount of prayers I used to get, people always call me and tell me they're praying for me and what on. If you don't let people know what you're going through, you won't have all that support.
Right.
So they need to speak up and let people know what they're going through. So people will be able to help them, pray for them. Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to your experience, your testimony.
Okay.
There is a testimony you're really passionate about sharing with our audience. So let's get to that.
Okay. My testimony is that when I did before I did the last checkup to go to the States, I went to see and do all my tests. So I brought back the result to Dr. McBurnett. When they read it, he had no spatties. She come to me and tell me, Miss Paul, we have to send her back and do the test because the machine cannot pick up the reading. But before that, I should say, the Sunday night, I was lying in bed. Talking to God. I'll go to church every day, it's true, but I will hear some people praying for long hours. I can't pray long like that.
Right.
So most time I talk to God, like one-on-one. I talk to Him, and I was laying there talking to Him and saying, Lord, I'm your child, and asking you please to heal my body, and talking to Him. And I was telling him my little girl was like 3 years, 3.5 at the time. And I was lying crying out to him, and by dozing off in a sleep, I had my hand on the right breast. So I had my hand open out on the pillow. And I felt someone's hand inside of my hand, like that. And I got scared. I jumped up from the sleep. I said, well, who could touch me there? Everybody home was asleep. I said, well, who could touch me? And nobody awake. So I had a window open. I get up and I closed the window.
Right.
But I was kind of, I went back and lay down. When I watched the time, it was 12 o'clock at night. I go back and lay down there a bit before I fall asleep. So the Monday morning now I went to do the checkup. When I come for the results, I bring her back to the doctor. That's when Nurse Baptiste tell me, Miss Paul, the machine cannot pick up the reading. You have to go back and do over the test. That's when Nurse Baptiste, I don't have any money to go back and do those tests. So she said, well, I will call in places and ask them to give you a discount.
Right.
So I went back and do the test, come back, same thing. So all the time I was healed, but really not, maybe not really believing it, but really not
knowing it.
Yeah, I was healed.
And
So-
this is, without cutting you, you'll continue, but this is how I want to establish a timeline. This is how long after you were first diagnosed. Because tracking back, you were diagnosed in May
2009.
2009.
And I went to the
then
States 2010.
Right. So this experience that you're sharing with us would have been how long after you were diagnosed? Just about?
It was like
about 6 months or about, or more?
Yeah.
Maybe about 6 months?
Yeah, roughly about 6 months, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So I went to the States to make an appointment to see the doctor. And I went in, explained to them what it was. Then they sent me and do over the tests. When they get the results, they tell me, well, Miss Paul, nothing not adding up. We don't know what to do. I said, well, best I go back home. Don't take the treatment. He said, no, we can't do that. Let me see, I will give you about 4 to 6 doses of the chemo.
Right.
The radiation. I said, okay. So I started first, second, third. When I reached on the fourth one, that morning I went in, they put me in the bed with that measure you so you can't move, you know. So they put me in the bed, I was lying there, and I felt so sick as though I would have passed away. I said, no, Lord, what's really going on? I said, I never feel like that before. And then I praying to him again, talking to him. So when the treatment finished, the doctor come in. I was telling her, I said, Doc, I'm not coming back and take anymore. She said, why? I said, I'm going back home, man. I'm going back to the country. She said, no, you have to take it. I said, no, I'm not coming back. I put on my clothes. And I said, hey, so then when I leave going, they say, see you next week. I said, okay. And I went back home. The next week I didn't go. They keep calling. I tell them, yeah, some mornings I need to feel good. Sometimes I will bring up, I tell them I wasn't feeling good.
So you said that you decided to not continue the treatment because it was making you too sick?
Not really. The only once it made me sick.
So why did you decide to not?
Well, when I sit down and think back, what had happened when I did it, when I was lying in bed and I got a touch.
Right.
And I said, well, no, you had to be God. You had to be God to touch me there. I said, well, why did I go to the States to do the treatment and I'm already healed?
Right.
So I called my pastor. I didn't get through to him. I spoke to his wife and I told her what's going on. I told her I'm coming back home. And I come back home and I come back the morning and I open the door. Everybody was asleep. Like I came back like early first flight. When I open the door, when I go inside, when my daughter last one see me, she jump up and she hugged me so tight. And then I went in, talked to them and tell them, look, although I told them I was coming back, but I didn't tell them the day.
Right.
I went in, I told them I didn't finish the treatment and what. And after that, I keep going every year to do my checkup and they will find nothing.
And it's been 11 years.
11 years now. Yeah.
That's an amazing story.
So I just want to thank God for His healing, His mercy upon my life. And I would always tell people, He do it for me, He could do it for anybody else. You just have to trust Him.
True.
You just have to trust Him and He will work miracle. Yeah. He's a miracle working God. I always tell people that.
And do you still touch your breast, examine your breast now and again?
Yeah, no, and then I'll still think, no, and then I'll still touch it. Yeah. And then the good thing, they didn't take off the breast, they just do the lumpectomy. They just took off the lump.
They just removed the lump.
Yeah.
And you're healthy, you're happy, you're moving about, living a normal life, and healed.
Yeah, thank God. I also want to thank the Pink Ribbon Society because they're always there for the survivors. Whenever we go to them for help, they're always there for us.
Right.
So we want to thank them and for the continuing help they're giving to the survivors. Yeah. Because every year when we have to go and do a checkup, if we don't have enough finance, we will go to them.
Right.
And they will help us.
Okay. Well, Ms. Paul, I would like to end the interview on this note.
Okay.
With your wonderful testimony, your amazing experience as to how you overcame, and it's been 11 years, and in remission, and you're doing great, looking great too. Because you did mention that you lost a lot of the hair and the weight, and you know you're looking great.
Yeah, because when I was going through that, and I used to look in the mirror of myself, I used to say, Lord, that's how I come. Yeah.
And now you look in the mirror and you see.
Right now I have too much weight now.
Now you're praying for him to take it away.
Yeah, to lose some. All to do, walking, and I don't know. Maybe that's how that's supposed to be. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm so happy that you came today. I'm so happy that you're able to be on this program to share your experience and your testimony with the Grenadian public. And I'm sure that somebody listening out there would have gotten something from the words that you shared with us today.
And they would have hope.
Yes, I know I had to do a bit of convincing to get you to come on to the program.
Because they asked me twice already, and I said, I don't think I have the guts to come and sit and, because I'm not really in love of cameras. And,
but that's okay, it was God's will, because if you're asked twice and you
I didn't
decline,
do it,
I'm just the lucky one. So I'm happy that even though it took some convincing that you're here with me today, I really do appreciate and continue being healthy, continue. I know you mentioned you have diverted a bit, gotten away from the healthy eating and the healthy diet, but I want to encourage you to try a little at a time, and to gradually include it in your diet as well as your daughter's diet, because it is important in the prevention, because we need to keep that breast cancer away, we need to keep all other chronic illnesses away. So it is important. So I just want to leave this word of encouragement with you to try a little bit of veggies every day. You don't need to force yourself, but just try a little and gradually increase, and that sort of thing. But continue being healthy, happy, continue trusting in God. And thank you so much for being here today.
You're welcome.
So there you have it, viewers. It's been another Nutrition and Health brought to you by the Grenada Food and Nutrition Council. Today's program, we shared with you Ms. Delia Paul, my guest, shared with you her testimony and her experience being diagnosed with breast cancer, now in remission, a breast cancer survivor for the past 11 years, and she's doing great. She looks amazing, she feels amazing, and this has been another one of our programs as part of Breast Cancer Awareness Campaign, the month of October, designated Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Thank you so much for joining me, viewers. We do hope that some word of encouragement that you heard today would do you well, and that Miss Paul's experience would speak to your hearts and be able to encourage the young women out there living with breast cancer, and even family members who are supporting other family members who are battling breast cancer. This has been Nutrition and Health. I'm your host, Alicia Murray. Thank you so much for joining me. Until next time, goodbye.
Citizens and visitors. In an effort to contain the outbreak of the deadly COVID-19, please note, that effective December 15th, all social gatherings, including weddings and funerals, will be restricted to 10 people. Restaurants should only provide takeaway or delivery services. All business operations, except essential services so deemed by the Emergency Powers Regulations, must close at 10 p.m., with the exception of essential services. Daytime operations will proceed as normal, but public transportation must cease by 10 p.m. Maintain the health and safety protocols at all times. Do not drop your guard.
Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to Spice Science. Today, we're going to learn the months of the year. The months of the year. Now, get ready. Call on your mom or your dad, and everyone, let's come and learn the months of the year with us. Let's start. Are you ready? Okay, we're going to start with January. Now, to do the months of the year, we're going to pretend we're turning the pages of a big calendar over, and we're going to use the letters. We start with the letter J, and we turn that page over. I hope you can see clearly. J for January. Now, I'm holding my hand, my left hand up, palm facing inwards, and you make your J over the calendar. You're turning the page. January. Are you getting that? January. All right. Our next month is February. Same hand up, and you make the letter F. Very good. F. We're turning it over, and this is our February. F, one side of the calendar to the back, February. Next month is March. You use your letter M, and you bring it over. M, over. March. What's next? What's the next month? We have January, we have February, we have March. What's next? April. You're right. The letter A. Remember your A? All right. And you bring it over. A. For April. You start in front and you bring it at the back of your hand. April. Hope you can see it. April. All right, next month, May. M-Y. You start with your M and you end with your Y. M-Y for May. M-Y. May. Next month is June. This time we're using the same letter J, but we're adding the letter N to it. So we're going to do J, and as we move over, we're going to switch to the letter N. J, N. J, N, and that's going to give you the month of June. J, N. Take your time. I'm sure you're getting it. J, N. Okay? Next month, July. Same J again. And then we're going to end with the letter Y. We start with J, J, Y. And as you're moving it over, you're changing your J into a Y. I'm going to turn this way so you can see. J and then Y. J, Y for July. J, Y. All right, so we had May, we had June, J, N, and then we have July, J, Y. Next is August. My favorite month, actually. A, G. A, and turns into a G. A, G. August. A, G. August. Are you getting it at home? Practice with me. We're going to do A at the front and switch over to your G. A, G. Good. Next, we're going to move to September. Right. We use the S hand. And again, we bring it from the front to the back. September. Nothing is changing. It's the same S from the front to the back. September. Since this is September, what do you think October will be? Right. You use your O from the front to the back. October. October. Flip it over. October. Next, November, right, with the letter N. From the front to the back again, November. November. And our last month for the year, of course, is December. Let us make the letter D. You know December. All right. One of my favorite months too. It's Christmas time. But let's do the D. And we put it in front and then turn it over just like the others. D over for December. December. Wonderful. Let's review all the months of the year together. Remember, one hand is in front of you like this, and the other one is forming our letters. Let's go. January, February, March, April, May, M-Y, very good, May, June, J-N, J-N, June, July, J-Y, remember, J-Y. August, it was A-G. August. September was just your S. September. October, just your O. November, your N. And our last one, December. Just your D. December. Okay, boys and girls, very good. That's it for today. We're going to continue next time. Remember, stay home, stay safe, and continue to practice. Bye-bye.
Stay home, stay safe. Bye.
Pure Grenada, the spice of the Caribbean, endeavors to be a positive source of inspiration for those dreaming of travel. We invite you to dream with us wherever you are. Dream about sipping a fresh fruity cocktail and sticking your toes into the warm white sand at Grandance Beach. Dream about snorkeling at the world's first underwater sculpture park at Molinaire. And dream about taking a dip under the cool, cascading Concord waterfall. We are Grenada, dreaming of welcoming you back to our shores. With love, from Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique.
Coughs and sneezes spread diseases, so cover coughs and sneezes, please. Not with a rag or bandana. They trap germs. When you use the rag again, you put germs on your hands and everything else you touch. When you cough or sneeze, cover your mouth and nose with tissue. Throw the tissue in a bin and wash your hands afterwards. If you don't have a tissue, cough into your sleeve or elbow. Alcohol-based hand sanitizers are also effective in cleaning hands.
Who are these descendants of Africans who are scattered throughout the world? What are their stories? What did they contribute to global culture, and why don't we know more about them and their stories? The answers lie in the guilty and painful silences surrounding the more than 1,500 years of history of the enslaving of African peoples in distant lands. Slavery existed throughout the world, and the word slave comes from the Slavic people enslaved in many societies. But in modern times, when most people think of slavery, they think of sub-Saharan Africans and their descendants enslaved in lands across the Sahara Desert, the Red Sea, and the Indian and Atlantic Oceans.
Le rapport à l'esclavage n'est pas encore totalement éteint. La société est encore plus ou moins marquée par cela, mais en même temps, ce qui est paradoxal, on a l'impression qu'il y a une amnésie. Comment peut-on admettre que nos arrière-parents, nos grands-parents et que nos ancêtres ont pu, en effet, réduire des êtres humains à une simple marchandise, à un simple outil de travail. Et on vit encore aujourd'hui avec ce malaise qui défule, qui parfois exprimé, parfois tue, souvent tue.
Aware that ignoring fundamental historic events can be an obstacle to peace and mutual understanding, the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization decided to break the silence on the slave trade and slavery. In 1994, UNESCO created the Slave Route Project to highlight the importance of this tragedy and its implications for the modern world.
Au sein du système des Nations Unies, l'UNESCO a la grande responsabilité, la grande mission de renforcer la solidarité intellectuelle et morale de l'humanité. Dans ce contexte, la révélation des pages douloureuses de l'histoire humaine constitue un de ces champs d'activité. Donc la route de l'esclave et la traite négrière entrent parfaitement dans ce contexte.
Central to the work we do are efforts to broaden awareness of the multiple causes and modalities surrounding the transatlantic slave trade, as well as slavery in the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean. Those who forget or deny their history are indeed doomed to repeat it. So, the slave route's response to the obstinate persistence of the consequences of slavery and the trade is obligatory, for it seeks to help clear the way for a civilized, self-regarding future forged by our own efforts.
À cause du silence, l'esclavage est un vaste territoire d'ignorance. Tout cela, à mon avis, est un gain. De savoir ce qu'on ne sait pas est un gain.
UNESCO has been able to convene people from different parts of the world of African descent, meeting with Africans, as well as with other people, so that you get a sense of the African diaspora perspective. And it takes all of that, in my judgment, to render a full account of what history is about.
The slave trades that literally changed the face of the world were not the first great migration out of Africa. The first African diaspora was the migration of the ancestors of all of humankind who 100 to 150,000 years ago spread out from Africa to people the rest of the earth.
It's a mistake to think that there was only one African diaspora, that the African diaspora is associated only with the slave trade. Africa was the cradle of humankind, and that consisted of millions of individuals as well who went up to Europe and who went to Asia. What is important about this movement is that it was not coerced, it had nothing to do with racial prejudice of one sort or the other.
Si on limite l'apport africain à ces routes de l'esclavage, on commet une erreur historique, une erreur humaine et une erreur idéologique. Et c'est dans ce sens que revoir cette histoire, c'est la refonder dans cette vision, je dirais sur la très longue durée, la vision humaine du substrat africain de notre société.
The massive long-distance deportation of enslaved Africans began more than 1,500 years ago, with the trans-Saharan slave trade and the trade around the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean.
Cette traite déportait les esclaves en direction du Maghreb, d'une part, de l'Égypte, d'autre part. Et ces esclaves ensuite étaient répartis soit dans les pays musulmans, soit dans des pays chrétiens tels que l'Espagne, l'Italie, ou alors partaient beaucoup plus loin vers des pays du Moyen-Orient par la Syrie ou voire l'Arabie saoudite à partir de l'Égypte.
We were brought to the Emirates or brought to the Gulf region during the 16th century and beyond. Slaves were assets and they were exchanged, they were sold, they were bartered, they were given as gifts. Slaves were commodities. Many of our ancestors worked as divers. It was really harsh. Pearl diving was the only product before oil. And in the off-season, many went into the palm cultivation and did also build ships and participated in various activities that had helped the country gain its economic strength and sustained the population that owned the slaves.
African descendants are also found in Iran, across the Persian Gulf from the Emirates.
The majority of these Africans were disembarked at various ports in Iran, southern parts. A few number were taken inland. Afro-Iranians were able to sustain and maintain African tradition. There are, for example, different practices, ceremonies. One of them, they call it actually Zar. The same name Zar we can see in Ethiopia. A lot of Islamic and Iranian elements were incorporated within this African culture, which basically created a new form of identity for Afro-Iranians.
African descendants are also found throughout the world of the Indian Ocean.
I'm actually looking at the ocean itself as the highway for the migration. In this case, by and large, the forced migration, the movement of people as merchandise across a highway that actually connects Asia and Africa. Certainly places like the Maldives, which are mid-oceanic island chains, they're the sort of places where people have to go through that chain in order to get to, say, Sri Lanka or the west coast of India. And certainly, if they want to go to the east coast of India, into the Bay of Bengal, it's hardly surprising, given the location of the Maldives and the ancient seafaring tradition, that there would be Africans there. The other point is also the Maldives were the source of the currency used not only in the Indian Ocean but the Atlantic to purchase Africans, the cowrie shells. And these cowrie shells were transported, for example, by the East India Company to London to be passed over to London's slave trading firms. So there are definitely links there that span a huge, long period of time.
When Europeans began enslaving people to develop the islands of the Indian Oceans, Africans, although not the only victims, were the vast majority. The island of Mauritius, because of its strategic location, played a key role in the global slave trade.
Une des particularités de la traite d'esclaves dans l'océan Indien, c'est que la population servile n'était pas composée uniquement d'esclaves africains. Il y avait aussi une traite d'esclaves issus de l'Inde et du sud-est asiatique. Ainsi, par exemple, au Mascareil, il a été estimé qu'environ 13% des esclaves étaient issus soit de l'Inde ou du sud-est asiatique, et on connaît en outre l'importance des esclaves malais au Cap de Bonne-Espérance sous l'occupation néerlandaise. Il faut aussi souligner l'importance de Madagascar dans les réseaux de traite établis dans l'océan Indien, d'où l'importance des éléments culturels malgaches dans la culture des îles créoles de l'océan Indien.
East Africans from the Horn in the north to Mozambique in the south also migrated to or were taken to various parts of India, where they're collectively known as Siddhis.
We are proud to be Siddhi. During Nizam period, he brought some people from Africa for his army.
Our people are brought to India at 800 years ago. We are come as a slaves, as a soldier, and as a businessman.
Of the many Africans enslaved to be soldiers for rulers, some acquired surprising roles.
This was the one place in the world where black Africans ruled over non-Africans outside of Africa. And I found, in fact, that there were several places where this happened. And this was well documented in coins, stamps, photographs, great paintings in the great museums of the world. I first saw Africans when I saw paintings of Malik Ambar. And Malik Ambar was a great general who basically controlled a sultanate called Ahmednagar. He came to India as a slave. His master had 500 slaves and may have been an African himself. He became the ruler of this country, and he was the biggest opponent of the Mughal emperor, as the Mughal emperors tried to conquer most of India.
Siddhis were also known for their architecture in several areas of India. The most famous Siddhi architectural structure, which is one of India's national landmarks, is the island fort of Janjira. Ruled by the Siddhi royal family of the princely state of Janjira, the fort controlled the waters of India's Konkani coast from the 17th century until 1948, after India's independence. Although Afro-Indians don't usually come to mind when one thinks of communities of the African diaspora, many cities are quite aware of links with others 2 oceans away.
Black American and we are brothers.
Africans were also found throughout the vast Ottoman Empire that lasted from the 16th to the 19th century.
Well, we're talking about all the Middle East, that is to say, what is today Syria, Lebanon, Egypt is very important in this case, North Africa except Morocco, Morocco was never Ottoman, and the Balkans. The Ottomans enslaved both Caucasians, so they had white slaves, and they enslaved Africans. There are descendants of Africans in Turkey today. We know of African communities along the western coast of Turkey, that's the Aegean coast, and also along the Mediterranean coast.
The African presence in much of the Arab Muslim world is, however, much older than the slave trade. The Indian Ocean and the Red Sea were lively places of contact and exchange between peoples of Africa, Asia, and the Middle East, long before the search for spices and new horizons brought Europeans to these regions.
Nous avons été d'une école qui a toujours fondé le peuplement de l'Afrique du Nord sur les apports méditerranéens. Et nous avons oublié le continental, qui est à la base du peuplement de l'Afrique. Et l'archéologie, l'histoire ancienne, la préhistoire est là pour nous montrer à quel point le peuplement de l'Afrique du Nord a été commandé, déterminé dans une large mesure par les flux migratoires venant du sud. Et le fond, le substrat africain, il est là avant tout.
And in Morocco, in North Africa, the Gnawa, whose ancestors were brought across the Sahara, are respected for their mastery of interactions with spiritual beings and their ability as talented healers. The Europeans who enslaved Africans in their colonies in the Americas had actually begun enslaving them in Europe in the mid-15th century, more than 50 years before developing the transatlantic slave trade.
The Portuguese peoples were the first of the Europeans to be engaged in the human traffic in Africa. The first cargo of African slaves went to Lisbon in the 1440s. I think it was 1444. And this began a very active process of trading in West Africa and West Central Africa by the Portuguese peoples. And they played a very fundamental role in the making of modern Europe. The British also, incidentally, had a number of African slaves. We don't think of England being a place where Africans existed as slaves. But when the British abolished slavery in 1772, there were probably as many as 20,000 Africans who were then enslaved in that nation.
To justify enslaving Africans, all kinds of religious, scientific, and intellectual arguments were used. The Church defined Africans as soulless savages who could only be saved by being brought to Christianity, even if they were worked to death in the process.
The Portuguese, for example, would baptize their captives before loading them on to slave ships. So, but you know, to understand this as a kind of religious conversion is in fact obscene, and we also know that from places like Congo, what Christian conversion meant in Africa was actually the expansion of the slave trade. So the conversion of the Congo kingdom to Catholicism actually opened up that kingdom to the slave trade, and those Catholic converts were primarily involved in the slave trade.
Scientists invented the concept of race and developed theories of racial hierarchy and of the congenital inferiority of blacks, which became the basis of European racism. Africans were said to have no history, no culture, no civilization.
Hubo una distorsión en la historia, que la historia fue cambiada a propósito, entonces para justificar la compra y venta de esclavos, ¿no? Suponía que eran personas que no eran personas.
In no instance were the other groups racially stigmatized by the enslavement. Whereas with the enslaved African population, this stigmatization became a global phenomenon in and of itself.
In the slavery systems of Africa and elsewhere, the humanity of enslaved people was generally assumed. Sometimes they could be integrated in the enslavers' families, rise to position of power, even become royals. The system of slavery that Europeans created in the Americas was unique in that it became very quickly racialized. After the failure of the enslavement of native populations, only Africans were enslaved in the Americas. This system of chattel slavery sought to dehumanize its African victims. The millions of Africans torn away from the continent during almost 400 years and their generations of descendants were not defined as human beings. The French and Spanish Black Codes, laws that were written to regulate slavery, defined them as movable property. And the United States Constitution characterized them as 3/5 of a person.
In the European language, what we see is the birth of human commodities, right? That slaves are defined by their capacity to work, or that they're defined as a kind of, money equivalent. The effort to kind of to strip Africans of their humanity is actually seen in this early language that's used to describe what a slave is. And it's a commodity that's equivalent to other commodities.
Packed tightly into the holds of ships like other merchandise, almost a fifth of these Africans perished in the inhuman conditions of their horrific journey across the ocean. A journey that could last from 6 weeks to more than 2 months, depending on the points of departure and arrival and the weather. Upon arrival, they were sold at public auctions. Upon purchase, their existence was recorded not on human population censuses, but on their owners' property lists along with cows, pigs, horses, and household furniture.
Véritablement, on est dans le cadre de l'esclavage le plus dur qui ait existé et sans véritablement d'issue.
Enslaved Africans who survived the arduous crossing sometimes had life expectancies of only 7 years due to the harsh conditions of enslavement. The need for constant replacements fueled the trade, and owners of enslaved people and the investors who financed the many aspects of the trade reaped huge financial rewards.
Generally speaking, ordinary people were in the forefront of the trade. In the early years, when monopoly companies were active, monopoly rights were granted to some aristocratic participants, such as the English royal family members who founded the Company of Royal Adventurers trading to Africa in the 17th century. But I don't think that such people contributed much to the growth of the slave trade. It was ordinary people looking for areas of profitable investments who expanded the trade.
La seule colonie de Saint-Domingue, la seule partie française, donc la partie occidentale de Saint-Domingue, aujourd'hui République d'Haïti, faisait vivre un Français sur 8. Et qui faisait vivre un Français sur 8 ? Eh bien, 500 000 esclaves. J'avais fait le calcul que chaque esclave faisait vivre 5 ou 6 Français.
La majorité du commerce français se faisait avec Saint-Domingue. C'était la plus riche colonie du monde. Le commerce de Saint-Domingue, qui était environ 60% du commerce français, était un commerce considérable. Et certainement, Saint-Domingue a fait la richesse des villes côtières, ou en particulier Bordeaux, Nantes, etc., qui vivaient du commerce de Saint-Domingue.
The wealth produced by Haiti was based on sugar, the most valuable commodity coming into Europe in the 18th century.
To get a comparator for today's world, if you compare sugar to oil, you begin to understand the geopolitical significance of sugar at that time in the country. 1807, 1700s, there was a ravenous, almost rabid demand for sugar right throughout Western Europe. And the sugar industry became of such geopolitical importance that France and the United Kingdom in particular regularly went to war against each other for the domination of Caribbean plantations and sugar colonies.
Rice, another major Atlantic commodity, is usually assumed to be Asian, but West Africans also independently domesticated rice. US planters would ask slave ship captains to bring them both rice seeds and rice negroes, familiar with the complex technology of growing it. This African rice, cultivated in the United States, based on African expertise, provided financial backing for the South in the U.S. Civil War.
It is very interesting that South Carolina was the first colony to secede from the Union. The colony's wealth was first based on rice. And rice, in this sense, was as important to the development of the South in the colonial period as sugar was to England in the same period of time.
Much of Atlantic slavery took the form of a triangular trade. Merchandise produced in Europe was shipped to Africa to be exchanged for Africans, to be shipped to the Americas, to produce raw materials to be shipped to Europe. It was from cities such as Lisbon, Seville, Amsterdam, London, Liverpool, Nantes, and Bordeaux, but also Rio de Janeiro, Bahia, Havana, and Newport, that ships left for Africa and to which they returned with the riches of the Americas.
Durante todo o tempo, enquanto houve escravidão, houve luta contra a escravidão. E que foi um sistema que se reproduziu tendo como um conteúdo necessário ao próprio escravismo o uso da violência permanente contra a população negra. Então, resistência é muito isso. recuperar e quebrar este silêncio que foi construído em torno da passividade ou da aceitação da escravidão pelos escravos, ou pelos africanos, com as várias argumentações de que a escravidão era conhecida na África, ou que os africanos eram mais habituados ao trabalho sedentário, ao trabalho organizado. Tudo isso é uma forma de justificar a escravidão.
Africans resisted first within Africa. In Angola, Queen Nzinga fought a more than 30-year war against Portuguese slave traders until they negotiated a treaty with her in 1656. However, some kings agreed to trade with the Europeans and took personal benefit from the slave trade by strengthening their power with imported firearms. Other Africans, refusing to be captured and sold to enslavers, resisted and ran away to places hard of access, like the Tofino people in Benin, who built their villages in the middle of lagoons.
Je peux parler du peuple Lobi, qui a quitté donc le nord ouest du Ghana, et à cause des rapts qu'exerçaient des royaumes du Ghana actuel, plutôt que de continuer à pratiquer une guerre de guérilla contre des esclavagistes supérieurement armés alors qu'eux n'avaient que leurs arcs. Ils ont utilisé leur architecture, c'est-à-dire que c'est des gens qui habitent dans des fermes closes, des fermes à argamas, c'est-à-dire à terrasse, avec une seule ouverture d'entrée, une petite ouverture d'entrée en forme de triangle qui ne laisse passer qu'une personne à la fois. Les gens qui sont abrités à l'intérieur ont tout le temps de voir venir l'ennemi et de pouvoir se défendre. Et les chambres ne sont éclairées que par des petites ouvertures rondes, donc ils peuvent surveiller comme ça l'environnement.
Segundo, uma resistência nos portos de embarque. Então não é à toa que os armazéns e as feitorias eram prisões. Durante a viagem havia várias rebeliões e nós temos notícias de vários navios que foram recuperados pelos escravos, onde o caso hoje mais comum é o caso que foi objeto de um filme chamado Amistade, e por fim revoltas dos lugares de trabalho onde eles eram inseridos.
The first great African slave revolt historically documented took place in Iraq. Known as the Zanj Revolt, it lasted from 869 to 883. Thousands of African slaves from East Africa working in the salt marshes in southern Iraq joined forces with other groups to revolt against slavery and for social changes. The Zanj rebels even established their own state with its capital called Al-Muqtada, and during 14 years seriously threatened and challenged the reign of the Abbasid Caliphate.
And this continued in the Americas when people found themselves in hospitable milieus who were defined by those who owned them as property. And these people refused to accept that definition of themselves. If they had accepted it, then they would not have challenged the forces of oppression. But they began as early as 1522 in Santo Domingo. And there was an avalanche of rebellions throughout the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries in Jamaica, in Mexico, in Cuba, in Brazil, in Venezuela, all over the diaspora, in the United States or North America for that matter. But this kind of physical challenge to slavery was not restricted to rebellions. People ran away, escaped into inaccessible parts of these countries and established free settlements. The Maroons in Jamaica, for example, signed a peace treaty with the British in 1739 that recognized their freedom.
Yanga, que era de origen noble, se subió a las montañas de Orizaba y constituyó un palenque. Y tuvo varios de sus compañeros de lucha que encabezaron una resistencia armada, combatieron las fuerzas coloniales durante casi 40 años. Finalmente pactaron el virrey y Yanga la fundación de San Lorenzo de los Negros, que es el actual municipio de Yanga.
Now, the Haitian Revolution, of course, is the most spectacular of the challenges to slavery. The only society in this hemisphere that was able to overthrow slavery by violent means. Of course, after that, they had to confront all kinds of efforts to nullify their freedom because Europeans became afraid that what happened in Haiti could happen in their backyard.
Haiti became the world's first black republic and the first republic in the Americas to abolish slavery. Haiti also successfully supported wars of independence led by Simón Bolívar in Latin America by providing strategic information, funds, and troops against Spanish colonialism. The quest for freedom by enslaved people began to be supported by increasingly influential groups of ordinary people in Europe and the Americas, as they learned from former victims about the horrors of the system that was developing their nations, enriching their lives, and forging their tastes. More and more leaders of abolitionist movements, such as William Wilberforce in England, Victor Schœlcher in France, and Frederick Douglass in the United States, campaigned to put an end to slavery.
This wonderful letter to the Parliament saying, we the steel workers of Sheffield, a very, very famous steel working town in the north of England, petition you to end this barbaric activity. We make the chains and we get the profits of selling shackles and other torture implements and enslavement implements to slave plantations worldwide. And you may think this is against our own interest, but we are still convinced that this trade should end, despite whatever economic impact it may have on us as workers.
After using tactics such as boycotting sugar produced by enslaved people, British abolitionists, in what was one of the first major human rights movement, convinced Parliament to declare in March 1807 the end of the Atlantic slave trade, although not Atlantic slavery, which lasted another 80 years.
Deux dernières remarques doivent être faites au sujet de ce long processus, de ce long siècle des abolitions de l'esclavage, qui dure, je le rappelle, donc de 1791, grande révolte des esclaves de Saint-Domingue, jusqu'en 1886 à Cuba, jusqu'en 1888 au Brésil. C'est, pour commencer, la faiblesse, la relative faiblesse des arguments des abolitionnistes occidentaux des XVIIIe et XIXe siècles. Leurs arguments sont essentiellement moraux ou religieux, ils sont très rarement économiques. Ils s'attaquent très rarement aux intérêts économiques, financiers, commerciaux qui sont en jeu. Ça fait bien sûr le jeu des planteurs qui, eux, sont en dialogue direct avec les pouvoirs centraux en général.
The movement to abolish the slave trade by the British as a response to humanitarianism is to tell only a part of the story. The British were beginning to transfer their capital from slaves to machines. The start of the Industrial Revolution was becoming quite evident.
Ironically, with the abolition of slavery, plantation owners, rather than the enslaved workers who had toiled so long for low pay, received financial compensation for the loss of this free labor force from governments, insurance companies, and even from the formerly enslaved.
If you take at the end of a period of slavery when slavery is abolished, the government pays £20 million in the early 1800s as compensation to plantation owners. I think the comparable figure today would be £3.5 billion, which is probably around $10 billion US. That is the scale of compensation that was paid then.
Les esclaves, où que ce soit, ne percevront aucune indemnité, aucune terre, aucun moyen de redémarrer économiquement, socialement. Quant à l'utilisation de cette indemnisation par les planteurs, il y a encore une grande différence entre l'utilisation britannique et l'utilisation française. Les Britanniques ne réinvestiront quasiment pas leur indemnisation sur place dans les colonies, alors que les planteurs français vont réinvestir une grande majorité de cette indemnité dans les colonies, puisqu'ils vont avoir création de banques à leur disposition, d'organismes de crédit qui vont permettre le développement de la monoculture sucrière, la construction de grandes usines
In March 1855, the government of Peru paid former enslavers a total of 7,651,500 pesos, and in April 1862, when slavery was abolished in Washington, D.C., capital of the United States, the city paid $993,407 to compensate former owners for the loss of their human property. So, the same people who had benefited from slavery for centuries further benefited from its abolition. In exchange for agreeing to recognize Haiti's independence and encouraging other nations to do so, France forced Haiti to pay 150 million francs in gold to compensate the former plantation owners. It took Haiti a full century to pay the sum.
Malheureusement, après l'indépendance d'Haïti, nous étions complètement isolés, aucun pays ne nous reconnaissait à Haïti. Il fallait rétablir des relations, commercer avec les autres pays. Le président W.I a accepté ces termes très durs que la France a posés pour sa reconnaissance, cette dette extérieure considérable qui, par les sommes d'aujourd'hui, s'élèverait à des dizaines de milliards de dollars. Cela nous a causé, à travers le 19e siècle, de graves problèmes.
If African slavery in the mines and plantations of its colonies created enormous wealth and power for Europe and parts of the Americas, it also led to the underdevelopment of Africa. Centuries of trans-Saharan and transatlantic slave trades systematically destroyed African societies, economies, and cultures, the repercussions of which is still felt today by Africans and by the descendants of enslaved Africans everywhere.
C'est l'esclavage qui a fait les lits du retard actuel de l'Afrique, et que sans restaurer cette mémoire, on ne peut pas savoir par exemple qu'il y a 4 siècles, l'Europe et une grande partie de l'Afrique étaient économiquement sur le même pied d'égalité. Et que si on parle aujourd'hui de sous-développement, il y a des pays qui ont été des pays sous-développeurs, et ces pays étaient des pays européens.
Au XVIIIe siècle, la population était évaluée plus ou moins par les explorateurs et d'autres chercheurs. Et vers le XIXe siècle, il n'y avait plus qu'environ 200 millions d'habitants. En comparant l'habitat du XVIe siècle et celui du XIXe, on peut estimer que celui du XIXe siècle était 3 fois moindre. Par conséquent, on peut estimer qu'au XVIe siècle, la population de l'Afrique subsaharienne, l'Afrique noire, était d'environ 600 millions d'habitants. Ce qu'elle a enduré, c'est une guerre de 100 ans qui a duré 300 ans avec les armes du XVIIe, XVIIIe et XIXe siècle.
The perspective and interpretive framework that people have brought to the study of the European or the colonization of the Americas is that it was principally a European enterprise. Demographically, however, this was not true. Between 1492 and 1776, or roughly the first 300 years of the so-called European colonization of the Americas, 6.5 million people crossed the Atlantic and settled in the Americas, North, Central, South America, and the Caribbean. Of those pioneer, if you will, 6.5 million people, only 1 million were European. The other 5.5 million were African. And that simple demographic fact requires that we change our perspective on how we understand both the nature of the so-called colonization of the Americas, but more importantly, the nature of the Americas themselves as they were transformed from a land populated principally by the Native American peoples to one populated by peoples from across the Atlantic.
Que demográficamente la población africana tuvo una importancia que no se conoce y no se ha difundido y no se ha asumido en la historia oficial. En el primer censo, el primer cálculo demográfico de México, en el año de 1740, menos de 30,000 españoles, 400,000 indo-afromestizos y cerca de 200.000 negros.
La participación de España en el tráfico negrero hacia el Caribe latino fue tardía, pero intensa, y violó los convenios firmados entre Inglaterra y España, primero el de 1817 y luego otro que se firmó en 1835. Esto fue un acto puramente formal porque en definitiva el tráfico siguió clandestinamente, ilegalmente, y los ingleses fabricaban barcos que fletaban con las mejores condiciones, pero las peores para los esclavos, y así llegaron al Caribe y particularmente a Cuba casi 2 millones de mujeres y hombres esclavizados, secuestrados a trabajar acá, sobre todo en el primer lustro del siglo XIX y bueno, finales ya del siglo XVIII, se incrementó mucho la introducción de africanos a nuestro país.
Most historians believe that the best way of trying to calculate the number of people who crossed the Atlantic to the Americas is actually to use records of ships. We're looking at probably somewhere close to 35 to 38,000 voyages. So our belief is now that we've captured most of the transatlantic slaving voyages. We're looking probably at a deportation of people of around 12 million, of whom about 85% survived the crossing.
Well, the principal implication is that much of what we've studied thus far about the Americas, especially its cultural development, is so heavily skewed on the European side that we have essentially missed the essence of the history and culture making that took place during that colonial epoch. And so it challenges those of us who are scholars and others who are interested in knowing the truth about this development of this hemisphere, to go back to the sources and begin to piece together the cultural and political and social impact of the majority of the population that was here, rather than continuing to retell the stories of the minority, which basically is as much ideology as anything else.
The conspiracy of silence around the Atlantic slave trade led people to believe that little could be known about it and minimized its historical importance. In reality, because the slave trade and slavery were the basis of the extraordinarily lucrative commerce in the Atlantic world for centuries, the archives of slaving nations contain detailed records that testify to the enormity of that inhuman trade in human lives.
We can say a lot, far more than we ever anticipated we could, I think, about the age and gender patterns of those taken on board ship. So in the 17th century we have a trade which is relatively balanced but largely adult. By the 19th century you get a trade which is very heavily male, usually 2/3 males to 1/3 females, but in which you also find a high proportion of children, indeed up to 50% of those entering the trade are seen as children.
The slave trade was a crime unprecedented in human history, in our view, and that's how we're categorising it. It's simply incomparable with any other major crime in terms of its scale, its duration, and the barbarity of slavery.
Although many countries that benefited from African slavery still avoid dealing with this sensitive issue, some explicitly denying that it was a crime, at the 2001 United Nations World Conference Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, Xenophobia, and Related Forms of Intolerance, delegates from around the world also declared the slave trade and slavery a crime against humanity.
We acknowledge that slavery and the slave trade, including the transatlantic slave trade, were appalling tragedies in the history of humanity, not only because of their abhorrent barbarism, but also in terms of their magnitude, organized nature, and especially their negation of the essence of the victims.
France was the first nation to acknowledge the slave trade and slavery as a crime against humanity, when on May 10, 2001, the French Parliament adopted what has come to be called the Taubira Law, proposed by Christiane Taubira, legislative representative from French Guiana. However, Haiti was the first nation to condemn slavery as a crime and to outlaw it in its legislation.
Cette masse de gens qui vivent sur le sol français a revendiqué une reconnaissance du passé esclave, de l'origine différente. Et c'est pour en fait la satisfaire que je pense la France, le gouvernement français a pensé à reconnaître enfin, après tant d'années, que l'esclavage était un crime contre l'humanité. On voudrait que cette date ne soit pas le seul symbole. On voudrait qu'il y ait aussi une refonte des livres d'histoire, surtout géographie aussi, économie même, et que dans ces livres, on intègre et la réalité de l'esclavage et ses conséquences sur le plan social, économique, comment finalement il a permis le développement des sociétés capitalistes européennes. On voudrait ça.
Une des choses qui a surpris les gens, c'est la profondeur de l'empreinte de l'Afrique dans les cultures des sociétés concernées. On connaissait par exemple l'apport des Africains à la culture, à la danse, à la musique, mais plus les recherches étaient poussées, plus on se rendait compte que jusque dans la cuisine, les technologies, les savoir-faire, les croyances, les comportements psychologiques sont des choses qu'on ne comprendrait pas si on ne fait pas le détour par la traite négrière et par l'esclavage.
The other thing that we've been able to do now is to track the movements of people from particular parts of Africa through time to particular parts of the Americas. And that, I think, is a major breakthrough in terms of understanding not just the demographics of the trade, but the ethnic implications of the trade. And through all of that, of course, therefore, the cultural implications of transatlantic slavery.
Con la llegada de los negros esclavos, entre finales del siglo XVIII y principios del siglo XIX, acelerada en este proceso de esa llegada, se produce una simbiosis muy fuerte entre las culturas que ya existían en Cuba y las culturas africanas. Las religiones, las costumbres, la música. Esto es extraordinariamente importante en la cultura cubana. África marca la cultura cubana, dando las características fundamentales de lo que somos los cubanos de hoy.
Hoje, a gente pode dizer que o Brasil é o segundo contingente de população negra de origem africana fora de África, que se misturaram no Brasil, criaram formas de solidariedade e de complementariedade interafricana. Eu estou falando de Yorubás, estou falando de Elsais, estou falando de populações vindas da atual Nigéria e Benin, os Acães e Bambaras, os Peul, a grande massa majoritária de povos ditos bantus, né? Que na verdade vêm da área do Reino do Congo e Angola.
Rather than being brought to the Americas as just unskilled laborers, many Africans were selected for the specialized expertise European and Euro-American slavers knew they had, such as rice cultivation and gold mining in areas of West Africa.
When I talk about a system of knowledge, it is this thinking about how it was in the 18th century when most of the world's people were rural and agriculture was a fact of life. We forget in this highly urbanized, modernized world in which we live, we forget the significance of knowing how to use land in different kinds of environments. It was you lived or died by that knowledge. Looking at the period of plantation slavery and looking at the food systems in this way sheds new light, I believe, on the immensity of the contribution of enslaved peoples to the agricultural history of the Americas.
Outros na grande tradição da mineração. Não é à toa que quando se instala, digamos assim, uma corrida do ouro em Minas Gerais, de 1700 em diante, né, se começa a ter que buscar negros minas, que vinham de Elmina.
African technological contributions to the development of the Americas remain largely unacknowledged, camouflaged by the pervasive racism resulting from slavery that has denied African expertise and accomplishments.
The legacies of transatlantic slavery are still with us, and there are issues arising from that legacy that still need to be addressed in terms of recognising the human trauma, the psychological problems that the descendants of slaves have suffered as a result of their ancestors' movements, forced movement across the Atlantic. This is a process which continues to have repercussions for opportunities, for expectations of people and so on throughout the Atlantic world.
This issue of racism which came out of the slave trade and slavery has affected the whole of humanity. It has marked the culture, especially the Western culture, but not only the Western culture. It has marked the whole world.
La ligne de partage entre blanc et noir, dans la terminologie, c'est esclave, abd, et hor, blanc. Alors, quand on rétorque à ces personnes, mais comment, pourquoi dites-vous que c'est un abd? C'est un homme noir. Pourquoi on ne dit pas un homme noir? Ah oui, c'est vrai. Mais en fait, abd, ça ne veut pas dire esclave, ça veut dire noir tout court. Mais ils restent marqués de par leur peau comme étant des descendants d'esclaves, même s'il s'agit de noirs récemment immigrés dans le pays.
Il y a encore des réticences, il y a encore certaines régions où cette question est encore une question taboue, où c'est encore une question qu'on n'évoque pas facilement. Mais je crois que ces appréhensions disparaîtront petit à petit, parce que les populations qui sont concernées par la traite négrière demanderont de plus en plus à ce que cette mémoire-là aussi soit ramenée à la surface.
Evidence is literally coming to the surface of both earth and sea. In many cities, people walk today on streets paved by profits made on the backs of enslaved people. In New York City, people literally walk over the skeletal remains of enslaved Africans and their descendants who helped build the city and are buried in the African burial ground that lies under Wall Street, the financial capital of the world. And on both sides of the Atlantic, in the waters of the southern United States, off the coast of Florida, and of northern Europe, off the coast of Norway, excavations of two wrecked slave ships, the Henrietta Mary and the Fredensborg, have revealed previously buried stories. Research is revealing both unsuspected cultural connections within the diaspora and ways in which people and culture of African origin have influenced those they met. Similar cultural elements found their way from Africa to distant parts of the world. The Malunga, played by the cities of Gujarat across the Indian Ocean, is clearly the cousin of the berimbau, played by Afro-Brazilians across the Atlantic. Despite the less than enviable way in which Africans left the continent to spread across the world in the second diaspora, they became the first globalized peoples of the modern era, a human and cultural link between Africa, the continent of human origins, and Asia and the Middle East, Europe, and all of the Americas. Forced to recreate themselves in strange lands among unknown people under intolerable circumstances, these Africans and their descendants triumphed over an intensity and duration of oppression unprecedented in human history. UNESCO's Slave Route project is contributing to a better knowledge of slavery as a tragedy that concerns the whole of humanity. By understanding this silent chapter of world history, we can better grasp the genealogy binding the slave trade to other crimes against humanity and new forms of enslavement.
Your trip to Grenada is never complete without a visit to Carriacou and Petite Martinique, without a stop on one of our white sand beaches that disappear in oceans, with beautiful coral reefs and perfect diving conditions. You can't possibly leave without exploring a culture so pure and full of fascinating traditions, without experiencing and exploring the real definition of island life. Just when you thought paradise couldn't get any better, our sister isles reset your expectations. Visit puregrenada.com or call your preferred travel agent today.
If you spend 2 hours in a room where someone's smoking, you'll inhale the equivalent of 4 cigarettes. My dad shared an office with a chain smoker, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, for more than 10 years. Not surprisingly, he died of lung cancer. I've had enough of secondhand smoke. Have you?
Rainforests, dry forests, semi-deciduous forests, evergreen forests, mangrove forests. Forests have existed for eons, protecting biodiversity, providing habitats for wildlife, sustaining water sources and supply, providing ecotourism opportunities, providing timber and non-timber forest produce, ensuring agroforestry food security, preventing soil erosion and controlling floods. Our forests can exist, survive and thrive naturally, but can we humans survive without the forest? Practice sustainable forest management. Use all forest and non-timber forest produce wisely. Respect protected areas and hunting season policy and regulations. Help secure our forests now for our future.
A message from the Jeff UNDP Ridge to Reef Project and the Ministry of Agriculture's Forestry Department.
In December 2019, there was a cluster of pneumonia cases in China. Investigations found that it was caused by a previously unknown virus, now named the 2019 novel coronavirus. In this video, we'll take a quick look at what's currently known about the virus. Keep in mind that this is a new virus, and what's known about the virus now might change in the future. Coronaviruses are a large group of viruses. They consist of a core of genetic material surrounded by an envelope with protein spikes. This gives it the appearance of a crown. Crown in Latin is called corona, and that's how these viruses get their name. There are different types of coronaviruses that cause respiratory and sometimes gastrointestinal symptoms. Respiratory disease can range from the common cold to pneumonia, and in most people, the symptoms tend to be mild. However, there are some types of coronaviruses that can cause severe disease. These include the severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus, first identified in China in 2003, and the Middle East respiratory syndrome coronavirus that was first identified in Saudi Arabia in 2012. The 2019 novel coronavirus was first identified in China. It initially occurred in a group of people with pneumonia who'd been associated with a seafood and live animal market in the city of Wuhan. The disease has since spread from those who were sick to others, including family members and healthcare staff. There are many cases at present, and the disease has spread within China and also to a number of other countries. So, where did the virus come from? It's known that coronaviruses circulate in a range of animals. Sometimes these viruses can make the jump from animals to humans. This is called a spillover and could be due to a range of factors such as mutations in the virus or increased contact between humans and animals. For example, MERS-CoV is known to be transmitted from camels and SARS-CoV from civet cats. The animal reservoir of the 2019 novel coronavirus is not known yet. How is it transmitted? The exact dynamics of how the virus is transmitted is yet to be determined. In general, respiratory viruses are usually transmitted through droplets created when an infected person coughs or sneezes, or through something that has been contaminated with the virus. People most at risk of infection from the novel coronavirus are those in close contact with animals, such as live animal market workers, and those who are caring for people infected with the virus, such as family members or healthcare workers. So, how does the disease present? Well, from what is known so far, there can be a number of symptoms ranging from mild to severe. There can be fever and respiratory symptoms such as cough and shortness of breath. In more severe cases, there's been pneumonia, kidney failure, and death. The mortality rate is not known yet. How can we tell whether someone is infected? The infection can be diagnosed by a test called PCR, or polymerase chain reaction. This test identifies the virus based on its genetic fingerprint. There's currently no specific medication for the virus, and treatment is supportive care. There's currently no vaccine to protect against the virus. Treatment and vaccines are in development. How do we prevent transmission of the virus? This new virus currently has a limited geographic spread. However, there are a number of standard hygiene practices that have been recommended to protect against infection and further spread. These include covering your mouth and nose when coughing or sneezing with a medical mask, tissue, or flexed elbow, avoiding close contact with those who are unwell, the appropriate use of masks and personal protective equipment, especially in a healthcare setting, washing hands regularly with soap and water, or alcohol-based hand rub. Actions that can be taken to prevent infection from an animal source include avoiding unnecessary unprotected contact with animals, washing hands after contact with animals or animal products, and ensuring that animal products are cooked thoroughly before they're consumed. It's important to stay home if you're feeling unwell, but if you have a fever, cough, and difficulty breathing, seek medical care early and share your previous travel history with your healthcare provider. That's a quick look at this emerging infectious disease. Given that this outbreak is evolving rapidly, what's known about this virus can change. Please check the websites below for the most up-to-date information.
Stop the spread of germs that can make you and others sick. Cover your nose and mouth with a tissue when you cough or sneeze. If you don't have a tissue, use your elbow. Wash hands often, especially after coughing or sneezing into a tissue.
A protected area is a clearly defined geographical space, recognized, dedicated, and managed through legal or other effective means to achieve the long-term conservation of nature with associated ecosystem services and cultural values. The terrestrial protected areas of Grenada include Annandale Forest Reserve, Grand Bras Forest Reserve, Grand Etang Forest Reserve, High North Forest Reserve in Carriacou, La Vera Ramsar Site, Mount Gazo Forest Reserve, Mount Hatman National Park and Dove Sanctuary, Mount Morris Forest Reserve, Mount St. Catherine Forest Reserve, Perseverance Protected Area and Dove Sanctuary, Richmond Hill Forest Reserve. Forests play an important role in protecting Grenada's biodiversity. Respect protected area policy and regulations. Help secure our forests now for our future.
A message from the Jeff UNDP Ridge to Reef Project and the Ministry of Agriculture's Forestry Department.
Stay up to date and informed with the latest developments in Grenada while on the go. Subscribe to the Government Information Services social media platforms. Get updates on your mobile devices for our live programs, news, media conferences, and much more. The Government Information Service, keeping the people of Grenada informed on the go.
Hello boys and girls, join me, Alyssa, every Monday to Friday on GIS at 1 p.m. for the Reader's Circle.
Feel good text. Remember, if you have flu symptoms, do the right thing and stay at home to avoid giving it to others. Remember, you can be infectious up to a week after developing symptoms, so rest up and take it easy.
Hello. My name is Lydia Brown, and I am the Executive Secretary of the Grenada Food and Nutrition Council. The first message of the Healthy Choices for Healthy Living Guidelines for Grenadians is, let's eat healthy, enjoy a variety of natural and safe foods every day. It is important to follow this message because eating different foods from within the 6 food groups, which are vegetables, staples, legumes and nuts, fruits, fats and oils, and food from animals, meaning milk and meat, will provide all the required nutrients that will allow the body to carry out all of its daily functions. Here are some tips to put this into practice. Buy fresh local foods or grow your own. Prepare 1 new food every week or 2 new foods every month. Over time, you will have a variety to choose from, making it easy to become a daily habit. Know the guidelines and put it into practice. Let's eat healthy. Enjoy a variety of natural and safe foods every day.
This time of great sorrows and pain, we gotta show compassion, we gotta show love. We should not let things remain the same. We need to show compassion, we need to show love, yes. If tomorrow should yield another chance to return to normal again, we should never want to continue all the hurt and all the pain. We must face this challenge together. if we keep acting like careless fools and wouldn't show compassion and wouldn't show love. Only thoughts and dreams of peace will be impossible to find. We'll only live to fight another day. It's the ones that rest on our minds. Oh. Let us walk on this thing together. Let's do it for our children's future. If we change our selfish behavior, this whole world could be so much sweeter. So let compassion reign. Let us mend that chain. Let us all embrace love and make this world a better place. Yo, Mr. Legs, alright, yo. What the world needs now, what the world needs now, what the world needs now is love. What the world needs now, what the world needs now, what the world needs now is love. What the world needs now, what the world needs now, what the world needs now is love. What the world needs now, what the world needs now, what the people need now is love. Crying out in despair. So we got to show compassion, we got to show love. Pollutions fill the streets and the air. So we need to show compassion, we need to show love. It's imperative that we play a part to protect the environment. So now I'm challenging you to make the start. Don't sit aside and don't be complacent. Oh, you mean? What? Mother Earth is ending a warning. She fed up with the human crop. All these diseases that keep on spreading. It's our own way of saying stop. So let compassion reign. Let us mend that chain. Let us all embrace love and make this world a better place. What the world needs now, what the world needs now, what the world needs now is love. What the world needs now, what the world needs now, what the people need now is love. What the world needs now, what the world needs now, what the world needs now is love. What the world needs now, what the world needs now, what the people need now is love. Let compassion reign. Let us mend that chain. Let us all embrace love and make this world a better place.
Feel good facts.
Help prevent cold and flu by washing your hands with soap and water for at least 20 seconds. That's the time it takes to remove most germs. No soap and water? No worries when you've got alcohol-based hand sanitizer.
Citizens and visitors. In an effort to contain the outbreak of the deadly COVID-19, please note that effective December 15th, all social gatherings, including weddings and funerals, will be restricted to 10 people. Restaurants should only provide takeaway or delivery services. All business operations, except essential services, so deemed by the Emergency Powers Regulations, must close at 10 p.m., with the exception of essential services. Daytime operations will proceed as normal, but public transportation must cease by 10 p.m. Maintain the health and safety protocols at all times. Do not drop your guard.
Marisha Community College, your only Indigenous college. We provide quality education and training opportunities at affordable prices. Our TAMCC alumni occupy 75% of the Grenadian workforce with international connections. We take you from where you are to where you want to go. For more information, contact TAMCC at 440-1389 or visit our website at www.tamcc.edu.gd. TAMCC, unlock your potential.
Hello, boys and girls. Join me, Neela, on GIS every Monday to Friday at 1 p.m. for The Reader's Circle.
Report it. Corruption. Report it.
It's Monday morning and the grade 5 students are in class awaiting the arrival of Mr. Williams.
To watch it and you have an football game coming up. You are focused on technically good show, isn't it?
Mr. Williams enters the class.
Good morning, class. Good morning, sir. How are you today? Good. How was your weekend? Good. Are you sure? Yes, sir. Great. Please get out your materials and get ready for maths. Okay, sir.
Pencil.
Oh, I haven't seen it anywhere, but if you keep looking, you'll find it one day. I swear.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Richmond?
Some dishonest person took my new pencil that my mother gave me this morning.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir. It was just here and I could not find it, sir.
Class? Yes, sir. Who is the dishonest person that took Rageman's pencil? That's stealing? That's corruption. Class? Yes, sir. Has anyone seen Rageman's pencil? No, sir. No way. Jason!
Yes, sir.
Where is Rageman's pencil?
I don't know. He can search my desk and everything.
Sir. Yes, Thomas?
I know who took the pencil.
Who?
That's a giant.
Hey, watch out. Who, me?
Yes, you are. To corrupt by, to dishonest why.
I corrupt? I dishonest?
Yes,
you
you
see.
are. Yes,
You will see. Jonathan!
Yes, sir.
Where is Rageman's pencil?
I don't know. I don't have no idea. You can search my desk and everything.
Okay.
Boy, I swear why I go beat you. Jonathan. Big so Is that good to me?
Yes, you are. You should.
I'll take it.
Jonathan, come to the front of the class. Stand by. Jonathan, what is this?
Wait.
Jonathan, give Rageman back his pencil.
Why are you pushing my pencil now?
And you are dealing with you.
You will see.
On the playground. Boy, you will see. Jonathan, settle.
The bell rings and children go out to the playground.
Strong song. What you do was wrong. My friends told me to speak out against what is wrong. If I didn't tell you, I could stone the feds myself, boy. Stop it, Jonathan. What you did was wrong. First you stole rich man's pencil. Now you threatening him. Two wrongs never make it right. I think you should apologize to Thomas. Apologize to only, Move, Cora, move.
The bell rings and the children return to their classroom.
Okay, class. Please settle down. I have something to say. Class? Yes, sir. I observed what took place during break in the playground.
Okay, sir.
I am very proud of what Cora did. Cora, please stand. Of what Cora did to stop Jonathan from bullying Thomas. Thomas, please stand. And same for you, Jonathan. Stealing is a form of corruption, and it is wrong. I think she displayed a high level of integrity. Wrong is always wrong, and you must not support it. You must stand up and speak out against it. Okay, class?
Okay, sir.
Yes, Cora? I have something to say. Come to the front of the class, please. Class, please listen to what Cora has to say. Thomas and Jonathan, please sit down. Corruption in any way affects everyone. So we must all stand to fight against it. I have taken my stand. Will you? I will stand.
Intimidation, don't report it. Corruption, report it. Corruption, report it. Corruption, do not support it.
Give me 1 moment. I'm going in the building real quick to come back. Season's greetings. I am Detective Constable number 767 Mason, attached to the Criminal Investigations Department of the Royal Grenada Police Force. Property crimes such as housebreaking and stealing, burglary, robbery with violence, just to list a few, can become very prevalent around this time of year. These crimes are consequential crimes, and offenders can serve up to 30 years in prison.
For this holiday season, the RGPF urges you to be vigilant and practice personal and household security. Business owners are encouraged to install digital cameras for property surveillance.
Protect yourself by reporting all forms of theft, criminal activities, and suspicious behavior to your nearest police station. Or you can call us at 440-3921 or 911 or 440-3999. Help us to help protect you and your loved ones for this holiday season.
A message from the Criminal Investigation Department of the Royal Grenada Police Force.
Grenada is on the road to re-energizing its economy, and a major part of that recovery is tourism. Our borders are open again, and that means visitors are returning to our islands and spending in our hotels, restaurants, markets, and bars. While revenue is welcome, what is most important is protecting the health of our citizens and visitors. Therefore, the industry has had to adjust quickly to this new reality. Strict and thorough protocols have been established throughout the sector. These protocols include health declarations from visitors upon arrival, screenings at our airports, health and safety protocols for all our frontline tourism workers, including the wearing of masks, frequent sanitizations, and new cleaning requirements for accommodations. Now, it's time for us to all do our part in ensuring that Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique is not only an outstanding but a safe tourism destination.
Hello and welcome to OECS Interacts, part of the OECS Link. I am Louise Victor. With me today is Mr. Keith Johnson, the Managing Director of Republic Bank, Grenada. Mr. Johnson, we are very pleased to have you and welcome.
Thank you very much, and I'm pleased myself to be on your show, the OECS Interacts.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, with the effects of COVID-19, we have seen a rapid increase in the use of digital and contactless payments. So please explain to our audience, what is digital contactless payments?
Right. So first, let me say I'm very happy to hear you say that we're seeing a rapid increase in the use of digital channels for making payments. That is a very good sign. Digital payment is one where there is no use of paper, no paper cash, no checks, and more importantly, there is less human interaction in conducting the transaction. Basically, digital payment is one where you utilize the digital technology or information technology to execute your payments. Most of that is done through payment companies, digital payment companies, and it's executed using mostly a smart device or a computer. Could be a desktop, could be a laptop, could be a tablet, but most people use their phones, which is excellent. And actually, it lends to the name mobile payment because you're actually using your mobile phone to make the payment.
And what would you say are some of the key benefits of using digital and contactless payment methods, especially now that we are advised to practice social distancing as much as we can?
Right. So, in a sense, as bad as it has been, the COVID pandemic has been a sort of blessing in disguise. Because for years, financial institutions have been encouraging their customers to utilize more and more of the digital payment systems that are available. But I guess people are forever reluctant to change and they get comfortable using the old ways. But even before the pandemic, there are so many benefits to using the digital technology to access your funds and to make payments. For one, you can do it without having to go physically to the bank. You can sit in your office, as I'm sitting now. You can be at home. You can be out of the country. You can be on the beach. You can be anywhere. Once you have a device, and in most cases it's a mobile phone, and you have access to the internet, you can access your account. So it allows you to make the payments without being physically present, and it saves you a lot of time. Because, for example, imagine you have to leave your office and go to the bank. Depending on traffic, that could be 1 hour, half an hour each way. Then you get to the bank and you have to join a line. And again, depending on time of day or time of the month, you can end up spending anywhere between 15 and 50 minutes, right? All that really is precious time that is being wasted. So for one, you save a lot of time. Two, you do it at your convenience and leisure. And three, in most cases, the digital form of payment is actually cheaper. For example, if you go to the ATM to get cash, an ATM probably is not the best example, but you go to the ATM to get cash, right? Most banks will charge you, a small fee, right? But if you go into the bank, it's a much larger fee for doing a transaction that you could have done outside of the bank, either at the ATM or at a supermarket where you can make the payment using your card and a debit point of sale machine, or actually using the internet banking, online banking, where you can just sit and you can pay whomever you want. You can pay your utilities, you can pay family members, you can pay other bills. So it's really the convenience, the time saving, and the cost. Those are the main benefits.
Okay, now I know this is a little off script, but given that we tend to have a culture of having cash in hand in the Caribbean, do you foresee an accelerated cultural shift in terms of the use of money vis-a-vis the use of digital payments, or do you think that generally people will still be a bit reluctant to utilize those types of methods?
I think the reluctance will always be there, but people are being forced now to get to the program because of the need for social distancing. And even there were times in the past 4 months when banks and other businesses, I mean, the whole country had been on lockdown and there was no movement of people. So people still had to access funds, they still had to make payments, they still had to buy goods, buy pharmaceuticals. And a lot of them had to revert or to get on board the train that says, okay, use the digital means to make your payments, access your funds. To pay utility bills, a lot of people were accustomed to going and join a long line on the mountains, and whether it's the electricity company or the telephone company. Now, in order to make sure your bills are paid, you had to do it digitally. So I think COVID-19 has, I think regrettably, forced people to do what they should have been doing, years ago, if not decades ago. With the social distancing too. Sometimes people have to be lining up outside of the premises, whether it's the utility company or the bank, and they're exposed to the elements, the sun, rain at times, and all those things are unnecessary inconveniences, which could have been avoided had the persons utilized the digital technology that is available. So I think, yes, there would still be resistance, but people will more and more, maybe reluctantly, get on board accessing those systems.
Now, while there are the trends of increased digital payment uses, therein brings the question of cybersecurity. Can you speak to Republic's work in that regard as well? Okay, so we have always taken security, whether it is physical or cyber, very seriously. And all our systems are very robust enough to protect us and our customers from any intrusion, any invasion. And I have to say, I'm very pleased to say we have never had any incident where something like that has happened. And we continue to make sure our systems are strong enough to resist any sort of attempts. No, we are very sure that the attempts, in fact, we have monitoring systems that show us that people have been attempting, but they cannot penetrate. So I think our customers can rest assured. And I think you were touching on a point there which some people use as the excuse or the reason for not getting on board the digital system, because they're afraid, somebody might hack the bank system and get access to their funds and withdraw their funds. And then, there'd be problems there in terms of how do I get back my funds. So I'm very pleased to say our systems are strong enough. And, getting back to the whole issue of, wanting the cash in your pocket or in your wallet. Yes, I understand that, right? And yes, people are becoming more and more sensitized to the need to move away from that and to be a little more comfortable that their funds are well protected. In the old days when each account had a bank book attached to it, persons were able to see all the transactions they did on their account and they can see what the balance is, right? Now, the digital systems are such that all those bits of information are available, right? At a click of a button. You can see all the transactions you've done over, a period of time, not from the time the account is open, but you have access to those things that you can download and store for your own purposes if you want to make historical checks and so on. So the same information that you would have got from a bank book, it is there on your phone, on your tablet, on your laptop, whatever. And it's secure. Well, that is certainly very reassuring. But just before we wrap up, in summary, what would you say are some of the key messages that you would like the listening and viewing audience to take away from this interaction?
Well, first, digital is the future. But in another 10 years, digital might be the past. And we might move on to some other system that supersedes that. But that is the way the world has progressed. When you think back to 150 years ago, when the first, in a sense, digital system was introduced, which was payment by telegraphic transfer. And then about 100 years later, there was an improvement on that when the SWIFT was introduced. And so you can make payments wirelessly. And that has now progressed onto the digital age. And, I think there will always be some resistance to the older generations. So 10 years from now, people like me might be a little reluctant to get on board whatever is going to come. And I know something is going to come, right? It might even be less than 10 years away. The rate of change has evolved. But I would like to encourage people to move away from, the old ways of doing things, because eventually those ways will just not be available anymore. If you check history and the evolution of the world, a lot of things that were there 100 years ago, they're just not there now. You ask a kid about a telephone, which was there maybe, an analog telephone, which was there, say, maybe up to 30 years ago, 20 years ago. They don't know about those things because they're just not there anymore. So they become relics. And the systems that we have been using up to, say, maybe 20 years ago, those are fast becoming relics. So we have to get to the program. So I encourage people to don't wait to be forced to do it. Don't wait for another crisis like the COVID pandemic, right? Just get on board. They will eventually come to realize how much benefits they reap from it, right? It's less costly, it's less time consuming, and they can do it at their leisure and pleasure from anywhere. So that is my message, right?
Well, Mr. Keith Johnson, thank you so much for interacting with us and for letting us know all that Republic is doing from the digital payment side of things, cybersecurity as well on that front. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Louise, and thank you for having me on your program.
Thank you so much for interacting with us, Mr. Keith Johnson. I am Louise Victor. Thanks for watching, and let's link up next time.
Welcome to another edition of OECS Explores with me, Kareem Stanley. This week it's all about the weather. Let's see how our islands fared during Tropical Storm Gonzalo. Hurricane season is no joke. Take precautions. Have a plan. Do not be caught unprepared. It's even more critical now that we are operating in a COVID-19 environment. Your life and the life of your loved ones are very important. I think it's timely that we speak about Grenada and the assistance they have received from our partner, Republic Bank, during this pandemic.
Republic Bank Grenada Limited is extending assistance in the fight against the coronavirus pandemic. In April 2020, Republic Financial Holdings Limited pledged to donate $2 million across all territories in which Republic Bank operates as part of its support in the fight against COVID-19. Republic Bank contributed $200,000 to the OECS Commission's regional efforts to rebuild businesses, communities, and lives, of which Grenada contributed $70,000. Republic Bank Grenada's local and regional contribution to the global pandemic response totaled $120,000. In response to the national relief efforts, on May 15, 2020, the bank donated vital medical equipment and supplies to the Ministry of Health, valued at $40,000. General Manager Credit at Republic Bank, Kalawati Bikram Singh, made the presentation of medical supplies to Minister of Health, the Honorable Nicholas Steele.
What Republic Bank gave us was basically some of the ancillaries for testing, test kits, in short, falls under the description of test kits and the various bits and pieces that allow us to do the PCR test, which is the gold standard for COVID-19. Based on Republic Bank's contribution, that allows us to do 850 more tests. So they have given us bullets in our arsenal then. And that was greatly appreciated, because with the widespread testing that we're able to do, we were able to build a confidence that we can isolate any potential case, that we can identify any potential case, and that we can also verify when individuals are not COVID-19 positive.
Has COVID-19 made you discover or rediscover skills that could be the source of a side business to earn more income? Or have you realized your existing skills are insufficient now that you need to multitask? Whether you need certification or upskilling, now is the time for self-development to tap into more opportunities. So apply for that course. Your educational dreams are just a step away when you partner with Republic Bank. Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
I know I have been talking about the sustainable development movement, and you're probably wondering, what have I been talking about? It's an opportunity that should not be missed. To give you a little taste of what to expect, make sure you tune into the pre-SDM Fireside Chat with the Powerhouses. As usual, we love hearing from you. Tell us what's happening in your country and your community. Email your pictures and videos to media@oecs.int or post on your social media with the hashtag OECSUnion. Who knows, you could be featured in our next episode. I am Kareem Stanley. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to OECS Insights. I am Alika Frederick, Miss OECS 2019. Job loss is a painful, life-altering event that sometimes leaves you stranded without a plan for recovery. It can threaten your future if you do not know how to cope with it or what you should be doing to ensure you safeguard yourself and your loved ones. Here are some tips to keep you on track. Let us start with taking stock. Here, you assess your current situation. Here are some questions to ask. Is this a one-time setback or an ongoing? In other words, are your financial challenges related specifically to COVID-19 and job loss, or does it have to do with issues that were happening long before this pandemic? Maybe you have been spending too much money. Maybe you have been wasting a lot of food, electricity, and water. Maybe you have not been properly managing your business or personal affairs, and that is the main reason why you are suffering now. How long do you think the effects of COVID-19 would last based on the official public health advisories? When the country starts to recover, does it mean you will also be able to get back on your feet almost immediately? Or will you have a long period between recovery and financial security? Check what is happening in the specific industry in which you work. Depending on whether you work in tourism versus manufacturing, in food and beverage versus transportation, your ability to be employed and or earn revenue will be different. Know exactly how much money you will need to take you through and assess how much you have. Sit down and work out how much you need to survive for a week, a month, 6 months, etc. What are your priorities? There is something called Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Perhaps start with what you do need to survive. Food, shelter, and clothing includes not just your rent or mortgage, but utilities, especially water and electricity. Cable television and internet are not as important unless they are resources you use to earn money. Then you go to things like clothing and household items and maintenance. Perhaps you need to hold off on buying new clothes for a while. What can be repaired instead of replaced? Household maintenance. Maybe look at cleaning products that are more multi-purpose and can be used for many different applications. Maybe it means cutting the grass outside yourself. Things that are about leisure and recreation, you may need to reduce your spend on, if not cut out altogether. Look at free ways to entertain yourself and your family. Gathering your available resources. This is very important. Are you using all the resources and sources of aid available to you? Do you know about and have applied for the various government relief packages? Do you know of the tax breaks and incentives there are now because of COVID-19? Depending on the industry in which you work, there may be programs available for resiliency and recovery that can help you and your business. It is a sad fact, but many citizens do not avail themselves of government assistance either because of lack of awareness, pride, or wrongly assessing the actual needs and believing they do not need the aid, when in fact they do. There may be opportunities to renegotiate certain loan payments. Use them. Often you have automatic payment plans to various accounts, from Netflix to software programs to credit cards. You should consider canceling automatic payments and carefully select what is most important. Many companies are offering various avenues to reduce the strain on customers, so check with your bank. Speak to what Republic Bank is doing specifically about this for their customers. Make a plan or budget. Now is the time to do so, even if you have never done so before. The information from the first 3 steps is what you will be using for this plan. In addition to this, you need a strategy to rebuild your savings. Are you currently utilizing the best savings plan available? Check again. Speak to what Republic Bank is doing regarding savings and attractive interest rates for growth. I am Malika Frederick. Thanks for watching. Ça c'est OECS Palais et moi c'est Malika Frederick. Mot créole nou pour simen ça là c'est apprécier. In English, this translates to appreciate. Apprécier c'est ti bagay lan en la vie. Appreciate the little things in life. Bon, simen passé nous t'en chay parler à sou Gonzalo. En c'est lisi nous ka kriye ça en mauvais temps. Jodi a, c'est ça nous ka causer en lè. Moi vle inviter ces gens nous en OECS là pour causer un ti miette en lè ça. Moi vle sav sak passé et ki mané yo préparé pour cyclone ça là en pays yo. Bienvenue tout le monde et n'a invité Ryan pour parler avant ça qui fait anti commune.
Eh ben cyclone là venu et puis l'eau la pluie venté bien fort, plus fort dans certaines communes là. Eh ben en général, ces préparations pas changer en l'eau. Alors, il y a des communautés qui ont coupé ces branches pieds bois, il était qu'à ranger tête caille et il couvert ces fenêtres là, il était qu'à plein seau ou bien bucket et puis de l'eau pour si en cas t'es manger de l'eau pour boire plus tard ou bien après passage cyclone là. Moun t'es acheté bouteille de gaz et qui est fait anti commission, mais là nous qu'a parler de saison cyclonique là. L'année ça là et puis pandémie mondiale COVID-19 là, il y a des bagages qui différents l'année ça là. Et ces protocoles COVID-19 là, tout le monde qui a parlé cyclone à hurricane shelter, il est pour porter un masque, il est pour porter bagages essentiels par exemple, il est pour porter manger en boîte et puis bouteille de l'eau pour durer des 3 à 5 jours, bagaille pour dormir, médicaments et même tous premiers secours, hand sanitizer, etc. Même si tu mis ça dans shelter là. Mais en fait, il a fait tout ça pour empêcher transmission COVID-19 là. En plus de ça, tout le monde qui a shelter, tini pour enregistrer non yo et qui a servi thermomètre qui a prend température moun au loin ou bien à distance. Alors, c'est comme ça, bagay la ka passé. Mais, là, nous ka parlé du cyclone Gonzalo. Nous t'es tini la pluie, venté, mais ça pas été trop fort, mon dit. Alors, c'est ça.
Ah, merci Ryan pour ça. Emilia, ça ou ça dit nous qui fait à Dominique Koka Westi? Ça ou te ouais, ça qui fait, qui manière ti mauvais temps passé?
Cyclone Gonzalo, moi qui comme ça c'était le premier système là qui était affecté n'importe pays sous Caraïbes là pour saison cyclone dans ça là. Nous Dominique nous sommes au courant avec le développement du système là, enfin, autorité qui a venu à sous radio depuis le système là a commencé à développer un cool temps pour arriver un cyclone, il était toujours à sous radio qui a informé nous comment le système là a progressé. Nous en Dominique là venu pour ça fait cyclone, moi qui dit que nous avons pile précaution, puis nous avons expérimenté un pile mauvais cyclone esprit dernièrement en 2017 nous teni Maria avait toute la terre ça Maria fait Dominique quand ça là nous tan développement un système en la mer Atlantique là nous savons nous toujours mettre nous bien bandé nous a fait toute préparation avec ma croix qui nous en Dominique c'est que ça qui fait et puis Maria fait encore comme ça nous toujours là mais nous préparer mais nous toujours ni pour écouter sa autorité qui dit les un système qui a développé quand il a avancé qui ça qui fait comme ça avec Gonzalo en pile monde t'es qu'à garder ça qu'a fait nous t'es qu'à tant qui peut-être que affecter nous directement quand t'es affecté Saint-Lucie et Grenade mais nous t'es là avec ou t'es tant parole moun ka dit ben qui là plus moun t'es qu'à précaution malgré système là t'es loin nous mais moun t'es qu'à précaution avec autorité mon ka dit c'est toujours là faire certains qui nous donne information tous les jours les bons matins les après-midi les soirs puis encore nous savons ça qui fait avec Maria avec nous pratiquer les parmi les qui c'est un petit système ça doit qui un tropical wave même si c'est un cool temps ça doit qui un tropical storm même un cyclone catégorie 1 nous en Dominique pratiquer les pièces de ça là affecter nous en personnalité manière que ça nous toujours préparer avec nous faire ça qui est nécessaire pour protéger nous Dominique avec la vie avec tout ça nous.
Oui, moi voulais dire après passage cyclone Ivan en l'année 2004 qui frappait nous à la Grenade. Moi voulais dire tout le monde à la Grenade nous pas faire la fête et puis ces cyclones là.
Ah, merci Ryan pour ça. Milia, merci en chai pour ça. Et Stéphane, ça ou ça dit nous qui fait?
Eh bien, les amis, incident, pas ni tellement pression, pas ni tellement stress. Mon a commencé à préparer tranquillement. Moi-même, j'ai commencé à faire 3 cases en moins pour voir l'état à 3 là, l'état à tout bitin ou à cases en moins. Bon, nous savons qu'on cyclone peut toujours arriver. Ça gouvernement l'a fait, les services de l'État, ils ont nettoyé tout chemin, tout bois chemin, ils ont coupé branches, ils ont coupé arbres pour par rapport à avant là, les vents là qui arrivaient. Pékeni trop branches à terre là mais ça nous peut dire c'est que cyclone là pour l'instant a pas bien qu'à faire mon paix on va penser que bientôt nous allons commencer à voir les premiers cyclones qui arriver mon qui est préparé mais pour l'instant ça plutôt tranquille.
Eh bien merci Stéphane pour ça. Ça moi ça dit qui rive nous en cette ici c'est rien nous tenir soleil nous tenir la pluie aussi mais pas rien grave pour parler about pas rien mauvais pas fait so nous ça oui merci bonté pour ça et ou ça va être ça plus mauvais so moi voulais dire tout le monde merci pour ti causer à Hordia merci pour dire tout le monde qui a veillé ça qui fait et puis manière yo préparer pour ti mauvais temps et ti bel ti causer et merci pour venir ici à Hordia et moi non moi c'est Elika Frederick et merci pour veiller.
Advising persons to adhere to public advisories from NOASA with regards to shutting off external water tanks and individual property connections. Your water can be shut off of either the cut-off valve or the water meter, and you are encouraged to ensure that everyone in your home know where these are located. Even as you store, we want persons to be mindful to ensure that they do not mistake bottles containing water for bottles containing hazardous substances. And that is why we encourage persons that when you are storing water supply, to ensure that it is in a container that is food grade. Meaning, if you can eat in it, you can drink in it. Very simple, food grade containers.
Government refutes allegations that COVID-19 positive visitor was allowed to travel to Grenada. We'll have details to this story and more in the National Report. With the details to the news for Wednesday, December 16th, 2020, I am Abigail McIntyre. The government of Grenada is refuting allegations that a visitor who tested positive for COVID-19 prior to their travel date was allowed to enter Grenada. Government dismisses the claim as irresponsible and contrary to what the country's COVID-19 protocols provide for. It says the allegation infers complicity on the part of the airlines which serve Grenada and would also be in a breach of their operational guidelines. Further, the government considers the news report by Carib Update News Service to be libelous and is considering legal action for the dissemination of such erroneous information. Grenada's entry guidelines require visitors and returning nationals to have a negative PCR test within 72 hours of travel. Persons are then tested on day 4 of their period of quarantine and must receive a negative PCR result to be allowed into the community. In related news, as health officials work tirelessly to contain the spread of the recent cluster of positive COVID-19 cases in Grenada, the Ministry of Health is refuting claims that some individuals received false positive results and were later called by health officials to retract those results. The ministry says this is simply not true, since at no time were the results called into question, and at no time did anyone from the ministry call anyone in quarantine to retract diagnoses. From the onset of this virus, the ministry has stood by the integrity of the PCR test as the scientific gold standard in the industry for diagnosing the virus. The Ministry of Health says anyone spreading such rumors that calls into question the integrity of the test results is seeking to incite fear, panic, and disorder, and is creating mistrust in an already delicate situation as we grapple with this outbreak. The Infrastructure Development Minister, Senator Norland Cox, has sought to clear the air on misconceptions surrounding plans to construct a new police headquarters and fire department. He recently announced that a new police headquarters will be constructed on the Carriacou, which is now home to the fire department. During his presentation on the 2021 budget on Wednesday, Senator Cox said a sub-fire station will remain on the Carriacou with the police headquarters, which means the entire fire department will not be relocated. 2 fire engines will remain on the Carriacou.
A new police headquarters and a fire station, because the fire station is going where the police headquarters is going where the fire station site is currently. So we have to relocate the fire station, but a fire substation will retain in St. George's. A minimum of 2 fire engines will be at the police headquarters to service the town. So there will be no vacuum of fire response.
The goal, he said, is to have efficient fire response in every parish. A substation will soon be in operation in St. David.
There's a building that we have done for renovation for the fire substation, and a new fire truck for St. David's is on its way. So we are not minimizing that. the objective, what we are trying to do, is to ensure that we have fire response in every parish. That is what is going on, Mr. Deputy President.
Newly appointed Senator Roland Bola is refuting claims made by Agriculture Senator Roderick Sinclair that not enough money has been budgeted for agriculture in the 2021 budget. The former Agriculture Minister explained that the issue is not the amount allocated, but how it is used and how much of it is utilized by the beneficiaries. Senator Bola says agriculture continues to be a critical driver of economic growth. He emphasized that although there are complaints about the quantity that is set aside to boost development within the sector, there is never a year that the Agriculture Minister had to request more finances to complete projects or programs.
Is it really not enough being budgeted? Or is it a situation where, as a people, as a country, as a sector, we do not maximize the total potential of what is in that sector and what is budgeted for us? And I want to cite a few examples, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Maybe I'll have to go back into history a little bit. And forgive me for not having a document to refer to, but I'm speaking from memory now. We oftentimes talk about we need to see more for agriculture. And I do agree. I honestly do agree, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that maybe with more money, as some people would like to see, a bit more can be done. But with the present amount being budgeted, if you are to do a search, go 5 years back and look at what has been budgeted for the Ministry of Agriculture and tell me 1 year in which all of the money budgeted for capital project has been spent and there was a desire or a request for more. I rather doubt that we can find a budget that will prove that to us.
In response to Senator Sinclair's statement on the reluctance of financial institutions to do business with farmers, Senator Bola highlighted a recent study that was conducted on the compliance rate of farmers. He said more needs to be done to find out why farmers are unable to pay their loans and find a way forward.
Not very long ago, a study was done as it relates to the compliance rate of farmers paying back, remembering where they borrow from. And our foreparents, most of us who grew up with grandparents, always heard the word, when you borrow, you must pay. That is not something much of the farmers in Grenada have learned. 80% non-compliance rate among the farming community. And we need to find out why. Is it because they are not making money? Or is it because we are not business-minded enough?
This is the National Report. The news will continue after the break.
Citizens and visitors. In an effort to contain the outbreak of the deadly COVID-19, please note that effective December 15th, all social gatherings, including weddings and funerals, will be restricted to 10 people. Restaurants should only provide takeaway or delivery services. All business operations, except essential services, so deemed by the Emergency Powers Regulations, must close at 10 p.m., with the exception of essential services. Daytime operations will proceed as normal, but public transportation must cease by 10 p.m. Maintain the health and safety protocols at all times. Do not drop your guard.
Welcome back. The U.S. $1 million upgrade of the Royal Grenada Police Force Coast Guard's 2 near-shore interceptor vessels by the U.S. government is now completed and vessels have been handed over. The upgrade includes a complete overhaul, new engines, and provision of spare parts package to ensure continued operability. Carl Dirkwork, U.S. Embassy's principal officer, was on hand at the Grenada Coast Guard base at True Blue for the presentation on Wednesday. He says completion of the work on the safe boat is significant, given the importance of border protection.
After some significant upgrades worth about $1 million U.S., two safe boats to Royal Grenada Police Force, Coast Guard. This upgrade and handover worth $1 million is really part of our commitment to Grenada and to the security of the Eastern Caribbean.
The upgrade extends the vessel's performance for an additional 6 years and brings the Grenadian Coast Guard fleet to full strength. Deputy Commissioner of Police Franklin Redhead received the upgraded vessels on behalf of the RGPF. He expressed appreciation to the U.S. government for its continued support in retrofitting the safe boats, as maritime assets are essential to national security.
They're very costly to maintain and to operate, and certainly the impetus of the U.S. government in supporting our Coast Guard operation is quite useful in the context of ensuring that we sustain operations into the future. So I want to express certainly on behalf of the government again, and certainly the RGPF, for profound appreciation for this support to the Coast Guard to keep it running into the future. They're merely retrofitted. The point is that we are ensuring that they remain operationally viable by retrofitting, changing engines, changing necessary equipment on them to ensure that they are sustained throughout their life cycle.
The upgrade of the two Grenadian Coast Guard drug interceptor vessels was made possible through U.S. State Department's Caribbean Basin Security Initiatives, CBSI, Foreign Military Financing, FMF, program, and U.S. Southern Command. Member of the CBSI Technical Assistance Team is MK1 Trey McLennan.
We're real proud to show off what is basically a couple-year culmination work that has finally provided them another vessel that we hope to last for another 5 to 7 years and keep them running and competing interdiction and all the other missions out here as far as your Coast Guard putting out the work.
The United States originally provided the two safe boats to Grenada as part of CBSI FMF grant in 2012. Finally in the news, Youth Senator in the Upper House, Judd Cadet, commends the government on what he calls proper management of the COVID-19 crisis. Senator Judd on Wednesday said continuation of scholarships, training, employment, and financial support during the peak of the COVID-19 outbreak is evidence that the Keith Mitchell-led government has control of the health situation. He said the young people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique are optimistic that even in the midst of the global pandemic, the government will continue to promote safety, stability, and resilience.
Now, in 2020, we are faced with a crisis. It's not that we want to have a level discussion, we want to have the crisis just for the sake of having a level discussion, but to show the difference in management of a crisis and what leadership does, Mr. President, when it comes to crisis. And yet still, Mr. Deputy President, we managed. Yet still, Mr. President, we're able to meet our basic commitment to our workers, to our youths, and Mr. President, we ensure that we keep this country safe and secure. And Mr. President, this is highly commendable because, as I said, Mr. President, this was no easy feat. When you look at some other Caribbean countries, it was very difficult for them to manage. Some of them could not even provide stimulus package.
And that story brings us to the end of the National Report for today, Wednesday, December 16th, 2020. To recap the top story, government refutes allegations that COVID-19 positive visitor was allowed to travel to Grenada. On behalf of the entire news team here at the Government Information Service, I am Abigail McIntyre. Thank you for joining us.
This is a song that we always enjoy singing as children. So I hope you see why. It's called Love Like This by
Natasha Bedingfield.
Natasha Bedingfield. Okay. Why you keep on running in and out of my mind? All the years still roll by, baby. Now I know why I keep coming back to you. You're the only one who knows me. Love it when you hold me. Never find a love like this. And when I'm feeling lonely, look at what you show me. Never find a love like this. When there's a love that's trying to keep us apart, you keep calling me back to your heart. Never find a love like this. They try to take me, you're the one who saved me. I feel like I owe you my life. And as strange as it may seem, I'll go if you take me. I'm willing to sacrifice. And that's why you keep on running in and out of my mind. As the years still roll by, baby, now I know why I keep coming back to you. You're the only one who knows me. Love it when you hold me. Never find a love like this. And when I'm feeling lonely, look at what you show me. Never find a love like this. As there's a love that's trying to keep us apart, you keep calling me back to your heart. And you say, oh, never find a love like this. Let me hear you say, oh, never find a love like this. But never find a love like this. It still make me think about my middle school kids. I sit here in this chair and I wish for you not to leave me now. My friends have always told me not to make you my baby. Man, they was putting you down. And now they see we rolling, walking around and strolling. They don't wanna come around. But as there's a love that's trying to keep us apart, you keep calling me back to your heart. Let me hear you say, oh, never find a love like this. Let me hear you say, oh, never find a love like this.
Stop. Think. Use a bin. Keep our islands clean. Tourism is everybody's business. This message is brought to you compliment the Grenada Tourism Authority. Stop the spread of germs that can make you and others sick. Cover your nose and mouth with a tissue when you cough or sneeze. If you don't have a tissue, use your elbow. Wash hands often, especially after coughing or sneezing into a tissue.
It is very important to ensure that each household has a first aid kit in case of an emergency during the passage of a hurricane or storm. Pharmacist at Mitchell's Pharmacy at the Food Fair Complex Grand Dance, Cameron Pear Sylvester, highlights what are some of the items one need to have in a basic first aid kit.
As you can see, it's labeled first aid kit. This one here is a 10-person first aid kit. First of all, we have a trauma pad. The trauma pad is something that you could use in case of emergencies to stop bleeding. So it's highly absorbent. It keeps bleeding to a minimal. Then we have a triangular bandage. Now this is something that you can use to form a arm sling, a triangular bandage. Then we have here some gloves. Now there are a lot of people who have allergies to latex. So we now have the nitrile examination gloves. It's powder free. So at least 2 pairs is advised to have in the kit. The large size is the basic size that you could include. So we have here, I'll show you the gauze. These are the gauze pads, sterile gauze pads. You would use these to cover the wound. Right? Then you have the first aid burn cream. So you would include a burn cream in just in the event that somebody gets a burn. They need this special type of cream which has a anesthetic. It helps with the pain. So you'll use the burn cream. We have the antibiotic ointment. This you could use on the cuts and bruises. Then we have the wipes, antiseptic wipes. You use this to clean the area. We also have these bandages here that you would wrap around to secure the gauze pads. These are the bandages. We have assorted sizes. So you keep various sizes of the bandages in the kit. Then we have here scissors, which you can use to cut the gauze pads, cut the strip here. This is also a microporous tape that you could use to secure the bandages as well. And you can use the scissors to cut any one of these. We also have here the forceps. You could use these in the event of having splinters in a wound. You'd use this to remove any splinter or anything like that. This is basically a basic first aid kit.
The first aid kit should have a listing of all items with expiry date, and there should be periodic checks to keep the kit fully stocked. The following is a national address by Prime Minister and Minister for National Security, Dr. the Right Honourable Keith Mitchell.
Fellow Grenadians, Carriacouians, Petey Martinicans all. The Christmas season is fast approaching, and I know many of you are filled with eager anticipation for this festive time of the year, when social gatherings are quite popular. This year, however, must be recognized as one with a difference. The COVID-19 pandemic poses a very real and serious threat to us all, and we must adapt to the new circumstances. The news emerging in recent days about a sudden spike in positive cases of COVID-19, originating mainly from Sandals, Grenada, demonstrates the grave danger we face from this dreaded disease. Furthermore, it underscores the need to constantly adhere to the recommended protocols which we have consistently said we must do. Any deviation from what is recommended puts us all at risk. Therefore, sisters and brothers, my advice at this time is, do not drop your guard. Maintain the COVID-19 protocols at all times. Many of us were lulled into a sense of complacency because up to now, the detection of this cluster, our case numbers have been relatively low and very few cases have been diagnosed at any given time. Now, the grim reality is that as many as 13 people in a single household have tested positive for the virus, a situation that can be replicated many times over based on the number of staff who have been infected. While we empathize with the hotel staff and the affected families first and foremost, we have also taken immediate steps to address the situation. The COVID-19 committee has directed the Ministry of Health to convene an urgent meeting with the owners of Sandals, Grenada. Obviously, there was a breakdown in the hotel's application of the recommended protocols. And while we seek to determine the exact nature of this breakdown, we must, as a government,